Yeah, I didn't know. Welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park. We're here for round 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, and it's a fantastic night race event that we've got on here. For day 2 of competition, Jared McLean alongside me. We've had some fantastic racing so far, and it's only going to heat up tonight.
Our categories supporting our top line acts have been incredible. Open wheelers, Formula Ford, absolutely stunning. Not to say the least of the rest of them. We saw the legend cars out there, and man, oh man, some wild racing there.
9 categories of racing here this weekend with just under 200 competitors. A massive event that they've run here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. But it's TA2 muscle cars right behind us by Maritimo, who are about to get underway with their first race of the evening. What an incredible qualifying it was, and incredible racing in day 1.
Absolutely wild stuff. We saw a clean sweep from this man off to my left, Mr. Brook. Wild stuff indeed. Pole. Race 1 with a win. Race 2 backed it up, and he starts from pole again tonight.
Plenty of events to talk about. Josh Webster yesterday lost a tail shaft down the main straight right here, which put a lot of debris on the track, and Brock Payne unfortunately got a cut tyre from that. We saw him work through the field in race number 2. Brad Gardner, well, he went to war, didn't he? And unfortunately for Ben Gomersol, he came into contact with him and spun him around and copped a 15-second penalty for that in race number 2. So Brad Gardner coming out of 4th position, he's got a little bit of work to do.
We re-qualified the cars here for day 2, and it looks like this. Tim Brook from the start, and Josh Thomas with his best start in a TA2, starting from the front row, right off his right shoulder.
Well, it's cooled off a little bit tonight. Currently 17 degrees out there and dropping to a low of 11 as we get to the final races here tonight at about 9 p.m. on our coverage. We can't wait for this to get all underway. But right now, let's head down to Mel Price and catch up with some of our TA2 drivers.
Diesel Thomas, starting from rear of grid, you had to take 2 new tyres after quali. Why was that?
After that spin we had in qualifying, we had a couple of flat stops in all our tyres, so we took some new ones, and now we're starting rear of grid, so hopefully we can make our way forward.
Yeah, so what's the plan? You were saying that it's going to be a bit of fun for you, this one.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun passing all these cars. We're just going to try and get a good launch off the start, try and keep it calm, don't get in anyone's way, and just try and move forward as far as we can.
Fantastic. Over to you, J-Mac.
Josh Thomas in the TFH car, starting from P2. Your best start in a TA2 muscle car. How's it feel on the front row?
Yeah, mate, feels good to finally be up here, so super excited for the start.
How are we feeling? Race 3 here, about to go down, and you've got some of the fastest competitors right on your rear.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm really excited. We've had some good pace all weekend. I feel like our race car is actually really good in the cooler conditions, so I'm excited to, probably like to be on the inside, but I'm going to warm my tyres and see if I can hang around the outside turn 1 of Brooksy and take the lead.
We're looking forward to your efforts. Best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Kiara Zabatakis, 2 new tyres on the right-hand side of your car as well. What's the plan from here?
Look, quali wasn't the greatest for us. We had red flag session, and then I had only 2 laps warm up, and I couldn't get enough heat in the tyres. So then we didn't really get a lap together. So now we're just going to try and make up as many spots as we can, but also keep in mind that it's a learning year, and yeah, enjoy it.
And try and get plenty of heat in those tyres on the warm-up lap on this cold Sydney night.
Yeah, no, that'd be nice. Yeah.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here with Cam Laws. A rough first day. Results not what you would have been hoping for, but you have managed to qualify on the second row. Looking for redemption here tonight?
Yeah, obviously looking to improve and hoping to get a good start and make up a few positions.
How is the tyre bank looking right about now?
Yeah, it's all right. Just got to get through the weekend, don't burn the tyres off it, and yeah.
Oh, we're not getting too much from you. I expect that we'll see it all happen out there on track. Sydney Motorsport Park under lights. It's a wild experience. Is there anywhere that you really love out here on this 4-kilometre course?
Obviously, turn 1's pretty cool. Like, you tip it in pretty fast, so yeah, it's one of my favourite corners in the country.
Mel, over to you.
Mark Crutcher, our reigning Masters champion, what are you doing back here?
I tell you what, you've only got to miss your mark by a second and you go from P4 to 16, but there's some serious pace back here. We've had some gremlins in the car. We've thrown a fair bit at it this afternoon. We'll see how we go. I'm not real sure. I'll tell you in a lap.
Okay, we'll be watching. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Melinda Bryce and Jarrah McLean will cover all the pit action. We're gearing up for race number 3 and race 1 of the night here. You're watching the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Settle in and get comfy. We'll be back soon. Beautiful side, isn't it? Sydney Motorsport Park under lights. Part of the $33 million upgrade back in 2020 and 132 must-go light towers that illuminate this 3.93 kilometre course. And 11 turns with plenty of overtaking opportunities. Particularly down at turn 6, there was an action zone last night, turn 8. And of course the fastest point on the track, turn number 1. Topping speeds of nearly 250 kilometres an hour on this Brabham straight into turn number 1. Well, the second qualifying session held earlier today, and Tim Brooke has made it back-to-back poles, driving the Jared Hughes car for IES Motorsports with Josh Thomas. His best qualifying result. Gomersall and Cam Laws on the inside of row number 2. Good job by the Rockstar to qualify out of 11. Des Collier starting from 14. Chiara Zavatakis from 17th. At the back, Diesel Thomas, as you heard from our pit lane reporters before, taking on 2 tyres. After a spin, Matty Kavanagh, who sprinted from the grid back up into the commentary box, that's put him to the back. Hey, he was there already, so why not roll a dice and take a couple of tyres on after what was a really treacherous and slippery night in race 2 last night?
Yeah, the cars were definitely moving around a lot, weren't they? And we were trying to figure out exactly what was causing that. Potentially there was a little bit of oil coming out of one of the cars, but maybe, of course, a little bit of that. But tyres are going to be a lot to talk about. Tim Brooke, well, remember, he only did 1 flying lap in each qualifying session. So, again, he is nowhere on whatever tyres he has taken out this afternoon to do that qualifying compared to others who have done 4 or 5 qualifying laps on their tyres. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Race 1, probably not going to be too bad tonight. It's going to be the second race this evening there. We probably could see some of that unfold a little bit later. We saw last night Domain Ramsey had a massive moment where he locked the brakes up on the restart after the safety car, and the tyres had cooled down, and he went off and nearly made it into the tyre barrier off of turn 1. So you really have to be careful on these, and there's a lot of talk about which ways you have to try and engage the tyre to heat it up.
Did it twice, in fact, in that second race as well. High-speed exit for Domain Ramsey, who will be part of the Kings of the West event. They're heading Perth next weekend as part of the Supercars Championship event over there. So a last-minute deal that will see at least 14 cars contest the non-championship round over there at Wanneroo Raceway, which will be cool. And later in the season, we'll be heading to Queensland Raceway in South Australia to Malala, and back to Winton to wrap up this year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. They've been given this extra lap here to put some heat into the Goodyear tyre that they're on for 2025, and taking some teams a little bit more time to get used to with this change from the cross-ply Hoosier tyre from 2024.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about a couple of substitute drivers in here this weekend. Of course, Tim Brooke replacing Jared Hughes, who's up racing in GT4 up in Queensland this weekend. But under the TA2 rules means that car will maintain those points. So he's not out there just to go hell for leather and try and win out at all costs just for his name. It's all part of the team. He needs to try and accumulate those points. The same for Lee Stibbs, who subbed in for Robbie Farr this weekend, who'll be back. So Lee Stibbs out of South Australia is trying to maintain those points up for Robbie as the race start about to get underway. Not too far now for the TA2 muscle cars. We love it when you start to hear the V8s rumble. They get ready to come onto the main straight.
This is going to be cool. 2 races to come as part of our coverage here at Sydney Motorsport Park tonight. The Hi-Tec Oil Super Series back in New South Wales under lights with a field of 20 cars. Tim Brooke and Josh Thomas on the front row. Ben Gomersall impressive once again in qualifying today. So too Cameron Laws. Brad Gardner from 5. And Brock Payne, his first ever weekend, is inside that top 6 as they weave the cars towards the start line, waiting for the red light to be extinguished. Gomersall ready to roll off that second row. Here comes the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars, Sydney style on your Saturday night, and didn't take long to get down to business. As down the inside to turn number 1 is Gomersall. Side by side, tucks in behind. Our race leader, Brad Gardner, busy picking up where he left off from last night. The Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro, this contact between he and Gomersall at the middle of turn 2. Have they got through? I believe so. As they come out of that turn, he survived. There he is, the 22 Chevy Camaro. Graham Cheney slowing in the background. The Masters Class winner from yesterday, and he's going backwards at a rapid rate of knots.
Yeah, have a look at this. There's going to be some heated exchange. I think, no, Hayden Jackson in the background there. It's been another tough weekend for him. He had a really good start last night, managed to work his way through the grid and unfortunately got turned around. But Brad Gardner and Ben Gomersall, are they going to continue this heated exchange throughout this race, as it looks like he's right behind him? Lee Stibbs not too far back behind Brock Payne either. As have a look at Webster coming through in the 200. That was a tough weekend, or a tough night last night for him. And, well, he's got nothing to lose tonight, does he? That's really hurt his championship run.
Yeah, and his tyre bank's fantastic, though, so watch for him to charge through. Oh, in the background, big lose for Danny Reedy. And he's not going to get out of that gravel trap. Not the first car to do that, incidentally, this weekend. And you can see the cloud from the Danny Orr earth-moving number 5 Chevy Camaro. It's a very deep outfield here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I dare say there had to be assistance. You don't tend to lose there unless you've had a tyre failure through the middle of the turn. But he is parked back in 19th position as Tim Brook comes through to complete the first lap. Have a listen to this. Oh, yes. Gets the spine tingling, doesn't it? Through turn number 1, we go on lap 2. A battlefield of polystyrene out there from incidents during the day. You're in car with Diesel Thomas. And car number 18, he's up to 12th position from the rear of the field, aided by a couple of new tyres. And the TFA tyre Mustangs, he starts to make his way through the field. Josh Webster in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Autofix Mustang runs in P9 as we're on lap 2.
Yeah, great start from Diesel Thomas, isn't it? Just to come from the rear of the field, working his way through the pack. Nice, cool, calm and collected head on the young entrant, still in his teenage years. Tim Brook, though, just comfortably holding it out at the moment, the lead of this pack. And have a look at this, Tom Davies now up on the back of Brad Gardner. They made contact last night too, and we saw the guard of Tom Davies hanging off. Let's see if they're going to light the fireworks up again as Ben Gomersall looks like he's opened up a little bit of a lead on Gardner. He might not be able to catch him. Brock Payne just in the background, but Lee Stibbs, whatever they've done to tune that car up for him overnight, that is starting to work for the South Aussie, who hasn't been in the seat very much in the last 6 months.
It appears Danny Reedy has got himself out of that drama down there too, looking from the drone shot that there's the wheel marks, but no car sitting there, so that's a good sign and a relief for the rest of the field as Tim Brook leads us around this final complex of turns and onto the Brabham Straight to complete lap number 2 with just under 17 minutes of competition. Thomas runs in second. You look at Gomersall in the unit racing car prepared by TFH in third. Then it's Gardner, Davies, Brock Payne in his first weekend, the reigning Formula RX8 champion in 6th spot. Then Lee Stibbs, Cameron Laws, Josh Webster and Domain Ramsey having a much better day in the C&H Trucking 71 Chevy Camaro completes the top 10.
Yeah, Des Colley with another move down there in 11th position as well, and he's got his brother-in-law right behind him, Diesel Thomas. He'll be starting to apply a little bit of pressure there. Action Jackson just behind him. And look at those, they come through. Brock Payne holding out Lee Stibbs at the moment. Cameron Laws is probably the one who's hasn't benefited out of that start. He went back a number of positions, started out of P4 at the start of the race, already back in 8th now. He's got Webster right behind him in the 200 machine. Ambrose and the team have been up all night there trying to fix that car if that tail shaft lets go, because it's not just the tail shaft, it broke other things from the diff. Oh no, is that Graham Cheney in the 51 in pit lane?
So the man heading up IES Motorsports, and the man is preparing the car that leads the race. We saw him slowing on the start lap, has now been assisted by the crew down in pit lane. So his streak of top 10 runs is coming to an end. He's dominated the Masters class in 2025 so far, but likely to be a DNF in this third race of the weekend. Gardner and Davies picking up where they left off 20 hours ago. I wouldn't say it's 24 hours just yet. Into the final turn they come. Of course, Gardner being assisted by fellow South Aussie Lee Stibbs in the second 66 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro for this weekend's round. Lee's been with us on a few occasions over the last few years and adapted to the car pretty quickly. He's been out the seat for the better part of 12 months. But Gardner, big punch of flame from his Chevy Camaro as we start another lap. 1:35.8 the quickest for Josh Thomas as he tries to stay in touch. Chris Pether talking on the radio to Gardner down there. Nice frame of that shot too. Look at that sunset in the background. You know, I don't mind a sunset, Matty Cab.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous out there. We got a chance to see it before when we're out the start of this race. Brad Gardner last night, Chris Pether had a little bit of work to do to stop the red mist from him after that contact, didn't he, with Ben Gomersall? I was having a chat with him this morning. And hopefully Brad can rein that in here in this race. As you have a look a little bit further back, look at Diesel Thomas now. Has a look down the inside of Des Collier. He isn't going to get the move done at this point. He's just slowly working his way. They've been chipping away at it, weren't they? Like, they were just for a top 10 finish in race number 1. They got up to 5th position in the end after race 2, so he's been working really well. Very unfortunate as we see a lot of smoke there, and there's been a lot of brake lockups across the categories into that turn number 6.
Domain going wide down there at turn 6. You're right, there was a lot of lockups down there last night with little to no wind around the venue. Much cooler conditions than what we had last night, which will change the dynamic of racing as the sun is almost set over the back of the Blue Mountains here in New South Wales. Diesel Thomas up towards Des Collier now, so 12th position from 20th on the grid, and likely to be the hard charger in today's race, or this evening's race, as they break into this tight, complex, a change of direction here in this long, ongoing left-hander onto the Brabham Straight and down to complete another lap. The gap is 1.1 seconds from Brook to Thomas.
Yeah, there's not going to be any team orders there at TFH, I don't think. Diesel, if he gets his opportunity, he'll try and take it. Hayden Jackson trying to stay with him at the moment, still down there in 13th position in the 81 Dodge Challenger. Not enough there. The draft definitely does work down here. We can see probably a 4 or 5 kilometre-an-hour difference between the cars who are drafting down the main straight. And Des Collier under brakes has to try and avoid Domain Ramsey, who brakes a little bit harder than he expected. And Diesel Thomas puts the 18 up the inside. It's not going to help him, though. The right-hander will give Des Collier the run. And there was a moment. He's just watching out for the car in front, trying to avoid contact. They're probably going to have to work together here to try and get past Domain Ramsey. They look like they've got a little bit more speed in the TFH hire cars. Oh, Domain Ramsey loose. The car slides around.
And not for the first time in the last lap that we've been watching. And that's going to bring the TFH cars into play now. Collier, that was a good recovery from him up at turn 2. And Sport also Hayden Jackson behind the sole Dodge Challenger to make this a 4-car scrap down through Corporate Hill and under the bright lights of Sydney Motorsport Park as we work lap 5 of this time race. Still plenty of time to play out here with over 12 minutes. Jackson on the outside, making it the long way around and asking a lot out of these Goodyear tyres on this little short straight towards the end. Oh, down towards the final turn. And that was the 200 of Webster. I'm not sure if that was the chassis rubbing on the curbs. It was certainly on the outside, trying to make a move on Cameron Laws here in the battle for 8th and 9th position.
Yeah, Laws wasn't going to let him through. He gave him a little escort just to push him to the outer side of the track. And yeah, it could be something under that car. Hopefully just an exhaust or something like that, not the chassis. After that tail shaft last night, the last thing you want is to hit that on something and unbalance it and have the same issues. Back on board with Diesel Thomas. Currently sitting in 12th position, being very, very patient. But the TFH crew need to work together to try and get past Domain Ramsey, who's doing a nice job despite a couple of moments in that car. Still holding him out. Ramsey rounding out your top 10. 3 other competitors, though, waiting for their opportunity. Hayden Jackson just in the background, and no, Diesel Thomas looks like he's going to have a look down the inside. He's not going to push it. Doesn't want to make contact.
It's a foreshortening shot. Doesn't look like he had the job done there from the camera facing the hill. When we jumped in car, he was a long way back. This time he's trying to push his teammate along here to get up alongside Domain Ramsey, and he does. Ramsey has to yield, but watch the 2-for-1. And Diesel Thomas read the play spectacularly and gets 2 for the price of 1. Magic drive.
Can't take it away. Helped Des out, didn't he? Gave him a bit of a helping hand just to get past Domain Ramsey. And then, as they went a little bit wide, took advantage of that now. Can Hayden Jackson do the same? He's gone a little bit wide out here, but last time round, I think he had a little drama trying to get the traction down on those tyres. That little offline area there doesn't seem to be wielding as much traction as the other areas. We have a look at the replay.
Good move. Collier was committed. And Ramsey had to yield, and Jackson almost got him. In fact, there was a bit of a bump between the right front and left rear of those two coming out of turn 6. While up the front, Gardner and Davies. This is becoming a juicy rivalry in the TA2 Muscle Car Series this year. Up towards turn number 2. Door is open enough for the 42 car being prepared by Nathan Hearn Racing. And gets it done. Gardner. 2 attempts to the corner, gets a bit of a bump from behind on Brock Payne, and there's damage underneath. There's damage underneath the Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro. Something is scraping along the ground.
There's potentially something coming out of the drive line. I'm just trying to see where that is. A lot of sparks coming out from that front left of the 22 Hi-Tec oils Motorsport car. It does, it's hard to tell from here. It doesn't look like flames. It looks like sparks, potentially something with the transmission, potentially, the gearbox. You never know, but it looks ominous there for Brad Gardner, who's struggled now and then throughout the series last year with a few issues. Last time round in the final race last year, didn't make it to the end of the race. A big incident there. Brock Payne, this could be advantageous for him. He's in 6th position now. He might be able to elevate himself into 5th. Lee Stibbs right behind the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport teammate of Brad Gardner.
keep an eye on that 22 Chevy Camaro as he's lost ground from Tom Davies. Here on the replay, another moment here for Domain Ramsey. He's going to be cursing turn 6, and this time allowed the Dodge Challenger through with ease coming out of turn number 6 and the climb up the hill. So Domain drops himself now down into 13th position. Gardner slowing. Gardner is stopping on the outside of the final turn. He's trying to give enough space to everyone to get past without causing drama, but needs to get over to pit exit without making contact with other cars. I know how pumped up he was for this race. He and Chris Pether believe they found the secret to this car's setup, and he's coming into pit lane. And the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro might join a list of DNFs in race number 1 of the night, race 3 of the weekend, in the third round of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo.
Interesting to know if he's actually been pulled in by race control there with those sparks coming out. Might have been told to take a little venture through pit lane and check that one out. I'm sure we'll find out what is going on down there as soon as possible with the Brad Gardner cars who ride on board. It'll be a heart-stopping moment there for him. He knows the pain he's gone through throughout the 2024 season and down in here. Let's head down to pit lane though with J-Mac.
Brad Gardner rolling into pit lane at the front of the pits and cleaning out a bit of grass after his off-track excursion. They are changing out what looks like a left front, and I'm just walking around the car. Everything else seems to be okay, but we will have a look under the car. Of course, teams do need to prop up the car on a jack stand when they're working underneath the car for safety reasons, but it's all hands on deck down here at the number 22 pit bay.
Thanks, Jared McLean. Down in pit lane, looking behind the 22 car. Don't think it was a tyre issue. It's certainly something more sinister with the 22. Meantime, fellow South Aussie in Lee Stibbs.
And what's happened to Ben Gomersol, because he has gone back down through the pack as well.
Good pickup. In fact, he hasn't come past the second sector on our screen anyway, but we have had some issues with timing over the weekend. He was in the top 3, so we'll try and chase that story as well. That's day over, or at least race 1 over for Brad Gardner. J-Mac?
Steering arm damage, unfortunately, for Brad Gardner as he exits the car. We can see it with the front left off. The steering just hanging limply underneath the guard of the Hi-Tec 22.
It's a shame. So he's left the scene of that Chevy Camaro back into the pits. It'll be an easy fix, but not what he needed today, and that will put him towards the back for the final races. Up to Warren Wadley come the field in the 88 car. It's Cam Laws, Lee Stibbs, and Josh Webster behind in the Auto-Fix Mustang. Up the top of the hill we go. Tim Brook continues to lead, incidentally. We haven't seen too much of him today. He's 1.2 seconds clear of Thomas. A long way back to Davies, Brock Payne and Cam Laws that you're watching down here at turn number 8. Lee Stibbs looks way more comfortable than he did 24 hours ago. Having said that, he goes wide. The Matt Nolte curse.
A lot of understeer there in the 66 car now, so I wonder whether he's starting to struggle because he's really backed off the pace. Let's head down to pit lane with Mel Price.
Well, I'm down here watching all the action on the TV with Graham Cheney, but you're not supposed to be here, are you?
No, but it's actually pretty good watching it on telly. There's some good action out there.
So, lap 1 departure, what happened?
Yeah, we got a really good start, just coming into turn 2, past a few people, and just the back end just started locking up, and yeah, it looks like we've done a diff.
Well, you were leading the Masters coming into this race, so hopefully, do you think they'll fix it for the next one?
Yeah, the boys pretty good, so they'll definitely get the dip in for the next one.
Great, good luck. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mel. Down in pit lane, a fleet of top 10 results for Graham Cheney. His first DNF of the season. And they'll fix that like they will with the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro as well. We still haven't seen Gomersol pop up there, so we'll chase that story as well. The unit racing car, the man at second in the series to Jared Hughes. It's Davies and Brock Payne. Hasn't Brock Payne settled into this category very quickly?
Yeah, time ticking down at the moment. But Brock Payne, he's got the opportunity to get himself on a podium in his first ever TA2 racing weekend as Davies goes wide, out onto the dirt, and Payne gets a nice run here. Can he hold on to it? He's on the outside. Oh no, he's got an inside run there, through turn number 7 and down to 8. He might hold on to this. Brock Payne, super competitive. The moment he pulls that visor down, he just turns into a real race car driver, doesn't he, Brock Payne? And he had some high expectations for this weekend, wanted to come out with a top 10 finish, and he was heartbroken yesterday, I think, when that tyre got cut and he didn't get to finish that first race. So we're back to our leaders. Tim Brook with a nice little lead. It's cut down to just under 1 second now from Josh Thomas, and he'll be a little bit excited, I reckon, that TFH hire car. A fantastic qualifying session for him, his best ever so far, and he's starting to really find his groove in these TA2 muscle cars.
And Josh Thomas is doing a really good job here staying with Tim Brook. To have a 19-second gap back to third is phenomenal. Meantime, Stibbs and Diesel Thomas, who continues this rapid surge forward, aided by 2 new Goodyear tyres, is now up into position 7. Great drive. We'll get him into a nice position for the last race, which you'll catch later tonight as part of this Hi-Tec Oil Super Series coverage. So Thomas from 20th up into 7th position now, and 3 seconds up the road is Webster and Cameron Laws, while Brook has just 0.8 of a second to Josh Thomas.
Yeah, depleting lead, isn't it, at the moment? Stibbs, just a little bit off the pace. I thought he started off really well, potentially good on a cold tyre, and we'll have to wait and see how that all unfolds. Laws working his way back up, because Laws started out of 4th position, dropped back through the field to 9th at one point. Now back up into 5th, but look at Webster right behind him with the 200 machine, right on the tailgate. Marcus Ambrose will be coaching him through this moment. See where he can take his opportunity with just 2.5 minutes remaining in this race.
Down to turn 8. Starting to wind this one down, aren't we? It's been a calmer affair compared to the previous 2 races, but I'm sure that'll change for race 4 later tonight. Some of these teams thinking about, we've got to keep these cars straight with a short turnaround before heading across the Nullarbor. Of course, only a short turnaround before we race again at Queensland Raceway at the end of June as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Series. Cameron Laws, one of the fleet of rookies in this year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. Great turnaround for the Autofix team. That car was almost junk last night. There was so much damage underneath there, internal damage from that tail shaft exploding at 230 Ks on the main straight. Always get nervous when we see the replay signal come up. Oh, big moment here for the race leader in the middle of turn number 1. Got away with it, just.
Yeah, have a look at the gap difference now cut down to just 0.6 of a second as Webster takes it to Laws. It looks like he's going to get that move done. Nice little turn 3 there as he comes out of the hairpin at 2 and managed to get a run on. And Laws will have to just accept the fact that he's going to be back in 6th position as Webster just slides the car a little bit. And have a look in the background. Diesel Thomas now. The number 80, you can see the blue bonnet distinguishes him out in the TFH hire crew. Great to have Todd Hazelwood here this weekend, coaching the TFH crew through these races. Last year, it was him and Josh Haynes that took it to this circuit, and there was nothing in it between those two. So, very well versed in how to get around Sydney Motorsport Park.
That was a good move, and Diesel Thomas lining up for a piece of the action here after being given an extra 2 tyres. He was at the back of the field anyway. Had he taken that after qualifying up the front, he would go to the rear. Had he taken 4 tyres, he would have to go to the rear for the second race tonight as well. So strategic from TFH Racing. But can they survive another 20 minutes of racing later tonight? We'll find out. Either way, it's been a mammoth drive from the teenager who was here in GT4 competition a few weeks ago in a Porsche. Completely different animal to one of these TA2 muscle cars.
We're right on board. You can see the sun almost down in the background as they head down to turn number 1. Just roll off the throttle a little bit, give it a bit of a feather through turn 1. It's very fast in there, over 240 kilometres, and those Goodyears are doing everything they can to try and hold on. It's a little bit opposite lock there as he comes into 2. Slides the car a little bit wide. I think Laws may have taken a nice wide line there to try and get the drive out here into 3. Webster's just starting to catch up to Davies in front, 4th position as well. Thomas has a look down the inside. It's not going to be his moment. How close is he to Laws? Just grabs a little bit of the ripple strip.
It's the run out of here, Matty, for the 18, who goes right over the top of the curb. Won't be able to make the move here at turn 6. What allows Webster to move away. Laws, of course, part of the Tom Williamson Motorsport team in karting for many seasons. Was a Class C runner at the Bathurst 6 Hour a couple of years back, but running for the Racing Academy that have had some great names, up-and-coming names, drive for them, not only in this series, but in Trans Am racing the last few years. Looks like Cameron Laws is going to be another one of them. As into the final lap we go. Tim Brook flying the flag for Jared Hughes in a great way. He's driven these cars in the past. Josh Thomas has had 2 second-place finishes this year, yet to win in the TFA Tyre TA2 Muscle Car Series. In what's been a standout weekend for that 69 off the track, and that was Warren Wadley doing his best to move out the way, but has scooped up half the outfield in the process.
Yeah, it went a little bit too wide there, and it's, you know, a car that drops a wheel off there can get sucked off onto that grass very easily. It's rough out there as well, so didn't probably need to do that, but great to stay out of the way of these leaders. Brock Payne, if he can bring this home, he's 22 seconds behind. It's going to, some miracle is going to happen for him to go forward, but Brock Payne will be very happy with a 3rd position after what was a tough start for him in his TA2 racing career. Just came into this 3rd round of racing for the first time after being the RX8 champion last year. Tim Brook, though, just needs to hold out 1.2 seconds in front. At the moment, Josh Thomas might not have what it takes to head into the final few corners of this final lap.
Beautiful sight, isn't it? Sydney Motorsport Park looking out towards the golden sunset over the Blue Mountains. It's been a golden run once again. Pole position and a race win yesterday and last night. Today he backed it up in qualifying for another pole and further extends his domination of the weekend. Tim Brook wins race 3 of the TFA Tyre TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. Standout run from Josh Thomas to finish in 2nd, but a long way back to Brock Payne. We're riding with Diesel Thomas, who's not giving up here, trying to force the door open. Is it open enough for a run? He's just starting to hustle the 9. What a mammoth drive this will be to finish inside the top 10. And the teenager will chalk up 7th from 20th on the grid. After that spin in qualifying, he grazed the wall earlier today. Great reward for the team. Ramsey and Crutcher, 12th and 13th. Crutcher will be happy with this. It's been a troubled weekend for the Crutcher Developments team. He might just get Domain Ramsey to good old-fashioned drag race. Down Brabham Straight, Chevy Camaro versus Mustang. Give it to the Chevy. Ramsey to 12th. Crutcher will be 13th and Zabatakis will be 14th. She's having a good weekend at her home track here in Sydney. But Tim Brook, 3 in a row. 1.3 seconds clear of Thomas. Brock Payne in his first ever weekend gets a top 3 with 3rd. Tom Davies is 4th with Webster. Cameron Laws, Diesel Thomas. Lee Stibbs inside the top 10 in the lone Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. There's Collier also featuring with Hayden Jackson. Michael Coulter 11th in the 11th. Domain Ramsey is 12th. Crutches, Zapatakis, Stephen Wilson back in 15th. Danny Reedy got back on the track, albeit 1 lap down on Warren Wadley. Mystery on what happened with that 35 car. He went out on lap 7. And Brad Gardner, broken steering on the 22 Chevy Camaro, saw him out on 7 as well. And Graham Cheney didn't get a lap completed after, we believe, a diff issue with his IES car. Gotta say, Diesel Thomas made Tim Brook work for that one in race number 3, and 1 more still to come, Matty Cav.
Oh, it's going to be an exciting evening of racing, and the moon is out. Look, that's just a little crescent moon for us to watch all the racing under here in the lit-up Sydney Motorsport Park, and I can't wait to see if Josh Thomas can take it to Tim Brook a little bit later on tonight. Be interested to see what the tyres are like between those two teams. We know Tim Brook has been looking after him. He did a nice job, but he had that little moment in turn number 1, didn't he, where he slid the car out, and I feel like he just rolled it off about 0.5% on what he was driving the car. He's here this weekend just to get it through. It's a one-off drive for him. That's all he's allowed to do to help out Jared Hughes, who's racing up there in Queensland. So it's a one-time opportunity for him this season. So hopefully he can make this a perfect round for Jared Hughes.
Wealth of experience. Former 86 Series champion a few years ago. Grew up just down the road at Oran Park and led this race from go to woe. So we look at the highlights of race number 3. Again, 4 wide in the early stages. Gomersall made the move initially on the inside here of Josh Thomas. This was Graham Cheney, not even a sector into the race. And the blue 51 Chevy Camaro, the Rockstar, was lucky to get out of the rocks down here at turn 7. The Danny Orr earth-moving number 5 was 1 lap down. In the end, he featured in 16th position. And this was the start of the move for Diesel Thomas, as he made up 10 positions very early in the race. This was a shower of sparks from the auto-fix Mustang, but we didn't see that again. So perhaps it was the chassis or an exhaust system rubbing on the curbs.
Yeah, they had to wait patiently here, and Des Colley got help from his brother-in-law there, as Diesel Thomas helped him get down there and ended up taking both of those positions off him. Let Des Colley through on Domain Ramsey. This is where we saw Brett Gardner with sparks under the car and dropping back in the pack very, very quickly. Very hard to control the car, and it wasn't long we saw that car retire, unfortunately, with that steering damage. Remembering he had a little bit of contact with Van Domisol earlier in the race.
By this point, he couldn't turn the car off the final turn and managed to find a gap in traffic. This was Davies following the wide and allowing Brock Payne to get ahead of him. The Formula RX8 champion got up to third position. A little moment here for the race leader. Would have got his heart rate up a bit. Certainly got ours up here in the commentary position. Warren Wadley doing his best to let the faster cars through. But nobody was going to stop Tim Brook. But has put Josh Thomas in a really good position going into the final race of the weekend. The gap, 1.3 seconds. Tim Brook to Josh Thomas and Brock Payne. As we head down to Victory Lane, here's Jared McLean.
Brock Payne bringing it home in third place. From heartache to the podium, congratulations. Race 3, a lot more nicer to you.
Yeah, thank you, mate. That was unreal. I'm lost for words. I couldn't expect getting on the podium for my first round with the TA2 guys, but yeah, that's unbelievable. So to go from starting Rio Grid yesterday, re-qualifying again today, starting 6th and working up the 3rd, I couldn't have asked for a better race.
Mate, you managed that thing incredibly well out there. Of course, you've raced in other categories, RX8s and whatnot. These things are angry, powerful, and just evil machines to pedal around Sydney Motorsport Park, aren't they?
Oh, they are, mate. That's what I had to teach myself, is just throttle control and be patient. And I really focused on that in that race. And I saw the boys ahead of me using up their tyre. So I just waited for my opportunity and, yeah, 3rd place.
More of the same, hopefully, in the next race. Over to you, Mel.
A super happy Josh Thomas and TFH crew. Big smiles there. You're getting closer.
Yeah, one more to go. We had some good pace there. Yeah, Tim's really fast. Had a decent start, but, yeah, I think if I can get in front, I might be able to hold him out. But, yeah, it's very tough to chase down.
Well, you've got one more opportunity, and there wasn't much in it then, so bring it for race 4.
Yeah, I'm excited, and, yeah, I reckon we might be able to get the job done.
Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Tim Brook, congratulations. One more opportunity to seal this clean sweep, and you are looking good out there. You've got a great tyre bank under you, don't you?
Look, I'm glad I'm looking good to you, because I felt like Josh was coming at a rapid rate of knots there. So kudos to him. He drove brilliant and kept the pressure on there the whole race. So we might have to have a look at a couple of things for the next one and see if we can find some more speed.
We did mention tyres. You managed to come out, qualify in P1 with only one hot lap. That must have you at least feeling confident as far as the rubber goes.
Not really. I was hopeful after doing as minimal laps as possible, but that race kind of proved that we've got a bit of work to do. So it's all good. We've got a couple of hours to overthink it and re-engineer it, and we'll see what we can come up with.
Great stuff. Thanks, Tim. Over to our next race.
Oh, Tim Brook always playing it cool, calm and collected, isn't he, out there as he gets to wave to the family. Great to have his family here this weekend as he's had a perfect round so far, 2 qualifying sessions where he's topped the times, and so far it's 3 races, 3 wins. So Tim Brook, will see how he goes. Always likes to talk it down, though. We'll wait and see how that goes. Next up, though, it's the Formula Ford Super Series coming out for their race number 1 of this evening. They've re-qualified this afternoon, and Kobe Williams will start off the front row alongside Evanet, and they've taken this battle all weekend between these two. Then it's Fawcett, who's been very quick, followed by Rowe, Lowing, Hunter Salvatore, Fraser High, Jack Johnson, Brad James, and Tabitha Ambrose to round out your top 10. Caleb Bellack and Ethan Fitzgerald will be on the last row of the grid. So Formula Ford hitting our track here tonight for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round number 2. Dan McCarthy joins me back in the commentary box. These are little favourite cars of yours, aren't they? I know you've had a lot to do with them over their time, but these two at the front, every race we've seen them start out of this position.
Yeah, in the qualifying session earlier on today, they were separated by 14 thousandths of a second. I think that's a bit of a taste of what we're about to see over the next 18 minutes of action here for race 1 of round 4 of the Formula Ford Stars Series. Rolling start in this series, a bit different to what the Formula Fords are used to doing. A lot of these guys have not done this since their karting days, but here they come onto the start and finish line. Looking at the lights on the left-hand side of the screen, when they go out, we will be off and racing. You can feel the tension as they are looking and the lights are out. Great start from Brad James, a couple of rows back. Look at him all the way to the inside of the circuit, but up in front the pole sitter Kobe Williams leads them around turn number 1. Lachlan Evanet slots into position number 2, and Joe Fawcett, who started third, has remained there, but a bit of a lock-up from Lachlan Evanet down into turn number 2. He quickly took his foot off the brake a little bit and got that stopped nicely. So no real damage done there to the tyres, and there's a few sparks flicking up there as Ethan Fitzgerald ran a couple of wheels off the circuit on the exit of turn number 2. Fraser Hyde darts to the inside down the hill into turn 4. He's fighting alongside Jack Johnson, and Jack Johnson fires back in the Xena machine up the inside. Great race in between those two, side by side for several corners, and a big lock-up and move for the lead as well. Lachlan Evanet in the foreground of the shot had a big look up the inside, but Kobe Williams had a better run out the corner.
Again, turn 6 seems to be the area where every category is locking up a tyre there. A couple of little bumps though as you go into that corner, so it seems to unsettle the vehicle as well. So wait and see if anyone else makes any errors down there. Tabitha Ambrose now dropped back 1 position into 11th, unfortunately for her. Let's hope she can fight back through the field. It hasn't been the weekend that I suppose the Ambrose team have been chasing here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Does very well on those tracks like One Raceway, where they're a little bit smaller and very flowy through the corners. This one's a lot more high speed, and let's have a look as they go down the main straight. Is there going to be much tow this time from Evanet? Because it is a big difference. We're seeing 2 or 3 kilometres an hour difference down the main straight if they can get him behind. Fastest lap will go to Williams for this first one around in race pace. Just over 16 minutes left to run, and as they go through turn 2 over the curb, it's going to rattle them, and have a look down the inside. Has a look, can't make it stick.
This time though, different to yesterday. Joe Fawcett was the front runner, or one of the front runners in the first round of the series at Winton. However, a DNF in race 1 yesterday meant he had to start from the back of the field. He recovered to finish in position number 3, but this is the first time all weekend long that he has been able to be in a fight with these two in race trim, and he's going with them. I'm not surprised at all with the race pace he showed in race 2 yesterday, but here comes Evanet up the inside into turn 6. Great pass, and will Fawcett follow him through as well? Through Corporate Hill, will they go side by side? Over the brow of the hill, they emerge out the other side unscathed, side by side, but Kobe Williams will survive as he has the inside running for the hairpin.
Yeah, risky moment there, isn't it, as they went 3 wide. Open wheelers, I suppose you touch tyres, anything can happen. You can break steering arms, you can break drive shafts if it's the back. Potentially the car can get turned and you go off the track and lose a lot of positions here, but a nice little move there from Evanet, and it's probably the aggression he had to take into the racing tonight. Yesterday we saw just held back just a fraction there on the overtake manoeuvres, had a little look at times, but just didn't commit to a couple of those corners. And I think that would have been the talk down in the pits, that he'd have to commit to an overtake manoeuvre and try and do it as early as possible out here. Just tries to get him out of the tow for a moment, pulls to the inside of the track and covers that one off. As Williams has a look down into turn number 2. Will you see him pull out as he goes a little bit wide down the ripple strip, and in the background Fawcett has a look just for a moment. In the meantime, have a look at Lowing, closing the gap down in the background, and now it's less than 1 second between the top 4.
How cool is this? We haven't seen this so far this season. We've seen a lot of pairs have a battle, but we haven't seen a big group like this since the first round of the series. This is cool. This is what we wanted to see and what we have come to expect from Formula Ford competition over the years. Pretty cool as well. We've got a couple of different manufacturers up there. The McGale of Lachlan Evanet leading the way from the Spectrum chassis of Kobe Williams, and they have been the 2 brands now for many, many years, and cool to see that, as always, as we always see in Formula Ford competition, it's very, very tight between the 2. It doesn't really seem to matter which car you have. It's more about the driver behind the wheel, the stopgap, I suppose you'd say, that's the man or lady doing the driving that makes the difference on the track.
Now half the field within 2 seconds at the front there. You can see 5th and 6th starting to close up on this front pack. And that's Rowe and Salvatore. Salvatore took it a force earlier in the weekend, didn't they? They made contact, and that's why we've seen them start a little bit further down. Yesterday's racing, qualifying obviously resets that grid. Salvatore didn't get the qualifying that he wanted. We go down the main straight, a little bit of a toe here and have a look. Williams will go to the outside, runs it fast around turn number 1, gets a nice clean run in front and slides the car. Does he go too wide? No, he pulls it up. Fawcett follows him very deep and Evan will have to pull in behind. Have a look at Lowing now. Just waiting. That was a fantastic pass. That toe down the main straight, 7 kilometres an hour was the advantage there. 220 kilometres an hour.
And all of those behind in the train as well, 219, 220, 219, 220. So it really does show how much difference just having that air brake in front of you makes. But now it's Williams back at the front. He's the one that's going to be breaking the toe once again. I said to Kobe earlier on today, it seems to me like whichever one of you will be leading will be the slower car, and he agreed with those comments. He thinks that he and Evanet are evenly matched, and we're seeing it right here playing out. It is whoever is in second position that's the faster of the two. They were telling me in the lane earlier on they think that the toe makes a difference on pit straight alone of at least 0.5 of a second.
Take nothing away. Fawcett has been very patient in the background as we go just under 12 minutes on this time-certain race. I think you'll find Fawcett waiting for a moment. Let these two play it out. Let them try and push those tyres maybe just a little bit, and later on in the race, if he can just maintain them and not use too much of that tyre up, can potentially attack these two at the lead. At the moment, Fawcett just holding on to third. There's nothing in the lap times there. Only a couple of tenths between the top 4. And here we go, another run. Evanet down the inside there. Williams now relegated to second position as Fawcett just has to watch on in third place.
Evanet looking to get his first win in this series. Hasn't done so yet. And he's trying to change that. He was in and around the podium positions all round long at Winton. Yesterday had settled for the bridesmaid position. 2 second-place finishes. He wants to go one better here today under the lights at Sydney Motorsport Park as part of the Sydney Sundown event. And the sun is well and truly down now. The lights are flashing down on the circuit, and we can see the sparks from underneath these Formula 4 cars as they bottom out over the concrete. Oh, a big lock up there for Evanet, the number 88 machine, the Queenslander, the Cam Quarries and Concrete sponsored machine, with a bit of a lock up there. He's going to be feeling that.
And guess where it was? Turn number 6 again. So they're really struggling to negotiate that, whatever it is on that surface. And I've spoken about Sydney Motorsport Park before, how it is a changing surface around the track. So slightly different bitumen there and different levels of grip as well for the cars getting around, as the Pioneer DJ car a little bit further back. Yeah, just circulating around. Yeah, it's great to see that car back out there as well. That's Bellac.
Is indeed on the tail of Brad James, who made that scintillating start at the start of this race, but it appears he couldn't do too much with it on the inside at turn 1. Speaking of inside at turn number 1, that's where Kobe Williams is, and he reclaims the position. We're not even halfway through this race, Matt. I've lost count of how many lead changes we've had. In fact, I think we could have another one already. Can't even get the sentence out. Evanet back up the inside at turn 2. This is fantastic.
What is Fawcett going to do, though, Dan? Because having him sit there in third position, again, matching their pace. We have a look at the last laps getting around. He's right up there, just ran the fastest lap of the race. What does he have to do at this point? Is he just waiting till we get down to the final few laps of this race to launch his assault, I suppose, on these two? Or is he going to let this play out in front of him?
Yeah, it's an interesting point you raised there. It's going to be fascinating to see how it evolves, isn't it? It looks to me like Jamie Rowe, I was about to say, I think he's falling off the tail of this quartet. However, he just went purple in sector number 1 on this lap. So Jamie Rowe is going to try and catch them back up. I spoke to him as well in the lunch break, and he said to me that yesterday we found at Winton we were coming on late, really strong. So yesterday we tried a couple of different things and we found ourselves coming on early, but it really faded late on, so that didn't really work. So they've had a bit more adjustments made this evening, and it appears to be paying dividends at the moment. It seems like it's good anyway at this point in time, coming on late once again like we saw at Winton Motor Raceway.
It looks to me like Evanet and Williams just have a little bit better on those final 2 corners through the lap. And have a look at this. Tries to cover off. Evanet goes to the inside along the wall before Williams tries to go around the outside. Evanet has to get a little bit defensive. They've been going lap for lap. And now down the inside, Williams has a dive. Can he pull it up on the brakes? And a brake lock up for Evanet. This could get ugly. Williams down the inside. Evanet goes wide and force it. He can't do much about it. He couldn't capitalise on that moment. He might need to take a risk. I know when you put the nose in there, potentially you could touch tyres one of the other cars, but Fawcett is getting to the point where he's going to have to take a risk in the next few minutes of this race, with just under 8 minutes remaining.
I've seen that Fraser High has fallen down the field. I'm not sure if he stopped out there on the racetrack. Oh, there we go. He must have ran wide, missed a sector split, but he's back up now. He's popped back up into position number 7. That's good news. He's had a solid weekend so far here at SMP. As they head under the Sydney Motorsport Park Bridge, over the backside of the circuit, the corner they're going through now, turn 7, the fast-flowing left-hander formerly known as Corporate Hill. I often still refer to it as Corporate Hill. Brilliant part of the circuit, and then hard into the hairpin, hard on the brakes to get the car slowed down for that section of the road. Sydney Motorsport Park located west of Sydney. In what is a growing area in this part of the city. The Western Sydney continues to grow year upon year, and so is this category as well. It's really gaining some good momentum. Lots of people talking about this Formula Ford Stars series, and you can see why with the racing that it is producing and the stars that it creates. Top 3 going around turn number 1, nose to tail. Williams, Evanet and Fawcett. And Williams forced to defend into turn 2. Evanet tried to turn in, but Williams was still there. He wanted to try and slot back in behind. Didn't want to be hung out to dry on the outside at turn 2, because that was going to allow Fawcett up the inside.
Yeah, he's sitting back, waiting for a moment. He needs to watch out, though, lowing right behind, and you see that gap keep closing the sections of this track. Probably the back section of this track where we see Fawcett start to go away. As we go a little bit further down the field, and now it looks like Ballack needs to watch out for Tabitha Ambrose. We have a look at the 14 car now. Johnson and James battling it out at the moment. They're for 8th position, a little bit further back. There's not much between them, just a couple of tenths of a second.
Jack Johnson is the son of a Western Bulldogs legend. You might have heard of Brad Johnson. So yeah, he's decided to go not down that path, but deciding to go open wheeler racing and trying to pursue a career in motorsports. And he said to me at Winton, his goal is hypercars and GT3 racing. He's loving what he's seeing in the World Endurance Championship, and that's the way he wants to go. And that's a great pathway that's developed in recent years with the success of that series.
Yeah, definitely, and I think a step up is into those hyper races as well. They're a little bit faster, probably a little bit more modern and things like that. Very similar to this, though, open wheel categories. We'll start to go to more of a slick tyre as well. So teach them a little bit of racecraft as we see. It could be another exchange to the lead here as Evanet has another look. Williams might have covered him off on this one. Oh, goes very wide. Fawcett almost looks like he wanted to go in there and had to try and avoid contact with Evanet. As Fawcett goes wide, he might get a little bit of a run on here. This is giving Williams, and I'm talking a couple of thousandths of a second gap. We're not talking, hasn't gained him a tenth, couple of tenths. We're talking thousandths of a second there with that little mistake from Evanet. So he'll have to try and regroup with a few laps left in this race.
Yeah, we are getting towards now the pointy end. 14 minutes into the race, 4 minutes to go. So yeah, we are coming towards the closing stages now, aren't we? And once again, they're all using all the track on the outside of the circuit at Brock's Corner, turn number 05, over the brow of the hill, around Corporate Hill. Love this drone shot. Really does show the attitude of all the cars through there. That a shot really at the corner can't quite indicate. And you can see how different cars take slightly different lines as well through there. Out of turn number 8. We've seen a few moments through there over this weekend and over the course of the history at the Sydney Motorsport Park circuit. Round the final corner they go. This has been a good lap from Kobe Williams. He's gone purple in sector number 2 and he's pulled out a slight margin. Half a second, but that's the biggest we've seen all race long, remarkably, as they come across the line to complete lap number 9 of the race. Is Fawcett going to have a go at turn number 1? No, not quite able to do so on this occasion. A little bit too far back, and I think the same can be said at turn 2. Yeah,
oh no, another brake lock up there from Evanet. Big left-hand front there as he goes into turn number 2. Surely that's got to be chattering in his teeth right now. That's got to be almost like a 50-cent piece. It's going to keep grabbing that flat spot no matter where he goes. So we head a little bit further back in the pack. And once again here with Johnson and James fighting it out for 8th position. James has a look around the outside and that 61 machine. Can he get it done? Oh, I think Johnson's just covered him off there at the moment.
These are two relative rookies to the series in comparison to those at the front. These guys have been competing in Formula Ford competition for less than a year. And around the outside goes Brad James in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine. The Carac sponsored car takes it with a great move.
Yeah, they'll come up over this blind crest though into turn number 7.
Johnson.
Oh, here we go. Turn 6 first. Can they negotiate that?
I thought Johnson was going to retaliate there up the inside.
Covered him off nicely though, didn't he? Came really shallow there to make sure he could. And in the background we can see Ambrose and Bellac. So in the meantime, Tabitha Ambrose has managed to get a position back there and move back up into 10th.
The winning margins in this series have been so tight. In round 1 and 2 of the series, we didn't have a winning margin over 4/10 of a second. Yesterday, Evernet was always on the tail of Kobe Williams throughout. And yesterday we got the record margin. 1 second was the margin, or 1.5 seconds officially, between the top two. But that was only because of a mistake from Evernet around the final corner on the final lap. So that just shows how close this series has been so far this year. We're on to race 7, and the biggest winning margin is 1.5. Oh, no. Jamie Rowe. Jamie Rowe has had an accident at some point around the course. We can see him moving, which is good to see. But
that's a big moment there, isn't it? The car actually looks like it's been turned over, so we'll wait and find out where that is, because I'm sure that's going to bring some yellow flags out at the moment. Could bring an end to this race. Fawcett might not get that opportunity as he's going. It looks like we're on the last lap. We'll wait and find out what's happening there. Another brake lock up. And it's going into turn number 6 once again there. I'd hate to be in Evernet's car right now. That would be rattling my brain.
It certainly would be. They are nose to tail, top 3 as we've seen so far. That's great to see. Jamie Rowe has jumped out of his car without any problems. That's really nice to see. The youngster, that's his second roll, unfortunately, in just a couple of weeks. And we've gone safety car at the end of this race. So we are going to finish behind the control of the Hyundai safety car. But coming back to my point, sadly, Jamie Rowe at Phillip Island just a couple of weeks ago in the Australian Championship, he clipped somebody coming over the top of Lukey Heights down into MG, and the car slid sideways and rolled in the gravel trap, and the car was really badly damaged, but the crew did a remarkable job to get that fixed. But at the head of the field, Kobe Williams has taken yet another race victory. That is now his 6th of the season. Just behind that, look, James is going to hold on ahead of Johnson. Of course, under safety car conditions at the end of that race. Fawcett was coming on strong late on. He set a really good first couple of sectors before that safety car was deployed. But you can see the medic team are going to head down there just to make sure Jamie is okay. But great to see that he got out of his Formula Ford machine by his own volition.
Yeah, and I think very much like the gravel trap, the grass is going to catch you in these cars at the moment. Here's your final results of the Formula Ford Super Series. Kobe Williams with another win there, so that's 3 from 3 this weekend, and some perfect qualifying with Evernet right behind, but they exchanged the lead a number of times. Fawcett just didn't end up with that opportunity to get involved in that. In the meantime, with Rowe going out, it means Lowen goes into 4th, Salvatore into 5th, and it's High, James Johnson, Tabitha Ambrose back in 9th, and Bellac in 10th before Ethan Fitzgerald rounds us home in 11. Unfortunately, Jamie Rowe out of the car under his own power, which is great, and obviously trying to get a couple of things out. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights, though. Let's talk about how many times the lead's going to change throughout this one. I'll tell you what, that's going to take a full A4 paper size there. Williams didn't muck around, got to the lead nice and early there. You can see how wide he's going to Evernet, just knew to come on the inside of that under brakes into 2. It wasn't going to happen this early in the race. This is in the opening lap. I thought he might have a little bit of a charge, but a few laps in, he found an opportunity, and it was down here at turn number 6 where he just got him under brakes, and very lucky there because saw a number of brake lockups later on in the race.
Such as this one right here for the race leader Evernet through turn 6. But Williams was quick to respond up the inside into the first corner, the sweeper here at SMSP. Nice move from him. But there was going to be lots of moves between the two of them. That was really close. That's the closest they got all race long. I thought they were going to collide there briefly, but they just about got away with it. There is the moment. Oh, dearie me, that went on its back wheels and everything. That was a hairy roll there for the man, Jamie Rowe. I'm so pleased to see him get out of there because that was a big accident.
Yeah, unfortunately that means I don't know if they're going to get that car fixed before the next race. They've only got a couple of hours to turn that round. There's significant damage on that. And of course, there's a lot of safety checks to be put in place as well before they can get that out. Steering components like that, easily fixed. When you have a moment like that, you'll start looking at chassis.
Matty, when it's an incident like that, for me, I don't look so much on the car. You know, a car's a car. I'm just glad to see him get out, quite frankly.
Good to see one of our category managers, Jeff Gretsch, just going out and shaking the hands of our top 3 podium winners down there in pit lane. And obviously an exciting category, and Jeff with a lot of experience in touring cars back in the day and many other forms of motorsport, and now putting his little mark onto the Formula Ford Series here at the Super Series. So hopefully we'll get down there very shortly and check that out. A big moment there, and great to see Rowe down there. Let's head down to our winner's zone pit lane now with Mel Price.
Another congratulations to Kobe Williams. Another really tight race, but you've come out on top yet again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was a really enjoyable race between Lockie and Joe. That was just awesome fun swapping, and hopefully Jamie's all right at turn 1 there. So, yeah.
Yeah, he got out of his car, so hopefully he's fine, of course. You must have had a fair bit of tyre smoke flowing into your helmet during that race. He was locking up everywhere.
Yeah, I had a few lock-ups, and I was just trying to capitalise on where my car was better, and, yeah, I was happy to come out on top.
1 to go.
Yeah, 1 to go. Just a shout out to my Pop. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Pops.
Well done, thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, always happy to have a little interview, isn't he, there, our winner, Kobe Williams. We're going to have a short break here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty more action still to come your way after the break with the Formula Vs.
Welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park, and the action just gets hotter and hotter. Formula Ford's vacating the track after an incredible race as we get set for more open-wheeler action. My name is Jared McLean, joined here by Dan McCarthy. It is lights out, or rather lights ablaze, here at the Sydney Sundown round for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.
It certainly is a good field here of Australian Formula V machines as they head down into the hairpin on this warm-up lap. It's been so good, this racing, all weekend long. It's been 5 cars that have been in the fight every single race, and it's basically throw up a deck of cards and pick which card is going to land first. That's basically how these races have been determined. It has been that frantic.
Yeah, Daniel Reynolds has been essentially the best for the longest period of time. I mean, we've seen flashes of brilliance from the likes of McDonald, Kinsella, but Reynolds, he's always there. He might not be right at the top, but he's there to pick up the crumbs if anyone gives him even the slightest sniff.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely right. The weekend started with a victory for McDonald, but since then, it's been all Daniel Reynolds. He'll start from pole alongside Kinsella. Beyond that, we got Spark, McDonald and Porter. Look out for them in this front battle. Beyond that, Stephen Butcher has been best of the rest alongside him. Ryan Slott, William Pimp, Morgan Fremantle and Matthew Harriott.
Back to 11th position for Bondi partners Xavier Babbage-Hock, Caleb Brown in 12th, Greg Johnson in 13th with Matthew Barlick and Ogden rounding out your 13-car field. As we get set, the man on the top of the points in the number 78 machine, Daniel Reynolds. He has been the one to watch. Kinsella has had moments of brilliance. He's starting from the second row. Sorry, my apologies, I get that one wrong. I'm having a look back now through as we see starting from second place on that front row. As we get set, a standing start, and these things are not blessed with the most high-tech of rubber.
No, certainly not. They're quite hard to get off the line. You can really bog a Formula V down if you don't get your revs right. So they are quite hard to start, despite what you may think. You can hear down there, sounds to me like the revs are rising. We're set for a start and they are underway. Great initial launch by both on the racing lines. That's Kinsella, but particularly McDonald, who's already moved up into 3rd position, and Kinsella as well with that initial launch. That's carried in the momentum through into the lead.
That would have been about the easiest position pickup that Kinsella is going to have all race long. The rest of them he's going to have to fight for as it's 3 wide on the run into turn 2. Up out of 4th place, Spark shows a wheel.
Yeah, Spark was in deep there. I think he was more trying to get out of an accident as he jinked to the inside with the car squirreling about all over the place. He managed to get it stopped though, and he has come out in 4th position with his front nose intact.
Kinsella leads this race number 5 for the Formula Vs, with just over 15 minutes on our Ringers Western totem pole. He came through in 2nd place last time out in the daylight hours. As we check him out on that run downhill, Reynolds in 2nd, McDonald 3rd, Spark holds down 4th with Porter, your number 5 driver.
We should say this is a round of the Australian Formula V Championship, and they've come far and wide to take part in the event this weekend. We've got, obviously, the local New South Wales drivers, but we've got Queenslanders, drivers from Canberra, drivers from South Australia as well. So it is very much, as the name would suggest, a national series.
At the moment, we are looking at 3 2-car battles happening up the front. We saw the finish of race 4 with a 5-car battle pack. Who knows, maybe we'll throw in the 6th spot Butcher to make this a 6-car affair. As we get some pressure here from Spark in 4th, looking to make a move on McDonald, who runs wide on that exit, covers off any avenue of attack on the outside. Reynolds looks to be making a move on the run down to the start-finish line.
Here they come. They buzz across the line, neck and neck across the line. Let's not forget the race earlier on today, the victory margin, if you didn't catch it on the live stream, 1,000th of a second. Oh, that's close. That's even closer than 1,000th of a second. They make contact down there, and he still braves it around the outside to Spark. Not deterred by that huge moment on the run towards the corner. He kept his foot in, kept it planted, and made the move.
Daniel Reynolds still out in front after going purple there for that first sector. Of course, the quickest of our drivers leading us out for that first lap. We're into the hot laps now as we check out the action here. There was no more real room for him to use. He was half out onto the curb, but in this instance, even in Formula V, rubbing just became racing.
Kinsella just had a nose alongside Reynolds as well, so he couldn't slot in and move left either. That was just the cars simply weren't quite thin enough to fit 3 cars wide. Although it didn't really look 3 cars wide, there was just a bit of overlap between each of those cars. And we could see those top 5 pulling away. Butcher's trying to go with them in the number 13 machine, the Team Stinger car. Team Stinger because it's the Stinger chassis that he is driving in, but unfortunately at this point in time, as we've seen all weekend long, they've just been able to edge away.
You can see that 5-car battle pack starting to move off and leave Butcher in the dust. It was a fine fantasy while it was nice and tight at the start of the race, but unfortunately Reynolds, Spark, Kinsella, first, second, third, McDonald and Porter just too hot to handle. The run down to the finish line, a move across to the inside for Spark. They'll do this pretty much every single lap, and it just never gets old, Dan.
No, it certainly does not. The margin over the line that time, a huge 0.006 of a second compared to what we saw earlier on today. But here they go, 2 by 2, Noah's Ark style, into turn number 2. Who's going to yield? They all file in line pretty politely there, actually. And at the moment, Porter's just about keeping tabs with them. But his last lap through, they all set PB laps, everybody in the entire field last time by. Of course, the first flying lap, that one. So if I look at the lap times, Porter he's just gaining, coming back into the fight. So he was dropped back at the start of the last lap, but he's coming back once again.
We can see, obviously, the effect of the toe on that run down to the start-finish line, but it really does become apparent that there are certain instances where drivers will work together to try and put down a breakaway, almost like cycling. Work together, don't take big chunks out of each other, and just get that pace down. I mean, we know these 5 are miles ahead of the rest of the field, but I'm looking to see if maybe Spark and Reynolds can broker an on-track agreement and just try and put the pace up to the next notch.
I suggested that earlier in the weekend. You laughed at me. You said they're not going to work together.
I've come around to the idea because the power of that toe is it is so powerful.
I've certainly seen them work with each other on occasion. You'll see a bit of waving and, big moment for Spark as you're gesturing in the commentary box at just how sideways that got.
Well, this is how good Formula V has been. Ordinarily, we have some very comfy chairs here in the commentary. We're both on our feet as the racing is just immaculate. A move around the outside on the run into turn 1. Has Reynolds got what it takes to tread all the way out? As it looks like McDonald comes around the outside. They go 3 wide through the fastest part of the track. McDonald had 184 kilometres through the trap and will briefly hold down first place.
It's so dirty out there. You can see him sliding through the corner, trying to hold on and take the positions. He held on to it, and he has, as a result, yielded a second place position. And he's got a nice run out of turn 3 as well. So up the inside, down the hill into 4, thinks better of it, hops back in behind.
What we have seen is Reynolds is well and truly capable of parking the nose cone of that number 78 machine under the gearbox of the car in front, as we see McDonald go super wide on that left-hander. Uses up all of the apron. And I just wonder if McDonald's got what it takes to hang with Spark, or if Spark's going to make this breakaway.
Yeah, he's certainly trying, isn't he? He's like in the cycling, trying to get a bit of a breakaway and leave the peloton for dead, but he's not able to do so at this point. He's got a bit of a margin, though, certainly the biggest we've seen in this race so far. There's a lock up there, and McDonald ran wide. Very, very wide, in fact, at turn number 8. Enough so to leave the gap for Reynolds to just slide up the inside into the kink that is turn 9. Hard to go too wide through there because of the change of direction that is turns 10 and 11.
Here they come through this left-hander onto the highest point of the track. The run down the start-finish straight is it looks like it goes for miles and miles to the horizon. The gap between Spark and Reynolds currently a half a second as they barrel into turn 1 at 175 kilometres an hour. McDonald, he's got pace. He's trapping at over 180 Ks in top gear in this Formula V, as our top 5 are right back in the mix. Throw a handkerchief over them.
I think you need something smaller than a handkerchief. Is that close on the circuit at the moment? Spark was a retirement in race number 2. Recovered earlier on, race 2 and race 3, and recovered earlier on today in race 4 from the back of the field to finish very nicely inside that top 5. That race is all about getting himself back in the fight, and he did so, and now he's more than taking it to them. He's leading this race, and I think he's the first person to lead an entire lap without being overtaken so far in this race.
Well, it's great to see that number 47 out as Reynolds dropped into that 2 spot. And Reynolds holds the points lead for the event and is looking good. I mean, at what point does he decide to just hold on? We have 7.5 minutes left. At what point do you go, let's not push it, let's just save everything, let's not wreck in the last half of the race and collect those valuable points?
Yeah, it's an interesting point you raise. A lot of racing drivers just go, I'm better off attacking and doing what I normally do rather than conserving. But we do see when championships come to that sort of climax late on in the season that those sort of thoughts come into their heads. But at this point in the season, we're only in May, I'm sure it'll be an all-out attack. You can just see the victory just a couple of tenths down the road. Yeah, a round win's great, but the chances of taking another race victory are more alluring.
Having a look back in the field, this looks like the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th between Pym, Stott and Fremantle. As we come back to our race leaders, Reynolds under fire, 3 wide for a moment there. It's Reynolds and Spark again. Door to door if they had doors. Wheel to wheel is more fitting.
Yes, I think so. In these open wheel Formula V machines, one of 3 national open wheel categories. We've already seen the Formula Ford series, and up in the not too distant future as well, we have the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship in the Aussie-made Hyper Racer X1 machines. But look at this, further back down the pack, up the inside there, having a bit of a move. But look at this, this is 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. Nose to tail on the racetrack.
I have to say, I am a Formula V convert. I think especially when you put them on a course like Sydney Motorsport Park, 4 kilometres of fast flowing, changeable surfaces with good runoff in certain areas, and just a variety of lines and opportunities. This really has played to these small horsepower open wheelers. We've seen an incredible amount of respect between all of these racers when it comes to actually picking their piece of real estate and giving adequate racing room. They've done a great job.
Absolutely. I've come to know that from commentating a lot of Formula V action over the years, both in Victoria and in South Australia over the last few years, and I've become pretty accustomed to it. I sort of take it for granted when I see them separated by a couple of thousandths and running 4 wide into corners. I'm used to seeing it, but for somebody like you to step in and call V's for the very first time, it's thrilling, isn't it?
Here we go, the run into turn 1, a big lunge there from McDonald, tries to jump up a place over Kinsella. Kinsella fights back. McDonald still looking to try and get that move done, as there's contact between Kinsella and McDonald. Reynolds and Spark are having their own battle out the front on the run into turn 2. Reynolds gets out on top with that one, as it looks like Kinsella and McDonald have managed to settle down just for a moment there with no further injury.
A moment is exactly what it is going to be as they head down the hill. So at the moment it's the 4-time champ Reynolds leading the way ahead of Spark. Kinsella, another 4-time champion, in 3rd, and then we got McDonald and Porter. So the top 5, as we've seen all weekend long, are 10 seconds down the road from the rest of the pack, but you can't separate them, can you, as they go through the 90-degree left-hander that is turn number 6 and over the crest, as they'd call it in rallying, into the fast sweeper turn number 7, and they're coming up across lapped traffic. That's the number 32 machine of Johnston, who sees them coming. Brilliant heads-up driving.
There's a part of me that was wondering if he was going to get into the mix and we were going to see a massive lunge from Porter or McDonald up for P1, but great eyes there from Johnston. He managed to get that thing out onto the apron and avoid any disaster.
We started the weekend with a few 1200cc class cars. However, I note that Matthew Bialek, the South Australian who I've called a lot over the last 12 months, he's not out there in this one. So effectively, Johnston has already wrapped up the 1200cc class honours there as the sole remaining competitor. That means that all the rest are fighting for class and outright position on the circuit. Here comes McDonald. He likes that move, doesn't he, around the outside, and he's trying it once again down towards turn 2. How many can he get? I'm not even sure he's going to get one on this occasion. In fact, he's locked up, he's running deep, and all that hard work has just been left in vain. What I would say is because he ran so wide, he probably got a bit of dirt on the tyres, which contributed to the lockup.
Yeah, McDonald, unfortunately, going to have to hold on to, well, looks like 4th now as we check back in with that 4-car pack. Check this one out. They are having the best time out there under lights.
They certainly are, aren't they? It's Pim just at the head of the pack ahead of Stott. And then I believe that's Fremantle in the blue number 44 machine. But again, we're seeing now 2 quintet battles with 5 cars in each, which is really, really cool. We haven't seen that second battle before. Butcher, though, is all by himself. He's 12 seconds behind the leaders and 12 seconds ahead of that other group as well. So he's in a very lonely 6th position. He's a many-time 1200cc champion, is Butcher. He often races these days in 1600cc, and he's doing a really good job here this weekend, as we say. In 6th position in car number 13. Unlucky for some, but reasonably lucky for him so far.
Under 2 minutes left for Spark to bring this home. He's under pressure from Reynolds in 2nd. Kinsella in 3rd. McDonald and Porter round out your top 5 as we go 1.5 minutes remaining. That classic move around the outside there. Reynolds ducks out of the toe. Cuts the nose off of Spark and looking to try and assert dominance there. Essentially shortchanging that inside line. But Spark has some great wheel speed. Looks to go around the outside. Kinsella trying to go there with him as they fan out. We've been given the word this is the final lap. Kinsella surges up, shows a wheel, but Reynolds should just about be able to cover him off. The change of direction now, though, means that we see Kinsella relegated back, Spark into 1st. Reynolds still on the fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Reynolds, though. If he can go deep enough, he can take the move around the outside. He can't do. That was tight, particularly a bit further back as well, side by side between Kinsella and Porter. Porter purple in the 1st sector on this final lap. That's because of the huge toe he had on pit straight, 181 k's an hour through the speed trap. That's 10 k's an hour faster than some of the other guys in the group. Oh no, that's one of the front runners from the 2nd pack of cars. That's the 56 of Stott that has found himself out of this race on the last lap. But here comes Kinsella. He's leaving his attack late if he wants to win this, but he's going to try and take a top 3, but washes out with understeer. All right, who's your money on, everyone? Who are you going for here as we have the drag race to the line? Spark is leading the way, but Reynolds is right there, right in behind. And look at Spark sideways, entering the final corner. That's going to cost him crucial momentum as they round the left-hander. Here we go, snaking down the straight. He's trying to break the toe as much as he possibly can, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, here comes McDonald, who's going to try and steal it at the line. Across the line they go, and it is McDonald that takes it. The top 3 separated by less than 0.03 of a second across the line. Wow, from 3rd position out the final corner, McDonald steals it and takes his 2nd race victory of the weekend.
What an incredible finish. I knew that we were going to see some snaking across that start-finish straight, but I wasn't prepared for a move from 3rd to take victory. A brilliant run right at the death knock as the action continues right to the end between Fremantle and Harriet for 9th and 10th outright. McDonald from way downtown snatches victory by 0.015 of a second from Daniel Reynolds. Craig Spark brings it home in 3rd place with Michael Kinsella charging hard for 4th. Curtis Porter rounds out your top 5 with Butcher, Pim, Babbage, Hock, Fremantle and Harriet your top 10 races here in Formula V. Race 5 at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Talk about catch your breath. Crikey, that was something else, wasn't it? Caleb Brown and rounds out the finishers. Ryan Stott, a late DNF in that one, and same can be said for a couple of the others behind that as well. The sun has very much set. The moon is out here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Great shot there, just showing the lights that we have down here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Here's the highlights.
A great launch from our front row. Reynolds had to drop into second, but it was just on for young and old. I've lost count of how many times that lead changed as we saw early contact there between Kinsella and Spark.
And here was Spark. He led coming out the final corner, didn't he? And he led for a fair portion of that race. But yeah, Spark would have been thinking, I could be on for victory here. Not a moment of not even second. Position number 3 in the end. Incredible. But yet, early on, they were really fighting for sheep stations, but the intensity just kept being turned up a notch, and up a notch, and up a notch again. And we saw some very near contact. You said there was a touch. If there wasn't, there must have been a feather between them. There was absolutely nothing.
And the battles raged even further down pack, but it was all eyes on this 5-car battle. So we saw a big washout there. It was unfortunate later on in the race.
Well, that was our winner, McDonald. With 2 laps to go, he locked up and he was temporarily in 5th position. And at the start of the final lap, he was in 4th position.
We were talking about that high-speed game of chess, and they were playing it from the front to the back, and unfortunately, a bit of an off-track lawn mowing excursion as he hurls the wheel. That was the 56 machine.
He's not happy with how that ended up. Poor stop. But here we are, the run to the line. What an exit out the final corner. 3 wide across the line. Less than half a Formula V between all 3. In the end, the official margin, 15 thousandths of a second. Mel, down to you.
Craig Spark, you were leading there for a while. I thought you were going to get your first win of the weekend and just pipped at the line.
What can you do? You're not first, you're last, I guess. So it was good racing. Everyone had a really good time, and it was close out the front. And what can you do? You lead to the line and do your best. And
I mean, you did all that weaving and everything you can do, but with a slipstream like that, yeah.
There's not much more you can do. Anyway, hello to baby Isla and Noah at home. They're watching, so hello, babies.
Well done on a great weekend.
Thank you.
David Reynolds, Daniel Reynolds, sorry, what a finish. 3 wide across the line.
Yeah, it obviously, well, I mean, I had a pretty close one the race before, but yeah, 3 across the line side by side, it must be good to watch.
Oh, it must be fun to do. I mean, the racing's just been incredible, right? You guys are there, 3-4 cars, like every corner, every lap.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic when you've got a good, close group of cars that can fight it out and keep it clean. And, yeah, as I said, the closer the racing, the more fun and exciting it is, I guess.
Absolutely. Very impressive. Well done.
Thank you very much.
P1, Alex McDonald, what a finish to that race.
That was good. It was close, coming out of the last corner and third. I wasn't sure of my chances. I was going to be close. So, yeah, good racing. So.
Yeah, did you expect to win that one on the last corner? I bet not.
Coming out of third, I wasn't sure. Maybe if you're in second, yeah, you got a good chance. But, yeah, I mean, as you can see, it was pretty close across the line. I mean, all 5 races this weekend have been pretty close. So it's been great racing. Yeah,
it's been fantastic to watch. Well done to all of you.
Thank you.
Well, that was an eventful race, wasn't it, as they have been all weekend long in the Australian Formula V Championship. The official margin, 13 thousandths of a second. Jumping alongside me, he's had a bit of a break since the TA2 race, Matt Nolte. We have the Australian Production Car Championship.
Bringing the heart rate down a little bit, Dan Mack. What a night it's been. Just been outside watching that cracking finish in Formula V just a few moments ago. Did I hear right earlier today, 1,000th of a second?
You did hear correctly. Man. Yes, make sure you go back and watch the live stream at the end of the night. It's certainly worth a watch, the Formula V race earlier on.
And people argued about the 4th decimal point when it came to timing many years ago. Boy, we needed that, didn't we? Great action there in the Formula Vs as we turn our attention to the Australian Production Car Championship. In their opening round of the season, they raced last night with some invited cars across several different categories we have here, part of the 9-category assault in this Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round at Sydney Motorsport Park. With a 2-hour race earlier today just for the production cars alone. but now it's a flat-out sprint from start to finish for the next 30 minutes.
You may think, oh, it must be a reverse grid race. A little Polo's on pole position. No. That took victory in the 2-hour endurance race earlier on today. The Mustangs that have been dominant for much of the weekend both retired late on. And we can see that one of those Mustangs has not made it back out onto the circuit. So the production car field is down to 5. But behind that, we have a whole host of invited cars, so we're going to see how this all plays out. The invited cars are just filing into position, and now we're going to get things started in just a couple of moments' time when they find their grid positions. But I can hear that the revs are rising and the lights are out. A pretty even jump from the front two initially, but then the Astra bogs down badly and falls a lot of positions.
And not the amount of cars that we saw from last night, where we had a grid of well over 20 that backed up the 7 cars that were in the Australian Production Car Championship season opener. And just like we saw last night, they're not taking long to get down to business as the Merc under attack from the big Mustang on the way up to turn 2 on this opening stanza.
So from 5th to 1st in 2 corners.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all, and I believe that's Bryce Forward behind the wheel, so that's why you pay him to come in and drive your car for you, to get you results like that straight away to the front, a true pro.
Last night he was on a rattle gun changing a tyre on that car in an unplanned pit stop, but back in familiar territory as he stretches away already, leaving the Merc to battle it out for the minor positions, and they're queuing up behind him on the way down to turn number 6 in this 30-minute sprint race. No pit stops, no driver changes. It's first the line wins.
Nice to see the Replica Tourer having a bit of a look there up the inside of the Mercedes. Replica Tourer, a replica livery for the number 46 car of Wilson, who comes over the brow of the hill. Doesn't want to get involved in any shenanigans with the production cars, so he's going to try and go around the long way, and he's going to do it. Oh no, in a bit deeper, late lock up with the right front. He's going to get a bit of momentum out the corner, and he does just about, I think, hold on to the position. Although the Mercedes clearly has some poke in a straight line, and it actually holds on. But look at the fast Charger coming into the kink, just out of the shot now. There's a real fast machine just behind the Astra. There it is. The BMW, one of the front runners in Super Tin Tops this weekend.
And while we're liking the fact the queue is getting quite long here as the Ling Falcon goes around the outside, they'll be hating the fact that number 18 car has a 7-second lead. But here comes the BMW stretching the legs at the end of the first lap.
Very much stretching the legs. Look at that down the straight. That is phenomenal straight line speed as it comes across the line.
So for our SBS Viceland viewers, we want you to switch over to SBS On Demand for continued coverage. Through turn 2 we go. So we're finding some of the faster cars didn't get it together in the first lap. Now starting to move forward. The BMW says, all right, you're not going to get past the Mercedes. I'll have a crack. Through turn number 4, while the white and forward car, 10 seconds. Now, this is going to make it really hard for the cars behind here in a short race.
It certainly will, that is for sure. 10 seconds over the Mercedes, but this is a move for second. Stewart has a bit of a look there. The number 85 machine having a look down at turn 6, and there's a spin further back. A big spin and in the barrier. That's the Falcon, the FPV car has found his nose in the wall, in the tyre barrier, and he's going to struggle to get it out of there.
It's a long lock-up, and I wonder whether there's more to that story for Ling and Jenkins. Of course, Troy Williams was suiting up to drive that car as well earlier today in the 2-hour event, so hopefully he can get that car out. There is a fairly deep gravel trap down there. And the man from the Northern Territory, a rare mistake. I wouldn't say there was a driver error for David Ling. He's done this for a long time, but it was a long lock-up heading to turn 6, but that's dropped him right out of contention now.
When the field's that bunched together as well, you hope that he didn't wipe out anybody else in that incident as well, because that was a fast off. We could see the tyre smoke down there, and it's clearly gone into the wall at some speed as they hurtle down pit straight to complete lap number 2. The lead margin keeps extending, but it's now Stewart in the BMW Replica Tourer that has taken up second position. What can he do in clear air? what sort of pace does he have compared to the production car that is leading the way, driven by Supercars driver Bryce Forward, hot off a third podium in his Supercars career in Tasmania.
Absolutely. He's stayed to hit his straps this year, that's for sure. But dominating this one, 1:46.74, 4 seconds quicker than the cars around him, with the Replica Tourers of Stewart running back in second position now. The Gunther Randall Mercedes-Benz that was caught up in that, what we'd say, a bizarre battle last night in race number 1, where tensions were high down in the pits afterwards.
Yeah, they certainly were. The Inwards were not happy with how that race finished. I saw them in the hotel last night, and yeah, they were still pretty displeased, but unfortunately not been able to make it out as a result of the impact with the Mercedes, and we have lost the morale Mustang as well, as up the inside comes the Replica Tourer. The BMW slots it up there at the hairpin, and the Polo, might follow back through as they head towards the final couple of corners on this lap. The Mercedes just behind.
So the gap 13 seconds, first to second in the Australian Production Car Championship, their final race and round 1 of the 2025 series that will take in Queensland Raceway and Winton later this year. Bit of smoke in the distance. I hope that wasn't from our leader. That is a lot of smoke, Dan McCarthy, and it's from the 85 BMW that was running in second position, and I hope that's not dropping oil on the racing line.
It very well could be. As we can see, he's just off the racing line ever so slightly. Fortunately, looks like the guys behind have seen that, and they slowed significantly down going through turn number 1, so they're aware of some potential oil going down. But notably, this car's meant to be on the track in a couple of hours' time. A front runner in Replica Tourers just taking part as a guest this weekend in this series, and it's gone up in smoke.
Look underneath the car there, so it's somewhere in the transmission department maybe. There was just a wisp of smoke that all of a sudden it got significant, and it's limping down the hill here across the access tunnel, and he's going to take it back into the paddock, which is a smart move. Like he said, he's going to be out in a couple of hours. There'll be a big question mark next to the BMW now.
Huge question mark, and oil all over the windscreen as well, so that means that there is definitely oil out there on the racetrack. His demise, though, means this is now the fight for second position, not third. And we have a huge variety of machines. You've got the hatchback Mercedes at the front, you've got the BMW M3 in second, and the big Aussie Holden just behind that. But look at this, up the inside goes the little Polo GTI. Continues to punch above its weight, as it has done all weekend long.
Good scrap, 6 cars on the way down this short straight towards the end of another lap here, as Forward just lowers his own lap record of 1:44.6 to make the margin 26 seconds. And I tell you, he's not too far away from catching our 2-hour endurance race winner earlier today, who's back in 12th position now. There's some, let's give it a minute or 50 seconds behind. But this has been a masterclass from the 18 car. But really, this is the talking point for the race, this 6-car battle, second onwards.
Absolutely. Love a couple of these old school liveries. You saw it with the BMW that went up in smoke, but also the JPS BMW. Yeah. Doesn't that look absolutely fantastic? Not quite the same model that Jim Richards drove back in the day, but really good nod.
Mel?
And we just unfortunately saw your driver, David Ling, in the wall there. You've been chatting to him?
Yeah, just run out of talent, that was about it. So looks all right, it's got a bit of a biff in the front, but we'll keep going and see how long we go.
I saw you just watching the car as it goes past, and you told him to just keep wobbling around.
Yeah, I think it's got a fair old flat spot on the tyre, so we'll see if we don't blow out a tyre, because they've been pretty bad all weekend, so hopefully it goes the distance.
Well, you ended up with a good result in yesterday's race. You ended up with a good result yesterday?
Yeah, we just kept limping around and managed to get to the end, so that was what it was about.
Good stuff. Back to you guys.
The legend Rod Dawson never holds back from making a statement. He's been around the sport for a long, long time. Down in pit lane, the David Ling car back on the track in 11th position while this battle continues. The black BMW under attack as he goes, boy, it couldn't be any more gentlemanlike, leaving that door wide open. Gets it done now to go up into second position. They're not going to catch that 18 car that's disappearing into the night These beautiful lights at Sydney Motorsport Park in the final race of the weekend of the Australian Production Car Championship at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Still 20 minutes of racing remains.
How many different cars have we had in second position? Yeah, Bryce Forward has buggered off into the distance, but behind that we've had at least 4 cars in second position at some point in this race. I think, in fact, we've had 5 now, I come to think of it, because the little Polo GTI was in second position for a little bit of time as well. So we've had a lot of different cars in that second position. Who's going to come out on top at the moment? As you say, it is Rice in the Replica Tourer car in that position at the moment. We don't have some of the Super TT cars out there this time. They're due to come out on the track in just a couple of moments' time. So a few of those cars were a invited car yesterday, but not today. As they go through turn 3, the little Astra goes over the brow of the hill. Great livery on that car. Really nice to see the good old flag on the side of it. And it looks absolutely immaculate under the lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Lights always help, don't they? When the lights are out on a racetrack, it really does make the liveries stand out.
Yeah, we should have a lot more night racing, I think, in the country. Really shows off the colours and these brake discs that get a workout around this 3.9 kilometre course. And now the Volkswagen Polo under attack. Over the top of the hill and past the bridge, past the corporate hill. Up the top there's some of the best views of Sydney Motorsport Park. This amazing precinct that now features the drag strip and the Sydney Speedway in the distance. Every night of the week there's something going on here, and well done to the ARDC over the years. This track that opened back in 1990 has seen some incredible races.
That Mercedes is very fast in a straight line. The Toyota nipped up the inside into the hairpin, but straight away the Mercedes keen to retaliate, even towards the kink at turn number 9. You can see that's a production car, that Toyota 86 out there on the circuit. And onto the straight it comes. It's a D-class car when it races at tracks such as the Bathurst 6 Hour and the like. But down the straight line, with the horsepower advantage, the Mercedes fires back through.
This Mercedes that was originally owned by the Palermo family over in the West. As we come up to David Ling. Now these guys cruising all of a sudden. What's going on up here? My eyes deceiving me, perhaps.
No, I read that the same way you did. 2 cars that are not running particularly on song and particularly quickly, and as a result the BMW's coming back into this fight. Ling, of course, is a lap down. We saw that he made the mistake on lap number 1, and he's recovered out the barriers, but he is over a lap down, and he's holding up the second place man at the moment. And we can see around the backside of the circuit that they have now made their way through. So Ling has stayed out of trouble of the BMW and will now stay out of the way of these cars as well in the Ford. Great little tribute livery as well, not only to the 1977 Moffat Bond car, but also Moffat and Bond, the 1-2 finish, but also as well to the Winterbottom car that they ran that livery as well in 2012.
Very true. And they've caught Ling at a really tricky place. He pulls to the left-hand side and lets the faster cars go by. He's in fact 2 laps down on the field after going off at turn number 6. So this battle continues on with Forward and White leading 46 seconds, Dan, and still 17 minutes of racing.
Yeah, it's quite a margin, isn't it? That's in just 7 laps, and he's gone purple in Sector 1 as well, just to rub salt into the wounds of those behind. You're probably wondering, how did this car win the 2-hour race earlier on today, the little Polo GTI? Well, the 2 Mustangs were leading the way for much of it. However, late on, the number 9 Hadrian Morale and Tyler Mecklem car had an issue with the flywheel, came to a stop late on in the race. And then on the penultimate lap, the Trent White and Bryce Forward car had an alternator issue, and that is why that car came to a stop. Awkwardly, though, that car, the number 18 Mustang of Trent White and Bryce Forward, actually completed more laps than the race winner. However, as it came to a stop and didn't cross the finish line, it doesn't matter, quite frankly. It was classified as a DNF.
Wow, all that work in 2 hours. It came to donuts earlier today. So make their way around the backside of the track. We're coming up to the halfway mark of this 3rd and final race of the Australian Production Car Championship as we head back down. Hang on, we'll hold that thought for a second, because there's a bit of contact here in the middle of turn number 5 between the Volkswagen and the Mercedes. On the way to turn 6. We'll get to J-Mac in a moment because this has got a bit of feeling between these two. It's a similar battle with just a different car taking on the Mercedes. This Mercedes will sleep well by the end of the weekend. They stay side by side down here through turn 7 and gets it done finally on the way to turn number 8. J-Mac, let's go to you.
Down here with the driver of the Grey Skyline, Mr. Harwood. We saw you, unfortunately, with an intake issue earlier on. You were telling me earlier that this is a brand new setup. Tell me what was going on.
Yeah, look, brand new setup. We've just been doing some testing this year. All sorts of little teething issues, fuel pressure, oil temperature. A couple of weeks ago, we had the intercooler pipes blow off. So I went and bought a whole lot of new ones, threw them on, but unfortunately, a couple of them weren't as good as I thought. So we put a few more on, hopefully it'll be good this time.
I saw how many hose clamps you had in there. I tell you what, you ripped into the pits and the team were all over it. Tell me, these guys, they're ribbing you off camera right now because you look like you're about to head down to the local 7-Eleven, but they help put this machine out on track, don't they?
Yeah, I couldn't do it without them. Thanks to Julian at PE Racing for helping me.
Well, we're looking forward to it, James. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So talking about teams being all over it, just down here in the TFH garages, there are people everywhere getting the cars ready for the next race. The good news is that Ben Gomesel's car, which did a gearbox apparently in the last race, is going to make it on time. So it's all happening down here, but he'll be out for the next race.
Thanks, Mel. J-Mac as well down in the pits. So that closed the loop on what happened earlier today in TA2 muscle cars. They'll gear up for the final race of the weekend with Tim Brook in the box seat to pick up the round win. Those points going towards Jared Hughes' total, but he will put himself into the record books as potentially the round winner. Meantime, the 86 continues his march with 14 minutes remaining of this Australian Production Car Championship race. Forward continues to lead. It's almost 60 seconds now, back to second place.
There's a bit of gentlemanly driving going on in this one, bit of side-by-side room being left. You wouldn't normally see that unless these cars were invited. They'd certainly be squeezing each other a bit more, really rubbing door panels, which is what we saw in the Australian production car class yesterday, and we saw it just a few moments ago with the little Polo GTI. But that Mercedes is still rocking the war wounds that it picked up in the race yesterday, and it's just got a few more bruises to add to that with the Polo paint now on the side of it, as the purple headlights are very much ablaze, coming down pit straight. What's the difference in straight line performance in these cars as they come across the line? It's pretty tight actually. The 86 a bit faster in a straight line than you might suspect, able to keep the BMW at bay, but for how long? Into turn 2 they go. A defensive block from the number 5 of Webster. This is for outright third position in this race.
Keep in mind, the 86 has got no aero on this car. The BMW's got a fairly sizable rear wing for some downforce, but has about 25 Ks, about 3 Ks between these two, straight line advantage. But the 86 making him work for it. The ultimate workhorse when you go to the 6 hour. They'll go all day and night, these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been a stalwart to Class D and have picked up the victories there more often than not. This year, of course, we saw a Mustang get on the podium for the first time in many, many years. It's been a BMW lockout in that race for quite some time. However, the fortunes have not favoured the Mustangs today. And, in fact, as I say it,
hello,
rise forward.
Have you got my curse? No! The race leader, with a 1 minute and 7 second advantage, is stopping.
Can you believe it?
Could be enough for a safety car as well. Unbelievable. He was cruising by this point. In fact, he'd backed off on the previous lap by some 7 seconds and now has stopped. Unbelievable.
Is it a quick Control-Alt-Delete, or is that thing dead? The lights went out notably, so is it another alternator issue? I'll be interested to see if he can get it refired. If the lights are on, that might tell us something, but the safety car has been called. Weirdly, Bryce Ford's still in the lead of this race, despite being stopped there for over a minute. However, I think that is about to change as the Hyundai safety car heads out onto the racing circuit and is going to pick up the Holden, who now leads the way. Although, Bryce Ford, he's still there, yes.
He's just come to a stop. Can you believe what's gone on to our race leader? Motor racing, Mel, you've seen this over the years. It's never over till it's done.
No, and we've got, and he's just on the radio to Bryce at the moment, but his crew chief, Mike, shaking his head. And what's the update?
It looks like we've done a fuel pump on the car. So, unfortunately, it hasn't been our weekend.
You win some, you lose some, I guess.
That's motor racing, unfortunately.
Tough luck.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
The effort to go into any kind of car race, you can't describe it enough. The build-up just to this event. Some of these teams raced at the 6 hour, but to be here this weekend, racing last night, left licking their wounds. Today, run the 2 hour this morning. You've got to feel for these teams and for Bryce Forward. I don't think it's going to be a simple fix. And that now puts a Replica Tourer to the race lead as David Ling comes into pit lane in the FG Falcon. So they might take an opportunity here to pluck that tyre off after flat spot. He might have no choice now because the front bumper is flapping away as he makes his way into pit lane. With the Hyundai safety car out and just under 7 minutes of competition remain. Rice, Webster and Wilson. The first of the production cars is Jarvis, who's in 4th position now.
Yeah, quite incredible how this race has changed, but I feel I should be held personally responsible for that retirement, the ultimate diesel tuning car.
Now you know how I feel.
Oh, that was really bad timing from me. That is a real shame, though. Heartbreak. That's 2 races in a row with victory in the bag with just a handful of laps to go that car has stopped out on the circuit. And that's a real shame. Heartbreak for them. And this team go to work, the number 14 machine, the FPV, having a tyre change. So we've lost now 2 of these cars really out of any sort of contention. But there's still 4 Australian Production Car Championship races nose to tail on the racing circuit. The Jarvis Polo, again, is at the front of the field, just ahead of the Mercedes. They've had a great battle so far this race. Then you've got the Holden Astra just behind as well. And then beyond that, the number 63 machine as well. And oh dear, coming into the lane, another car.
That was Natoli. I'm not sure if he was featured in the race. That was from earlier today?
No, he's lining up for the Super
there you
GTs. Go. So, yeah, he did race earlier on today, or yesterday, sorry, in the invited class. But, yes, he's lining up for Super Tin Tops out there, which is the next race on a packed schedule, which is the Hi-Tec All Super Series Round 2. So many categories still to come. We've got Legend Cars, we've got the Australian Drivers' Championship, but as we say, up next, Australian Super Tin Tops.
Not the cool-down lap that Bryce Ford was looking to do as he's been towed back in. Both he and Trent White, who finished 3rd last night in this 30-minute race, back into the paddock area. And the Mustang, the ultimate diesel tuning entry, has finished over the distance, though, on the skid pan. There's been a lot going on here the last couple of days. There was a test and tune going on at Sydney Dragway. Today it's been a lot of drifting and skid pan activities. And out on the circuit here, we've been racing since about 9:30 this morning. I saw you do this last night. Spit of you?
Certainly did not. That is for sure. That's really cool, isn't it? Just shows how sideways they can get in these conditions, but I've not really seen the skid pan in use. I haven't gone up and close and personal and actually seen it, but here is what happened.
So it's all silent. This is the replay of what happened to Bryce Forward with a nearly 70-7-0 second lead. It's in neutral at this point. He's trying to refire it, but at this point the car has said enough. Wow.
I'll tell you what, Nolts, the rate he was on, he could have lapped the entire field by the end of this race.
Yeah. That's what we'll keep an eye on up here. He was up to 9th place by that point with a lap down, but everybody else was 70 seconds behind. The silence, it's deafening for the Northern Territory-born driver, former Super 2 champion and now full-time at Brad Jones Racing. Their night has come to an end inside the second half of this 3rd race of the Australian Production Car Championship.
Nothing worse than silence inside a race car, particularly when your hopes of victory are vanishing in front of your very eyes. The car has been towed back into the lane and the crew are going to push it into the garage, but with 3.5 minutes left, I certainly don't think that they're going to get that car back on the circuit in time, which is a real shame for the Ultimate Diesel Tuning team. But out in front, this man is leading the way. Rice, a Replica Tourer driver, has made the trip from Queensland. Probably didn't think he'd be leading an Australian production car race this weekend.
Absolutely not. And he's got a chance to win outright now. Looking likely for a restart. With the big Commodore leading, the BMW waiting to pounce as the fields stack up. Careful in the background not to overlap, and away goes Mitch Rice. So we believe this is the final lap.
What a restart from Rice. He knew that there could be no overlapping, so he thought, let's go early. He went as early as he possibly could, and as a result, he has pulled a huge margin in just the first corner. That's brilliant heads-up driving, knowing that those cars behind can't overlap. Just bolt, get a margin, go as early as possible.
So just under 3Ks of racing remain. Who's going to win the production cars? Well, we keep an eye on that silver Mercedes-Benz. The cars ahead are just part of the invitational side, but at the moment, the Gunther Mercedes-Benz is leading from our 2-hour endurance race winner earlier today, with Alan Jarvis behind the wheel. This is the battle for the outright win in the Australian Production Car Championship season opener.
Oh, brilliant exit from the Polo, using all the road and much, much more, and tries to swing it around the outside now, dives up the inside under brakes, and there's going to be more contact. Rubbing panels through turn 6. That's pushed the guard, I think, potentially onto the tyre of the little Volkswagen. He's going to get away with it, I think, but certainly more panel damage.
Wow, down at turn 6. For the final time of this race, Mitch Rice, who was part of the Replica Tourers, is going to win the final race of the weekend. But the points all looking at these two cars as they make their way down towards the final turn. Jarvis has probably one more attack at this last corner.
He's going to be close enough, though. No, he is not. The headlights has come off from the corner of that car, flapping in the breeze. He's got a nice exit, but the Mercedes will have the poke. But out in front, taking the victory, Rice in the Holden Commodore takes the honours. Second place goes to the first of the Super Tin Top runners in Webster, and the best of the production cars, P4 for the Mercedes. But that was not plain and simple. He really had to fight for that one, reclaiming the place on the final lap. J-Mac, down to you.
Here with Michael from Bryce Forward's team, we saw the Mustang get towed in, the fuel hose goes on, the tap opens up, and lo and behold, Forward drives out of pit lane. What was going on?
Well, we thought it was a fuel pump at first, but we thought, well, we've got nothing to lose to try and throw some more fuel in it and see how it reacts, and she fired straight up, so we thought, let's get out there and at least finish the race.
Heartbreak, because it means potentially a misreading fuel gauge.
Potentially that's what's going on, so we'll have to have a look at that over the next couple of days.
Tough times, so best of luck.
No worries, thanks very much. Cheers.
Wow, J-Mac in pit lane, and Forward is classified in 10th position. So maybe out of fuel, a dodgy fuel read perhaps on there, but the one that got away for the Ultimate Diesel tuning team, the Ford Mustang, classified in 10th. Well, Mitch Rice wins. Gunther will take out the Australian production car outright for tonight in a very, very unreal race that we just saw here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
The second one we've seen as the invited cars join the production cars. Mitch Rice taking it by 3 seconds ahead of Jack Webster in the 86. Then we had Greg Wilson, Chris Gunther winning in the Australian production cars ahead of Alan Jarvis, Graham Woodward, Oscar Butt, Bevan Tanner, Craig Lyne, and Bryce Forward comes home 10th outright and 5th in class.
People will be reading the lap chart and going, hang on, he did a 141 and was 10th. The winner did 146.9. How did that happen? Wow. With a 70-second advantage, the car faltering at the end there. And Bryce Forward, with a splash of fuel, got back out to at least get some points for the team. Amazing. Just when you think motor racing can't throw up any more surprises, we just saw it then. So make their way back into this pit lane. But for the Mercedes-Benz team, they'll pick up the honours in the first round of the Australian Production Car Championship. They'll move to Queensland Raceway for the next round. We've got the big annual Fight in the Night event coming up there, the 3-hour endurance race at QR. And they'll wrap up later this year at Winton Motor Raceway after a very strong Bathurst 6-hour contest this year with over 70 cars up at Mount Panorama. Let's head over to the Jarvis car to shake hands. It was a spicy last lap, but Gunther and Randall dominate the weekend here at SMP.
Yes, certainly do. Well, that was an eventful one, wasn't it? Overall for the round, Jarvis in the little Polo, the lowest class car here, taking out the honours for the round. That was a spectacular weekend of action. Plenty to talk about in the opening round of their season here at Sydney Motorsport Park. for the round. Oscar Butt stayed out of trouble, collected points in all the races, and he came home second for the round. J-Mac, to you.
Mitchell Randall taking it home. This thing has seen better days, but you've brought it home for P1. Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thanks heaps for the team, for all their efforts last 2 days. They've been under this thing, you know, every day. Unfortunately, got a bit tangled up yesterday, so massive thank you to them, and, you know, gives them something for all their hard work at P1.
Congratulations, mate. Soak it in.
Thanks, you.
So there we are, the victors in that one. We'll be back on the other side of this with more from the Hi-Tec All Super Series.
Well, the lights are about to go out on grid as we're about to get away with the Australian Super Tin Tops. We welcome you back to round two of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and this should be the final round for our Plazmaman Super Tin Tops race number 4 for the S weekend. Let's get this race underway. I'm Matt Kavanagh. Joining me in commentary, Dan McCarthy, and have a look at this. It's always been a great start from Stephen Kilby in the BMW, so fast, and once again that little Chevy-powered Escort gets away to an absolute flyer there for Darren Steeden. But we know he doesn't have the pace. Look at Mark Tracy, though, coming out of third position. The BMWs were on the front 3 positions of the grid, and now we'll see the big V8 powers. Corey Gillett, who fought back last time from rear of the grid up to 7th, has a massive brake lock up there, and there was a moment where I thought something might have happened, actually made up to 6th position. Also, Brent Edwards charging through the pack. He made it up into 7th position from rear of the grid as well. So, you know, a couple of cars here that may throw a cat amongst the pigeons. So we see that Honda coming back as well from Tran.
Yeah, certainly Tran recovering after the late rate heartbreak earlier on today. Which is good to see that car back out on the circuit, and hopefully will move forward. I'm sure it will at a vast rate to knots. The Escort may have led early, but it's already now been demoted down to 4th place. It's now a BMW 1, 2, 3 out at the front of the field, but notably for the first time all weekend long, Mark Tracy is at the front of the field. Our round 1 winner is leading the way as Brent Edwards has a look up the inside around the hairpin. He's just about left enough room by the Escort, and Benny Tran's going to follow through as well. In fact, Benny Tran, I'm sure with the poke of that machine in a straight line, will and has got both cars.
And the New South Welshman, Benny Arnold, just in front in that R33 Nissan Skyline. The plane number 44 down the side. That one was fairly reliable in the last race as well. Managed to get that car home in 4th position. Still holding on at the moment. Tran, though, we've seen how super fast that K24 supercharged engine has been in that Honda Integra. Definitely the VTEC has kicked in that car as it heads down the main straight.
How fast is it on pit straight? Well, we got the answers for you through the speed trap. 230 k's an hour flying down there for Benny Tran as they go through the long turn number 2. It's quite deceiving. You can sort of see it a bit from that camera angle, but it's quite a steep uphill around turn number 2. You turn into the apex and all the way through, you're going up, 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 all the way to this point when you begin to plummet back down over the other side of the tunnel, which is what they're driving over.
Oh, here we go. The number 32 working his way back through the field, and this had a moment last race where unfortunately for James Harwood, they actually lost the intake pipe off there, which means it's not forcing that boost in from the turbocharge, and they lose a lot of horsepower. And back in turn number 6, we've got massive amounts of tyre smoke, which I assume is going to be another lock-up down there. It's almost like we've had a burnout comp or a drifting comp on that corner just from this weekend, just by the amount of black lines that we are seeing from brake lock-ups.
Harwood got all sorts of crossed up through Corporate Hill as he slot up inside of Saint. He ran a little bit wide, but he was fully committed into the corner, and he did make it stick. However, Saint has got a nice exit out of the hairpin. They're going to be side by side through 9, are they? No. Saint elects to fall back in line and allow the Skyline back ahead. But that does look like a bit of a handful to drive as the flames spit out the side of the number 32 machine, the JHH racing car.
Yeah, great to have Harwood here. Blew the engine up in 2021 and had done a full rebuild on this car with the RB26 thrown in there, which means, you know, they make a lot of horsepower when they put the right in. Oh, is that a little bit of smoke coming out the rear of the Lotus? Unfortunately, there's been a number of times we haven't seen that car from Bunton finish races throughout last season. Thought we might have got on top of that one. So there's a little bit of smoke potentially coming out of Steedon's car that time. I think Galette's got through now into 7th position. Brent Edwards had a cracking start. Have a look at him following Tran down in 6th position as well. I was having a look at some of those speeds. Looks like he's one of the fastest cars down the main straight at the moment.
Certainly is here further back down the field. And notably, we've got the recovering 111 of Saguna, who I'm not even sure has finished a race so far this weekend. It's been an absolute disaster for him for this point. Spent more time in the garage than anybody else in any category, I think, here at Sydney Motorsport Park. However, at this point in time is moving through the field quite quickly as well. This car run by the same operation that runs the Benny Tran car, and another lock-up ahead.
Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Big lock-up, and we'll try and see who that is. Saguna, like you say, another one of the Hondas out there. I'm sure we're going to see that car pick up a little bit of pace as it gets used to getting around these circuits. Great to have the big Plazmaman banners across the top of these cars as well, supporting the Australian Super Tin Top Series in 2026. Bunton and this little Lotus. Just having a look to see if we're seeing that smoke once again. Go back, Ryan Bell. Michael Ricketts just behind in the Young's Car Wash number 41 car there, leading his class at the moment. That'll be in the under 2 litre class there. Michael Ricketts been doing this for a number of years. Did the Pulsar racing. Now moved on to the Australian Super Tin Tops. Has a a small fleet of Pulsars at home to make sure he keeps us up. And Jordan Cox was one of the ones to actually build this car initially for him and keep the tune up and set it up for him. A lot of driver coaching prior to him sort of moving into that IES world over in TA2.
Yeah, Cox has helped him out for a fair bit of time on that particular machine as they go through turn number 5 and over the brow of the hill. Is he going to make a move up the inside into turn 6? No, not able to do so there. As they go out of the corner, though, nice drive from Benny Tran. He slides up the inside. Does he? No.
Well, I want to know from Arnold. Matty Sims builds the motor for him. Set it up, dry sump set up in that car, 26, the RB. And Matty Sims is out in front. And he'll be hoping that he can hold out Tran for as long as possible, knowing how quick that Honda Integra is. So Arnold got a little bit of horsepower behind there. Was third. 2 times he's been third place finishes, a well-time attack in the club sprint. A bit of downhill, uphill racing as well, those hill climbs. He does a little bit of different work in that car, knowing that the World Time Attack Challenge is here at this circuit. He's obviously got a fair few laps under his belt.
Certainly does. Out in front, a new lap record from both of our top 2. Well, Sims clearly has been cruising in these first 3 races and just collecting the points, taking the race victories while his title rival was down the order. However, Tracy leads the way in this one, and Sims has to show all that he can, setting a lap record. But notably, it's Tracy that's about half a second faster at the moment. He's extended the margin, and the Falcon, the EA Falcon, is coming to a stop just over the brow of the hill towards turn number 6. That's in an awkward position.
Dennis, that's unfortunate for the Precision Turbos entry. Him and his dad running that business, and great people to go to if you need to get your turbos looked at and rebuilt. The Sydney Turbocharger outlets and rebuilding shops. Only brand new to racing. He's only been doing this for 6 months. Not a bad way to start an EA Falcon, start to get your feel for it. I know if they know a little bit about turbocharging, that car's going to be very quick in the future.
Up the inside, signed on Natoli, who's going to hold it around the outside. Is he? No, not quite. Not able to do so, but that's a great section of track which does show how sideways you can be. Not sure if that's another lockup down here at turn 6 or the lockup from the last lap that's still lingering around. The fuel cap's come open on the tail of the Saint machine, so the filler cap has come open. That'll affect a little bit of aerodynamic performance on pit straight, but I don't think enough to lose any positions or anything, that's for sure.
The Queenslander has done a V8 swap in that car too. Obviously got the LS on board of the RX-7. 6 litres, Oh, look at that. The 245 car has just gone around the corner at the moment. Looks like he may have got that out of a situation. Well, Finn Dennis might have got that to a safe spot, so we're not going to see that Hyundai safety car come out. You can see him trying to start that. The car has had a little bit of smoke this weekend, though, coming out of what looks like the exhaust system, which means it'll be coming out of the engine. Just having a look here, Natali, Bunton. Go back to the 13 then. Matthew Giantini out of New South Wales in the A&M Racing, Truckline, Civic. A few of the Hondas out there doing quite well this weekend. And have a look at that. Trans got past Arnold and into 4th position now. And he's on another charge in the Integra. 1 down, and now he's looking at the back of Chilby in that BMW, the 226 car.
Oh no, slow for the BMW. The 226 of Chilby has got some sort of problem. There's smoke coming from the front of that car. It goes over the brow of the hill, but that has got no life in it. The smoke seems to have dissipated a little bit there, but I definitely saw a bit of smoke from the right front corner. But that is an ailing BMW down towards the turn 8 hairpin. And there's the other ailing car as well, the 245 machine. The Falcon, the EA Falcon.
Dennis, yeah. I'll tell you what, you've got to give it up for Chilby, the former Austruck champion. 20 consecutive race wins in Austrucks, and unfortunately the BMW at the moment is just putting up the smoke screen and not going to play the game. Have a look at this though. Is that Natali under a fair bit of attack at the moment?
Certainly is.
Giantini just got that Civic up underneath. You can see the big rear wing under these lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and Natali with all that experience just starts to drive away in that Audi TT.
They go past the BMW on the left-hand side, who Great heads-up driving from Chilby to stay out of harm's way. Look at Giantini, though, having a look up the inside. This car has been performing really well in the Sydney 300s and all of the endurance races, the Winton 300 as well, in recent times, getting many, many class victories. It's fast in the corners. However, in a straight line, the Lotus has the horsepower and moves up the inside. Buntin, a regular in the Victorian Super Tin Tops, has made his way to New South Wales for this round, and he's enjoying himself out there. A couple of mechanical issues early on in the weekend, but he's showing his mettle now. Big lock-up, though, as he dived up the inside, and Natoli had to back out of that one. A big lunge, but it didn't pay off. Oh, that's tight there. Through turn number 5, he had to open up the steering as Giantini dived back up the inside. Look at the 370Z vying into it now as well of Bell. Headlights ablaze on the tail of the Lotus, and based on the height difference, those headlights will be blaring straight into the cabin of the Lotus. There's no doubt he'd know he's there.
Oh no, and a tyre down. That is one of the things. That might have been where we saw the smoke, maybe rubbing there for Chilby. That's an unfortunate. Maybe they can get that in the pits and change it. We know they're not pitted at the front, so the crew can come out there, potentially hot pit change that as we have a look at Giantini go through. This one's going to be a great little stoush between two people who've done a lot of this style of racing. Giantini, obviously in 2024, the Sydney 300 was second outright and first in Class B at the Winton 300, so likes to get a lot of seat time in that little Civic. It's been extremely reliable. Is that Bunting down the inside as well, and the Lotus potentially. Natali, take nothing away from that. 2024, he won the Australian Super TT Championship in his class. 2.4 litre turbocharged Audi.
And just honing in on the back of all of them with huge performance horsepower in a straight line is Peter Ryder. He's going to get a couple of them there. You hear the little turbo there, couldn't you? Spooling up around turn 3. And that can only mean it's Corey Gillett there in the number 27 car. He's recovered well, hasn't he, throughout the day, and he's now up into position number 7. Looking to get 6th from Steeden. Oh, they're dropping like flies here at the moment,
Draper.
aren't they? Draper in the Mini.
The Mini man. Not good to have him drop out back into racing after 30-odd years of sitting on the outside. And yeah, that's not great from him. He was 4th outright, 3rd place finishes in the Mini Series years ago. He's choosing to stick with the Minis. He loves them. Here's the Mini man as it looks like we're going to head into our final lap here. We'll check out our Ringers Western leaderboard at the moment. Tracy in the lead, followed by Sims, Tran, Arnold, Edwards, Steeden, Gillette, Harwood, Saint, and Giantini. Make out your top 10. The final few corners to negotiate for all of these cars. Unfortunately, the Miniman is going to stay on the inside that time. Draper, looks like that car has broken down. We'll have to get a recovery after we finish this race with the checkered flag getting ready to come out. Natali, he's just dropped off the pace, hasn't he, at the moment? Unusual to see him drop back. Is it Ryder that's gone by him?
Yeah, Ryder got the huge run on the pit straight. And yeah, he's bolted down the road now. He's quite a bit further ahead going around the final corner. Ryder in 11th position. But out in front, he's put a lap on an awful lot of cars. He's lapped up to 18th position in a field of 30. And he's going to come home and take his first victory of the weekend. Sims looked like he was on for a clean sweep. However, in the final race, Tracy has turned up the notch. He stayed out of trouble, got the lead at the start, and has continued to pull away. In the process, he's broken the Australian Super Tin Tops lap record, and he takes the final race victory in Australian Super Tin Tops. Second place is going to go the way of Sims. He fought hard, did the best he could. He also broke his lap record, but not enough to stay with Tracy in the end. And behind that we have Benny Tran, comes around the final corner, waving to the volunteer marshals and officials, and crosses the line in 3rd. Great result for him after heartbreak. Started on pole in the Sydney 300 2 weeks ago.
Oh no, that's a lap traffic there for Edwards. What a comeback from him, 5th place that time. Flying down the main straight for the XR6 Turbo there, the Barrett Turbo, boosted up and very quick. It's a 5th place. Steeden waiting for him to come round in the Escort, and there we go, the small block-powered Chev in the front chassis rails with Gillette right behind, and the Sylvia Harwood will be in 8th position in that Skyline before the Falcon of Saint. Oh, sorry, we'll wait for the RX-7 of Saint. That Falcon actually a bit further back. Might be Petit, actually, down there. So we get our Australian Super TTs off the track now. We'll have to do a bit of a recovery there, unfortunately, for the Mini. That's unfortunate for Draper there, who won't finish this race. Still in a couple of positions to be finalised as they come around the final corner down the main straight. Have a look at the Beamer on the outside. Can he make an impression on Ryan Bell potentially in the final moments of this? Ooh, just having a look at that. Bell Pigden gets him in the end, and it's by 1500ths of a second. Not much over the finish line there as we check out some of the highlights. Oh, have a look at Corey Gillette. He's just putting on a show now, trying to finish these tyres off. He did do a little bit of drifting in this car in his previous motorsports life. Had this car for many, many years.
Shows how much horsepower he has under the right foot to be able to do that. Here then are the results. Tracy taking it by over 10 seconds in the end, ahead of our round winner, Matt Sims. Behind that we have Benny Tran, Ben Arnold, Brent Edwards, Darren Steeden, Corey Gillett sliding the number 27 around on the in-lap ahead of James Harwood, Tony Saint and Matthew Giantini.
Yeah, Peter Riderman to get up to 11th, followed by Bunsen in the Lotus and Natali. Pigden got through just on the line by 1500ths of a second over Bell. That's back to Michael Ricketts in the Pulsar as well. Nathan Findanas, hopefully they can get that car fixed for next round, because that'll be exciting to see what he can do after just 6 months in the category. Let's head down to pit lane though with our winners. Down there with Mel Price.
Okay, Mark Tracy, a win to end the weekend. What a great result.
Yeah, fantastic. We come here to Sydney with some old tyres. We never put any new tyres on this for about 6 or 8 years, so everyone was throwing new tyres at every race, so we thought we'll join the crew and look what happens.
And it's resulted in a new lap record as well.
Yeah, okay, no worries, that's pretty cool. It's good. We were tuning it all weekend trying to find, chase the understeer out of it, so it's good. Blake's been on the spanners, Jack's helping out. Cool fun. I'm normally watching Blake every other weekend, so it's good.
Yeah, it's good to see, you've been getting up there, and it hasn't all gone your way, but once you got to the front, you were super fast, yeah?
Yeah, it's been cool.
So you guys came into this championship on equal points. It's still going to be super tight at the top. Can't wait for the next round.
Yeah, should be good. I think Queensland's next. Yep, can't wait.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to see his son there, Blake. Just checking the tyre pressure in the background, really running that car here this weekend. Well, up next, we've got Open Wheelers back out on track. It's the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship coming your way after this short break. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Well, Sydney Motorsport Park looks absolutely fantastic under lights, just like the racing we've had this weekend. Welcome back to the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. The Australian Drivers' Championship are out there warming up their tyres and the little Hyper X ones. They're like a mini Formula One car about to get unleashed on this 4-kilometre circuit, 11 corners. They're going to have to negotiate a lot of downforce in them. There's been a lot of talk about how they've just been changing the wing setup on these cars just to get a little bit more. There's a couple of hard luck stories this weekend. Nico French, Dan McCarthy, has had some big moments. We'll get to that very shortly. Let's have a look how it's all going to start out. Dominant this weekend, Hayden Crossan will start out at number 1 with Sterling alongside Hamish Leighton, who's leading our Masters class in 3rd position with Kyle Gordon just behind this. Bradley Smith, Nico French, who just made it out to the grid. Dean Crook back in 7th, uncharacteristic for him. Then it's Gardner, Stasi and McGarry to round out your top 10. Ewan in 11th, Catlin in 12th, then it's Lewis Davey, Rory McKercher, who won't be happy about 15th, Chris Peters will be out of 16th, and Rod Summons will be right at the back of the track. Now, he's been working on 4 cars this weekend as part of his team who are here, so they have not had a lot of sleep.
No, and they've had a couple of issues. My understanding, though, is that he won't be out for this one. Unfortunately, he's done for the weekend. But we do have the other 16 cars on the racetrack for this, the final race of the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship for this round. It's their 4th round of the series. For much of it, it's been dominated by Damon Sterling. Coming into this round, he won 10 of the first 12 races. However, so far this weekend, it's been all about Hayden Crosland. He's starting from position number 1 on the grid.
Time to get this race underway. What's the start going to be like? Who's going to take a nice big risk here? Will Sterling take a dive? Because Crossland's been super dominant. We see the final couple of cars come around and form up this grid. Peters at the back with McKercher. Now we're ready to go. The lights are out, and listen to those high buses. They start to get the big RPM and have a look around the outside. For a moment there, Girton might have a look in the green machine. Can he get it done? Leighton with a lot of experience there, staying down the inside. He's had a couple of podiums and they go right out on the ribble strip there. And for a moment I thought something was going to happen to Sterling and Girton, but they managed to just stay apart. And in the meantime, Crossland, well, he gets away with another great start.
Yeah, Girton really had a look. Oh, Spinner further back through the field. Can't quite see who that is. I think it's Gardner in the 25, and it is. Josh Gardner has looped it around. He's been running really well this weekend. Started this one from 6th position, but he is around on the exit of turn number 2. Carl Girton trying to take the fight here early on to Hamish Leighton, and he's going to swing one up the inside, is he? As we look further back at Dean Crook, who's not had a good weekend by his lofty standards. He says, I just can't find the setup around here at the moment. But he's in 2 minds because he's one of the category owners and founders. So he's got his hat on, really. I'll come back to that point in a minute as Leighton locks up, runs wide, and allows Girton the easy route through.
After his weekend that Leighton has had, it's been a high for him, really. Like he said, in the early days of the Australian Drivers' Championship, he got a couple of podiums, but since then the category has grown. It's multiplied 4 times more than what it was when he was racing then. So he said to get a podium this weekend really felt like his first real podium where he earned it.
And that takes me perfectly back to my point about Dean Crook. As the category owner and sort of manager behind the series, he said, I'm really disappointed personally to be 7th. But that shows the calibre of the series that this now has. The fact that, in the early days he was the inaugural series champion. He could, almost do it one-handed and still finish on the podium. However, now he really has to fight, scrap for every position. And he described the race earlier as the hardest 7th he's ever done as Catlin. A failed manoeuvre up the inside into turn 2. Sees him make contact and spin around. So he went up the inside of Bradley Smith. In a bit deep, in a bit late, made contact with the 74, but it was he that came off worse.
Yeah, Girton, the Queenslander, leading this little pack in 3rd position with Leighton just behind and Nico French as we go back to a replay of that moment. And Catlin just comes down the inside. Smith, there's a little bit of a crossover there, but probably didn't come up just enough on the inside for the drivers to see. And Catlin will live to fight another day, unfortunately. Oh no, car has stopped. They're fairly robust. They take a little bit of impact on those steering arms. I don't know if that would have broken.
It's more these, Leighton wide again at the turn 8 hairpin. He's got a reasonable exit and should just about hold off Nico French. But yeah, going back to why the car still stopped, quite often what happens, you see quite a bit in go-karting as well, when the engines get hot, they're quite hard to start. So if you spin around, have a slide like that, the engine's overheated, overworked, and a bit stressed out, and they won't just refire straight away. So sometimes you have to wait 30, 40 even seconds before you can refire it. So hopefully that is the case, and he can get that back running again.
Yeah, not a good spot to be on turn number 2 as Nico French has a look down the inside. He only just made it to the form-up grid here before. Got a word that he was down there bleeding the brakes on this after a broken gear shifter. And oh no, Catlin is still down there, and I think we're going to have a localised yellow. We're just waiting to see if anything happens on our Ringers Western timing screen there. If we see anything happen for the safety car to come out, we'll wait eagerly for that decision to come through. Hopefully he can still get that starter potentially. But Nico French, yeah, it's still working. They had a broken gear shifter. Also did a clutch this weekend, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Rory McKercher, who's further down in the list as well. We know he's sort of slightly different setup, obviously. Coming out of a wheelchair and driving in these things, he can't push the clutch in and things like that, so he's got some paddle shift stuff there as we see another lock-up from Leighton, and he's looking like he might have a spot on those tyres, and it's turn 6 again. But Rory came in last race. Unfortunately, they said the clutch was slipping. They've actually locked the clutch up in that, the mechanics, so he can still change gears, but he had to have a push start to get that car going. So they're going to take it out and send it no matter what, as we see the yellows come on, and the Hyundai safety car is going to be released out onto this track, which will condense the field back up, and hopefully Leighton can reassess the damage to that front tyre that he keeps locking up.
Yeah, it's not good for Leighton. That's 3 very significant lockups with just 3 laps in the book. So yeah, he has held on to position number 4. He has lost out to Girton early on. He's just about been able to keep Nico French at bay to this point in time. But we can see the Speed Cafe Hyundai safety car is out there on the circuit to pick up these drivers. So far this weekend, everyone's been saying practice was carnage. Everybody was spinning left, right and centre. However, since then, it's been so clean, so fair. We've had green flag running all the way since then. However, that has come to an end on the final lap of the race. So we can see the safety car driver just pointing, saying, make sure you drive to the inside of the circuit.
Well, as we recover this hypercar out in the Australian Drivers' Championship, we're lined up behind our Hyundai safety car. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere because the race will be back underway very shortly. Sitting here behind the safety car now, our hyper racers are going to have to try and maintain the temperature in these tyres, and that's what it's all going to be about. Drop down to about 12 degrees out there now at Sydney Motorsport Park, and with a light breeze, it's feeling about 11, but we didn't have a lot of UV on the track this afternoon, did we? It got very cloudy, Dan.
Yeah, it certainly did. But temperatures have plummeted since then. It's a lot colder this evening than it was yesterday, I feel anyway. Yesterday it was sunny really late on through the day until the sun set, whereas those last couple of hours of no UV on the circuit have meant that the conditions around here are pretty nippy at Sydney Motorsport Park. That's not what you want to see. Zach Catlin being towed off the circuit. I spoke to him, I think it was yesterday afternoon, and he was saying to me, he's pretty pleased with how the weekend's been going. He's been in and around the top 10, steadily moving forwards. And he said it was so good to fight against Smith, Stasi, and even Dean Crook as well. That next group that he hasn't really done much racing against so far in his short career in this series. However, that's not how his weekend he would have wanted it to end. He was fighting those guys, but in a little bit too deep at turn 2, made contact, and was the victim of his own move there, unfortunately. But out in front of the field is Hayden Crosland, the New South Welshman, is leading the pack, and it looks like the safety car lights are out because the safety car is pulling away from the field at a rate of knots, so we're not too far away from a restart. A quick safety car period, 1 lap, back off the circuit, and we're going to get things straight back underway.
Crosland, the former Ferrari Driver Academy entrant there. Got a bit of time there with Ferrari. He's a real talent, 3rd in the championship in 2024, and after had an incident there where he lost a lot of points at one of those rounds, he's been dominant this weekend. Crosland, great in qualifying, But in race pace, no one seems to be able to stay with him. As who have we got coming down the inside there? Are they trying to go into pit lane or potentially just going to stop us with a restart? Sterling knows this is an opportunity, though, after Crossland got away on that start. And somebody thought they were going to get away a little bit early there. I think they are pulling back.
That's Chris Peters at the tail of the field. Crossland leaves it pretty late and now goes on a big swerving job. The snake down pit straight to try and stop Sterling from getting a tow. Sterling's going to go the high and a wide line around the outside at turn 2, or thought about it anyway, but he doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable to Kyle Girton. A big send around the outside at the turn 2 hairpin, and now he's going to have the inside for the next corner. Up the inside into turn number 3.
And Crossland leads us out after the safety car, still with Sterling. Can't manage to get a move done at the restart of this race. Girton had a look as well. Nico French still back in 5th position with Crook right behind, so made up 1 position. Smith, well, that was the incident where he touched wheels with Catlin, and unfortunately Catlin unable to get that car restarted and towed off the track here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But the race well and truly underway with just over 5 minutes remaining here. The Australian Drivers' Championship. It's been fantastic to have them up here on our screens and under the lights. I know they've been enjoying that as Nico French looks to go down the inside of Leighton here at turn number 8. Can't get it done. Leighton manages to just hold on. We've seen a few brake lock-ups from him during this race.
Here they go around the final section of the lap. Out in front, the top 3 have pulled away from Leighton, who's been in top 3 contention all weekend long. However, these front brake lockups have cost him dearly so far. Crossland comes across the line. The margin, 1 point, or just under a second. It was 1.2, but a big gain back from Sterling on the run to the line. Back under a second. Nico French said to me just before, during the dinner break, P4, I'm after P4. I'm determined to get it, and I think I can. And here he is, fighting for it right here, right now, late on the brakes around the outside in the Suzuki-sponsored car, but he couldn't make it stick there. He had a good attempt, but just ran in a little bit too deep.
Inviting Crook into this little battle they've got going on for 4th position now as he's back down there. In the meantime, let's quickly head down to pit lane with Mel.
Zach Catlin having a go there at the start of the race, but unfortunately it didn't end well.
Yeah, just had a bit too much of a crack, I think, into turn 2. The slipstream down the straight is just absolutely mega in these cars, and I found myself in a pretty good spot off the start. Probably got a bit too excited, so yeah, had a crack, had a bit too much of a crack, yeah.
Oh, you've got to have a go, live and learn, cheers.
Got to have a go, cheers, thank you.
He's a great young talent. We can't wait to see how he evolves in the Australian Drivers' Championship down there either. So, unfortunately, that doesn't see him finish this race. We've got plenty more to talk about. Have a look at Nico French still just consistently having a look for an opportunity to get past Leighton. Crook just in the background, just seems to be off the pace just a fraction. Crossland, though, is so dominant out in front through the 2nd sector.
French is really close to tagging the back there of Leighton through the turn 10 left-hander, and he's got a huge run onto the pit straight. Has French. He fires up the inside down towards turn number 1. I reckon he'll have the move made already down there. However, can Leighton go around the outside? You can in these cars because of the aerodynamic performance of them, and we are witnessing that through the first corner. But here comes Dean Crook. He's got the slingshot on them all. He's up the inside, but French says no, I've fought hard for this place, you're not stealing it from me. But he runs in a bit too deep, and Dean Crook has pinched both positions. So Nico French did for about 10 metres take the place, take 4th position, but Dean Crook takes them both and he steals 4th.
The experience, isn't it, of Crook there at that time, just to know where to position the car, how he's going to hold it out. Nico French really just stays in the same position. Unfortunately, the cars around him move. Smith just in the background of Leighton, who needs to watch out. He's just dropping off the pace a little bit. Maybe he's used up a little bit of tyre this weekend. We'll have to have a chat with him a bit later on, knowing they get 3 sets of tyres across all their rounds of racing for the year, so they get to choose where and when they're going to use them. He might be happy with the results this weekend and potentially just trying to get the last bit of life out of those tyres as well as they circulate around. But yeah, going back to our leaders, Crossland, he's been nearly a second faster in the middle sector overall for most of the drivers. You can see him just backing out of it a little bit now, and I'm sure the comms from pit lane is going to be like, you just need to manage this gap at the moment. There's no need to keep wasting these tyres. The domination that you've had here has been a real charge in the championship for you. It's going to help you catch up a lot of points to those in front of you, especially Damon Sterling, who started the season off impeccably, where we saw him get 10 wins out of 12 races.
Yeah, absolutely right. Through they go, round turn one. The top three are miles ahead of this pack. Side by side once again through turn one. Nico French on the outside this time of Dean Crook. He's in late again, trying to swing it around the outside. And the same can be said further back as well, as Smith had a real look up the inside of Leighton, who just doesn't seem to have the pace in this one. That's bad news.
Yeah, I reckon that's going to be that clutch for Rory. Unfortunately, stuck in the car as well, so they get that off the track. But yeah, they mechanically locked that clutch up. He had to be push started to come out to this race. He said, still changes gears when I'm out there driving around, but they were just doing it to limp this car home for the final race. They'll have to go back and do a bit of work on that car before the next round.
You could see him punching the wheel. He was really unhappy with that, and rightfully so. With just 90 seconds to go, just a couple more laps and he would have been home and dry. That's a real shame for him to end his weekend with a retirement. But we focus at the moment on this fight for 6th position. Leighton has had such a strong weekend, but it's just not worked out for him in this one. It's been really interesting this weekend. They've never been here before in this category. A real reset, but here coming to the line, Hayden Crosland. One more, no, we are. Checkered flag across the line. He celebrates. It's a clean sweep. His first clean sweep in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship, taking the victory in the end by just 1.7 seconds. He sets a really fast lap as well to end things. Further back, they are nose to tail across the line from 6th through to 10th. They are separated by just 3 seconds. But what a performance from this man all weekend long. He had them covered in qualifying, and he took all 4 race victories. As I say, Matty, his first clean sweep in the category.
What a place to do it. His home track, family and friends here as well. I went down there and there's a whole group of them celebrating as well. Let's have a look at the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship results for race number 4. Hayden Crosland goes 4 from 4 this weekend with Damon Sterling, the runner-up. Girton back in 3rd. Nico French, what a fight there he had with Dean Crook to hold on for 4th. Hamish Leighton, unfortunately relegated back to 6th, and it's Smith, McGarry, Stasi and Davey to round out your top 10. A couple of retirements in this one, unfortunately. Kircher there, we saw him go off in the 95 machine, so hopefully they'll get that repaired for the next round. I'm sure it'll just be that clutch. Another one of those ones is Zach Catlin there, who unfortunately made contact with Smith and just came in a little bit too hot on one of those ones and didn't manage to finish the race. But let's have a look at some of the highlights. There's quite a few of them, Dan.
Oh, certainly were, weren't they, in that one? Great start, very equal between the top 2. And we went very briefly 3 wide around turn number 1. And there was a little bit of a touch even between Sterling and Girton. Gardner was facing backwards at turn 2, and Leighton had the first of many significant lockups.
This was the moment there where we just saw Smith make contact with Caitlin, and unfortunately Caitlin was trying to go up the inside, and that hurt the car, which brought the safety car out. Couldn't restart it. Crosland, well, he was weaving and ducking and trying to make sure he could get them out of the tow. For a moment there, we thought that Sterling was going to have a dive, but he couldn't quite get it done. And then we went back to this battle. Nico French starting to head through the pack. He had Dean Crook behind him, and they had to try and make an assault on Leighton, who was in front of him at that stage for 4th position. Eventually, Nico French had a go, but Dean Crook was the victor out of all this, because while they were going side by side, Dean Crook snuck up the inside and managed to get that position for a moment. When him and Nico French kept that battle going, and he managed to get that position back.
Certainly did. Smith had a bit of a look there at Leighton late on in the race. But this is a great tussle for position number 4. And in the end, it did go the way of Nico French. But this man was peerless all weekend long. Hayden Crosland in the Carbon Racing machine taking the victory. His 4th, a clean sweep for the local New South Welshman. And a fantastic performance.
Well, the celebrations are going to go late into tonight here. Obviously being the local kid. As we see the celebration, have a look at that. The celebrations down in pit lane. The crew are there. I think there's going to be a little tear shed at this point. You can see it there, just behind the glass, it's starting to well up a little bit.
They said to me coming into this weekend, it was a challenging round 2 at One Raceway. They dropped a lot of points to the title rivals, but they've gained it back here. Down to you, J-Mac.
Congratulations, Hayden. A job well done. Your first clean sweep, and it happens on home soil. And these guys were all here to see it. How do you feel?
Mate, this is the best feeling. No words can describe it. Had a big week leading up in this, and it's really good. So good.
Congratulations. It's a hard-fought victory. What does it mean to you?
Oh, it means the world. Like I said, I had a big week. I lost my pa about a week ago, so huge week, but I did it for him, and we did it. Let's go.
Hayden, get in there. Guys, give it up.
You can see why it's been such an emotional weekend for him now, can't you? Crossland, who's been just doing it out there. He'll have his grandfather in his thoughts there, I'm for sure, and have all his family and friends here. The celebrations are going to keep going, I think, down in the pits later. And tell you what, I wouldn't want to be the local pub. I reckon it's going to be a big one for those boys.
Yeah, certainly will be. And you can see, I think, a few tears being shed now as he is hugging everyone down there. He's absolutely delighted, and rightfully so. What a performance from him this weekend. We're going to go from one open wheel category to another now. We've gone on to the Australian Formula Ford Stars Series. Kobe Williams has been peerless so far this weekend. He will start from the front of this one, ahead of Lachlan Evernet, who once again was the bridesmaid earlier on today. Joe Fawcett will come out of third, William Lowing fourth, and then the field continued to come through with Ethan Fitzgerald and Jamie Rowe rounding out the field.
Well, Rowe won't be there. I actually went out and had a look at that car after the rollover. A lot of dirt in the air intake and things like that. They get a bit of bar work to clean up on that one. I'm sure they'll get it done before the next round. But can these two go at it? Williams and Evernet, are they going to fight this out again, or will Fawcett decide that he's got to make a move very early on? Let's wait for the lights to go out here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Have a look how good it looks lit up here for this Saturday night of racing. The Sydney sundown, well, it's well and truly down now. It's down to 12 degrees, the cool air. These cars are going to have optimal performance right now. Can they keep the temperature in these tyres? We're going to see them slide around and get really excited. Have a look down the inside from the second last row there. It looks like we might have a run. Johnson was it, as he has a look down the inside along the wall. And Williams once again will take ownership of that lead.
He certainly does. He goes the full defensive line. Down to turn 2, a big lockup, a huge lockup from Lachlan Evernet. He sailed it wide. He's just about held on to second position. William Lowing made a good start. He had to prop up as a result of Evernet swinging back onto the racing line, and that assisted Fawcett in retaining third position. So they were wheel to wheel through, midway through that corner. And William Lowing just had to back out at a crucial moment. Hunter Salvatore's right in there, directly behind Lowing as well. This is great stuff to kick things off, but that was a big lockup for Evernet. He'll be feeling that potentially for the rest of the entire motor race.
Yeah, we can see those outer limits are really rough on these cars. They're so low to the ground. I don't know how much longer they can keep taking that type of abuse, and before we're seeing potentially some damage come through. The pack not too far spread out at the moment, still under a couple of seconds amongst all 11 cars out on track. Williams just opens up a little bit now. It's down to, well, it's opened up to just over half a second. A little bit of sparks there from underneath the car. You're really going to worry about it on that turn 11 there. If you go to that outer section, it's a little bit off camber. It tries to pull the car away from turning left. And Evernet gets a good run down the straight here. And we'll have a look at what the speed difference is, especially with a little bit of toe force. It looks a little bit further back at the moment. And as they head down, have a look at that, 5 kilometres, 6 kilometres an hour for Fawcett, who's got the advantage down here. And will there be enough toe to make a charge on Williams?
And not enough into turn 1, but he's pretty close at turn number 2. Tabitha Ambrose had a difficult first lap. She fell down a couple of positions into 11th. Oh, Fraser Highs dropped off the road out onto the wet and soggy grass. He's back out on the track, rejoining at turn number 2. Clearly an off-track excursion at turn 1. That drops him to the tail of the field. So everybody behind him has been promoted up one position with that mistake. Once again, though, it's Johnson versus James. We saw it in the race earlier on today, and the battle has been resumed.
Ford do make a lot of agricultural machinery, but it's not designed in this series for them to be going off and trying to carve up the grass and churn the dirt here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Want to keep that beautiful green grass out there. They just start to open up the gaps a little bit more. They find their racing room at the moment. Johnson in the 14, as you can see there, in 6th position, with James just behind. They're not too far apart. That's only 0.3 of a second, so they got a little battle going on for that 6th position to make them halfway up the field. The top 3 have opened up a little bit of a gap. Fawcett, though, is just a little bit further back. I don't think he's going to be able to make an impact on those top 3 unless he can get those tyres up to temperature and maybe cut some lap times already. We're seeing Williams really fast in sector number 2, and he goes a 1:35.38, which is the fastest lap of this race so far, the first full flying lap. And you can see the cars moving around as that draft down the main straight, though. And have a look, Evanet now is going to have another look down the inside. Super aggressive tonight compared to yesterday, where we wouldn't have seen him make the same move, and he gets the lead. And are we going to see this exchange of position number 1 again like we did last race?
There's a real ding-dong battle between these two in the opening race of the night. So let's see how this one plays out. Fawcett was with them all race long earlier on. He's been dropped back by about half a second at this point in time, but I'm not ruling Fawcett out by any stretch of the imagination. Let's not forget, he came from the very back of the field to finish in 3rd yesterday. In fact, I found out earlier on today that they only just made it out for that race. Due to the damage that was sustained in the opening race yesterday, it was a rush to get that car back out. And while all other cars were on the outgrid, that car was still being repaired. It was last-minute fixes to get that car out there, and it just about joined the grid seconds before they rolled out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, he's going to have to do a little bit of work here. That's blown out to almost a second from the leader, half a second back from those 2 at the front. That's unfortunate. Them just out on their lonesome at the moment, Lowing in 4th position now, stuck between them. Salvatore, well, he might be able to try and catch that up. Really, the battle for 6th position between Johnson and James is the one at the moment, as well as Bellac needs to watch out for Ambrose in the back, because they're going to fight it out for 8th position. But here's your leaders. Do they exchange that number 1 position again? It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Or can Williams get the run? Evanet's held him out in this run down the main straight, and will this be the race?
They were both pushing hard through turn 1. That's the most amount of curbing I've seen them use. They weren't too far away from dropping a couple of wheels off there. They are pushing hard through turn number 1 now, really exploring all of the racetrack through there. It's a real brave corner. You've got to be super committed in there. You've got to commit early. Think, okay, this is how much I'm lifting. Get back on the power midway through the corner. The problem is, if you're in too deep, you don't want to lift, because if you do, you're going to leave yourself as like a dead duck down in towards turn number 2. You have to, if you commit to the throttle, stay with it all the way through the corner.
Just have a look at Evanet and Williams. They're starting to pull away. It's really in this second sector where you can see they've got an advantage over Fawcett. Oh. They do move around quite a bit, don't they? You would think they look very light and nimble out there, but they slide on these tyres. And again, as the night cools down, we saw it last night as well, cars starting to move around. Didn't matter what category of racing we had out there, it just wasn't the same amount of grip that we saw in that late afternoon after the sun had been on the track.
Through into the kink of turn 9, and then the final couple of left-handers. It's the fight between Johnson and James again. Johnson, the number 14 machine, the Victorian, the accredited distributions and snack brands sponsored machine. That's a Spectrum 14B, so one of the more modern Spectrums. 14 really refers to the year of manufacture, so 2014 car. All of them pretty much within a couple of years, but again a lock-up from Evanet down in towards turn 2. He's clearly feeling the pressure from Williams behind. We saw him run wide through Corporate Hill last lap. A lock-up there at turn number 2. These two are close together on the racetrack, and just a quarter of a second separating them at the end of the last split. But it looks to me like Evanet's really having to work hard to stay there at the moment.
And have a look at Fawcett, just goes purple in sector number 1, meaning run the fastest time of the race so far. And a brake lock up on turn 6 there for Evanet. It's happened a number of times now. I wonder whether they've rotated that tyre around inside left at the front once again.
Well, if you remember, they have 6 tyres for the weekend, not 6 sets, 6 tyres. So a lot of them, all of them in fact, threw 2 new tyres on the right-hand side for qualifying and kept them on for race number 1. However, now it's a case of moving the tyres around, just trying to find which 4 are your best and where do you put them on the car. And that's the state of play that they are at out there on the circuit at the moment. I spoke to Kobe Williams earlier. I said to him, how do you think tyres are going to be come the end of the weekend? He said to me, well, I'm pretty confident I'll be all right. However, others were not quite so confident, and we can see that at the moment. Williams looking the more comfortable out there as he swings it through turn 2 in position 2 in the ACM Finance-sponsored Formula Ford. He's close here, but not close enough for a move up the inside.
Well, Fawcett, he's just going to follow him through, not trying to take a different line like we saw in the previous race. I think just content to sit there for a moment, have a think about this, be patient, because we know that Williams is going to launch an attack on Evan, even if he's waiting, potentially knowing what they did last time. He chewed up a little bit of tyre, continually tossle it, trying to fight it out for that number 1 position, so potentially just sitting back behind and taking a few laps to regain that composure and wait till a bit further, or a bit later on in the race, really. With just over 11 minutes left remaining in this Formula Ford Super Series race. It's their second round in the series. We can't wait to take them up to Queensland. I think they're going to be exciting at the paperclip there. A couple of rounds. Malala is going to be a fantastic one for these cars.
Couldn't agree anymore. And up and down the lane, Malala National Racing will be the first national motor race meeting there in over a decade. So none of these guys have ever raced there. In fact, I can pretty much very safely say that all of them have never even been to Malala Motorsport Park, so it's going to be a real interesting one, that one. Of course, we've got Queenslanders, Victorians, New South Welshmen. Evernette's a Queenslander, followed by 2 Victorians out there. So we're going to very much Lachlan Evernette's home territory for the next couple of rounds. But Malala, that's a clean slate for everyone. Doesn't matter even if you are a South Australian like Ethan Fitzgerald. It's a plain sailing, no advantage round for anyone.
Just a couple of little moments there for Williams. Just moved around, but look how close he is on Evernet now. Got that draft down the main straight, and it yields an 8-kilometre-an-hour advantage for Fawcett as well to go down there. So there's a lot going on if you want to dissect that. Just wasn't quite close enough to take advantage of it. Evernet will be hoping that potentially going to try and break some of this draft and can just open up enough of a gap that can hold out Williams. And the ACFM Finance car is just waiting for the moment. Fawcett he seems to be locked in the same pace as the cars in front, but just can't take advantage of it at the moment. Potentially really having to drive that car hard, might not have the same setup. A few minor adjustments in these cars. They would have learnt from last night with the changing conditions what they need to do with tyre pressures, and a little bit of a wiggle under Evernet under braking, but it doesn't look like that locks a wheel up. It's nice and smooth through turn number 8. We head down this little back straight. I'll exchange the right and left-hander. They'll worry about turn 11. They won't want to drop those right-hand wheels over into that off-camber section.
How good is this championship leader having to fight for this one? Kobe Williams on 430 points. His 2 closest title rivals are ahead and behind him. He is in a sandwich between the 2. He doesn't want that though, and he's got a lovely toe down the pit straight this time. Evernet forced to defend around the sweeper. Can Kobe Williams cut back to the inside, do a bit of a crisscross for the inside at turn 2? He's going to try. He's late on the brakes. Deep, deep, deep up the inside and through. Fawcett wanted to follow through as well, but there was no room at the end.
Well, he just quite wasn't close enough, was he, to put the inside of the car up. He probably could have gone wheel to wheel, but that would have come off second best in that instance. So he didn't want to get in there. Fawcett being very respectful at this point as we have a look on the replay of how this manoeuvre was done. Through turn 1, they're really going hard, and then under brakes there. You see Fawcett has a look down the inside. Evernet almost closed that off just a fraction there, just to make sure, knowing that Fawcett is the 3rd car there in the train.
Just saw Lowing as well there in the bottom of the shot. He was in position number 4 and still is out there on the circuit. But let's turn our attention to a fight a little bit further back. We've got Tabitha Ambrose in position number 9 ahead of Ethan Fitzgerald, and then Fraser High, the recovering Fraser High after his off-track excursion on lap 2 of the race. Fraser High's been in and around the top 5 all weekend long to this point in time. Yesterday finished in 5th and 6th position, and he's going to go the long way around Fitzgerald.
Yeah, the fight is on a bit further down the pack, isn't it? So having a look at the 61 now, James and Johnson, well, they've swapped positions, but it's still exciting to watch them fight this out for this position. Oh no, our leaders, they're at it again. They're side by side going to turn 1 at over 200 kilometres an hour. It's 220 kilometres an hour, and you can see the back end just holding on there as it slides around a little bit. And Evernet down the inside under brakes. Williams is going to hold around the outside, and I hope he can shut it down. Force it again, just can't quite get the nose of the Formula Ford in.
4 sits at the last event. It was 3 victories to Williams. However, he got the better of him in the final race. Lachlan Evernet will be hoping to do the same this weekend again. Williams has won the first 3 races. Oh, around goes Fitzgerald. A bit wide on the concrete there. Got on the power, and it's dirty. There's lots of marbles, debris, grass out there that wide. Got on the power, and the rear said, oh, no thank you.
Good news is, car did not stop, turned around, and that means we're not going to see any yellows out there at the moment in that dreaded Hyundai safety car that we absolutely love. We'll get to sit there in pit lane for another lap or two. Hopefully it'll be there for the whole entire race. Check out a little bit of a replay, see if we can figure out what happened just here wide. And it has been marbling up on the outside of the track. Very different out there. You can see the concrete dust almost coming up. Very different surface to what you see on the bitumen. And scary to be out that wide. Was from a couple of legends out there a bit earlier. Some big braking opportunities.
Onto the pit straight they come. 5 minutes still in the book, so there's plenty of time for this race to play out. Evernet the full defence all the way to the yellow line towards turn 1, but comes back across, leaving Williams a fair car width, and they go side by side through turn number 1. Williams, if he wants to do it, is going to have to do it the long way around at turn 2. He's in pretty late. He's sort of half a car width around, or car length around the outside, but no, he does have to slot back in again. Fawcett, though, must be getting frustrated. He's clearly got the pace, but he just can't fly into this fight at the moment.
Yeah, it was 17 thousandths of a second at one point there, the difference between them. I was lucky we didn't exchange any wheel-to-wheel contact between those two. Some really aggressive but respectful racing out there at the moment. And again, Johnson and James have switched positions. The 6 is back in the hands of Johnson. James now looking for another opportunity to overtake, and we see that with the drafting down the main straight and other areas of this track at Sydney Motorsport Park. You get a little bit of a run on. You go exchange these positions. So they're off in a world of their own at the moment, back in 6th, just having their own little battle out there, not knowing what's going on at the front. Here as Fawcett just drops off a bit on turn number 8, and have a look at Williams getting ready to make another assault down that main straight, I reckon. He just wants to stay as close as possible.
Fitzgerald's come in the pits. I thought that was a harmless little spin that we saw down there at turn number 2, but maybe there's a little bit more to it than we first thought, and that could be the reason for his pit lane entry. He's going to go a lap down here on the race leaders, who come on to the long straight down towards turn 1. Not as long as the drag strip over just on the back section of the circuit, but down here at turn 1. They're going to be side by side again, are they? No, Williams this time, again, looking for the cut back up the inside, and he's done that. He's judged that to absolute perfection. He's got the high ground, he's got the inside line, and there's nothing Evernet can do about that one. That was judged beautifully.
This is a speedway, we call that a slide job. He actually slid that car in, made sure it was stuck to the inside of Evernet as well, and he just couldn't come over and defend that at all. And have a look at this, Evernet not going to wait till the main straight to try and defend this. Comes down the inside. Can he get it done? No. A little bit of a run just on that outer section of the track. Gives a bit more pace to Williams. And have a look at Fawcett. Evernet better watch out, because Fawcett's been very, very patient, but the frustration building now. And Fawcett on the outside as Evernet covers off, and another brake lock up at turn 6.
That's not the first for him in this race. He hasn't done it for a few laps, Evernet, but that was one of his biggest, if not the biggest, to this point in time. 3 minutes left on the clock. The intensity's risen, and this is a great fight. The top 3, as they have been all day long, can't be separated on the racetrack. and they get along pretty well off the track as well, do these three youngsters. Through turn 9, the little kink, all about now setting up on the run down the pit straight. Look at Kobe Williams though, that's the biggest gap onto the pit straight I've seen in this race, and he might be just about able to hold those two at bay on the run down pit straight. I think he's safe down there at turn number 1.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the speed. So it's still an advantage there for Evan. It gets 6 kilometres an hour, but I think just having that out over half a second as you come on the main straight might be the saving grace here. Fawcett goes a little bit wide. Williams covers off Evanet, who locks up a break, and Fawcett now just has to go on the outside manoeuvre. Can he do the crisscross? I don't think he's going to have the pace to do it. The final lap out here for the Formula Fords for round 2 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. It's their round 4 of racing, not because they've done 4 different weekends, because each day is a round. 2 days at round 1, 2 days at round 2, and it's these three who have been dominant throughout the series. Just having a look here, he goes really wide, Fawcett. He's using an extra 10 metres each lap, just using the outer extremities of the circuit, really pushing those limits.
It forced Williams to defend down into turn 6. And this is the closest he's been at this section of the track. But Williams always loves to slide it through turn 8. But he has to go defensive. They're all running the low line down towards the hairpin. Who's going to win? Is it going to be a drag race to the line? We've seen it in Formula V's on a number of occasions this weekend. We had a race earlier on today, separated by 1,000th in the V's, and I think it could be another drag race to the line once again. Kobe Williams slides it around onto the final corner, onto pit straight. This is going to be really, really close here. Evanet is the closest he's been. He's going to come alongside as they come across the line, but Williams just about has the momentum and takes a clean sweep here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're going to see a similar story though further back. Johnson and James Johnson giving him just about a Formula Ford's width and then moving across on him. Good hard racing there, and he does hold on, but he had to fight for that one coming out the final corner.
Have a look at the final 3 coming across. Ambrose will hold out Bellac in the Pioneer DJ entry, and then High across the line for 10th position. It was 46 thousandths of a second between Evanet and Williams. Williams with a dominant weekend, taking out all the qualifying in every race, but Evanet pushed him to the absolute limit to try and get a win there. Unfortunately, runner-up in every race. You go further back and have a look at that, 67 thousandths of a second between James and Johnson as well. So a great race to finish off the Formula Ford Series here tonight. Kobe Williams will take your win with Lachlan Evanet in second. Then it's back to Fawcett and Lowing. Salvatore had a run of his own. Johnson and James fought it out all the way to the end before Tabitha Ambrose got the position number 8 over Bellac and High to round out your 10 on track to finish the race off. Fitzgerald unfortunately retired a little bit early out of this race in that green machine after spinning on turn number 2 out in the concrete. So we'll have to wait and see if Jamie Rowe can get that car fixed before next round, because it's got a little bit of bar work to be replaced like it can be. But yes, a lot of dirt in that car and the intake of that motor, as well as a lot of bar work to be replaced with the bends out the back here. So great to see these three though. They didn't let up at all. There was, I suppose you could sort of say that he was a little bit dominant, Williams, in terms of winning all the races, but you can't say that it was easy.
The only mistake I've seen him make there is he left his radio plugged in as he hopped out of the car. If that's the only mistake he's made all weekend, that's probably why he took both poles and all 4 race victories. Brilliant performance from the young Victorian. His championship lead is over 150 points now on Joe Fawcett, who's taken up 2nd position in the standings. Mel, to you.
Kobe Williams, it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, that was an awesome race. Lockie and Joe, we fought so hard, swapped for the lead multiple times. Really happy to come away with the clean sweep, and overall an awesome weekend.
And as always, you kept us guessing till the last lap.
Yeah, it was kept me on my toes all race. So just a big thanks to all my sponsors, ACMF Finance, Cichlids, and my parents, Adam, everyone that works on the car and everyone that helps out.
Well, brilliant job. We can't wait to see you at the next round of the Super Series.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Clean racing from the top 3, wasn't it? Not a scratch on those cars between Williams, Evanet and Fawcett. But yeah, Williams, big smile on his face and goes away with the championship lead after round 2. We're going to be back with all the muscle of the TA2 cars up next. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon.
Back at Sydney Motorsport Park, we gear up for the final race of the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. It's been a very hectic 2 days of racing in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We've loved our time here under lights. Here is the grid based on the result from our earlier race. Tim Brook ready with the broom in hand for a clean sweep this weekend for AES Motorsports with Josh Thomas on the front row. Big shout out to Brock Payne in that third position in his first ever weekend of racing. Brad Gardner is back out in the field there after breaking that steering arm. There's also a gearbox drama for that 35-unit racing car. So some fast cars from the back. We'll take all the action in from the hard charger, potentially the hypercoil hard charger of the round. Diesel Thomas, who drove from 20th up into 7th position and hoping for more here. But Tim Brook looking to secure a clean sweep of the weekend. 2 pole positions and 3 race wins so far. And we'll find out in just on 25 minutes' time whether he has done that. Brock Payne daring to dream from the inside of row number 2. And the calm before the storm. That is TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Let's go for a ride with Brad Gardner, Saturday Night Styles, down to turn number 1. Oh no, we're 3 wide. We're 3 wide. It's on in the background. Somehow they survive. No, they don't. This big damage has Chiara Sabatakis.
She was sideways at the start of the race. I don't know what happened, whether there was contact. That was well and truly after the start line.
And Tom Davies is around, but look at the damage to the Chevy Camaro. There's smoke in the air down in turn number 1. Ben Gomersall was also in there somehow. Tom Davies was around, and have a look who leads. Brock Payne, the rookie, in the Hutchinson Builders Chevy Camaro. From 3rd position, leads from Brook, from Thomas. Diesel Thomas is 3rd.
He's got past his brother already in the opening couple of exchanges of this. Of course, safety car's already been called. Mark Crutcher, oh no, this is the final race last year, race number 4, where unfortunately that car came to an unfortunate end. But again, and Cheney caught up in that mishap. I don't know where Gardner is, whether he's made it through. I think he might have. Look at the front of that car.
Now, keep in mind, Graham Cheney, Mark Crutcher are all going west. They don't need the damage. Before we go, Todd Hazelwood on the radio down here at TFH Racing. A lot of front right damage to the number 4 car as it grinds its way back to the pits. Boy, oh boy, there's going to be a bit to unpick from this one. A lot of smoke in the distance, and Chiara Zabatakis with damage to her 121 Chevy Camaro. Danny Reedy doing the same in a Danny Orr earth-moving car. Looks like he's had the version excursion there across the track. He's dropping gravel left, right, and centre. But how about the move from Brock Payne to the lead? A rookie daring to dream in only his 4th ever race. The Formula RX-8 champion is leading from Tim Brook, and perhaps will deny the Oran Park racer from taking the clean sweep. Here is the replay at the start, thanks to Hi-Tec Oils. From the Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro, of Brad Gardner, who charged through, but only got to 17th in all of this. He was picking off Warren Wadley. But watch to the right-hand side. There's Zabatakis. Now 2 and 3. Oh, Gardner got served by someone and just kept that car straight. That was Gomersall taking to the weeds on the outside as well. This will tell us more from turn 1. Brock Payne was taking no for an answer down the inside. Watch the left. Zabatakis got the grass in the background. So the lady racer got up on that grass and set herself into the field. There it is in the background, but up here a very lazy spin with a bit of contact maybe from the 9 of Cameron Laws on Tom Davies. And Ben Gomersall almost in his 2nd incident in as many corners in a unit racing car. There was Gardner limping around in the background of the shot. Chris Pither on the radio there too. Gardner. Wow. What a start. I didn't need this.
And the question's going to be is how much damage do some of these cars have that they can continue racing on with? Obviously some checks going on there. You see Gardner slowing down while crew just try and look over the fence to see if they can visually see anything. Second to that is, are we going to see a restart potentially? So will Brock Payne have to go back as well? That could also happen in the race. We'll have to wait and find out. And I tell you what, Stephen White, the standards observer there for the drivers, he's got a bit to unfold. Last night he had a few people at his door after race number 2. Well, could be the same again.
Not the night he was expecting as we walked out of the command truck to walk down to here to the commentary box. He was like, I just want a calm, cruisy race. Well, reverse psychology would say we haven't got that. And Graham Cheney also in the wars here, the IES Motorsport 51 car, leaping into pit lane 2, the Rockstar, Danny Reedy in the Chevy Camaro. So he shed some skin here in his number 5.
Potentially that won't be too bad if they haven't done any suspension damage. Maybe the tyre, you're going to see him change. They'll race tape that up and get him back out there, try and at some points in this one, it shouldn't affect the car too much.
Let's have a look again from the camera in the grandstand. So Brooke got away, Brock Payne and Tom Davies trying to make this 4 wide. Breathtaking stuff. There was Sabatakis across and into Danny Reedy, into Brad Gardner, and across the field. In fact, that smoke is still lingering down there at turn number 1. That white cleanup powder on the right is from an incident here on Thursday night during practice. And Mel Price, you've got a lot of customers down here in pit lane.
Mark Crutcher, you look like you've been opened with a can opener. What a horrible start to the race.
Yeah, we finally fixed the gremlins in the car. We found the problem was in one of the shocks, and I think we got 6 on the first corner, and we really made a powerful start. Something happened in front, they spun, and we're just a casualty. Bad luck. The boys are all pushing. Stuff happens. Just unfortunate, but I'll go up and watch it now. It's pretty exciting to watch as well, isn't it?
Well, no one should be watching their own race, but pleased to know the car's sorted and look forward to seeing you back up the front next time.
Look forward to it. Thanks, guys. All the best.
Danny Reedy in the pits getting a very hasty patch job. This is where the race tape comes in handy. Of course, the safety car out there on track at Sydney Motorsport Park. I did overhear the chat from the number 22 machine of Brad Gardner. They are suspecting there is possibly something dragging under the car that's making the steering feel awkward. The instruction was try and catch up to the train. Everything looks straight from the pit wall. He even did a slow pass straight past the yellow flag waver just so the team could hang over and have a really close look. We'll see what happens, and maybe you guys out there on cameras can see a little bit better than us here on the pit wall, but it was chaos down here and a lot of people still scratching their heads.
Not surprised, J-Mac. Thank you down in pit lane, and I would be surprised if it's more rear on the 22 car, the way Zabatakis came across and got into Reedy, who then got into the left rear perhaps, or the right rear. I've got to get my lefts and rights here with these left-hand drive cars. What a shame for Chiara Zabatakis as she's on the flatbed, one of at least 4 cars.
He just drove it left in the moment. She touched the grass, just caught the car, turned left really quickly. You're not going to catch that. It takes a lot of experience to know exactly what's going on there, especially in a full field of cars here this weekend with 20 races taking on Sydney Motorsport Park as part of the TA2 muscle cars. Graham Cheney being towed off as well, and it's been an unfortunate weekend for him, who's been super reliable. You mentioned it in the previous race. Yeah. He's been top 10 finishes consistently, and unfortunately now 2 races in a row where he's sustained some damage.
So here it is from Gardner's in-car. There's Zabatakis to the right. She'll move over. Listen. And that's the contact when she ran into Danny Reedy, who dominoed into the 22 and watched Ben Gomersall surf around the outside. He was almost caught up in another incident at the top of turn number 2. So I wonder if it's rear damage, because I certainly didn't see the car at the front. He's back in pit lane now, and the Hi-Tec Oils team and Waltec Motorsport going to work on the front right.
It could just be a little bit of bodywork, potentially rubbing on something, or who knows if it's picked something up.
It's the opposite side from what happened in race 2.
Having a look down near one of his crew members' head and just having a look there to see what that bit of bodywork is hanging out, because it's not the exhaust. You see that's just been rubbing on the rear as well. At this point, they were back of the grid anyway, so it's not going to hurt them as long as they can get out on the lead lap, and who knows how long we'll have this safety car out while we get a bit of debris off the track potentially there. Unfortunate for Brad Gardner. Sydney Motorsport Park is a real bad omen for him the last couple of times he's been here.
Limited campaign for the South Australian driver this year.
The red mist is engaged.
He used to wait in the pit lane, so the safety car must be on the straight here, so he's at least seen the red light. They caught out a couple of drivers last night prior to race number 1. We won't name who they were. They know who they were in our field, and have paid the price for that.
Chris Pith has got a job to do now to keep Brad Gardner nice and calm out there. We've seen the way he drives. It's very, very fast when he gets a bit of aggression about him, but he will push the limits of that 22 car there for the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport.
Yeah, 7-time winner last year in the series. Both he and Josh Haynes, who took that incredible series down to the wire. Josh is, in fact, here this weekend watching on, which is good to see as he embarks in the Trico Trans Am series. Moves up into the big league this year.
Actually saw him working on Chiara's car this weekend, doing a bit of data acquisition there, a bit of driver training. So He'll be able to have an early night.
Yeah, it's a shame for Chiara. It's her home track, and of course the state of origin battle between Queensland and New South Wales. It's littered down the field right now. It's Danny Reedy is about to rejoin with some Bush Mechanics efforts on the front of his Desert Palms Danny Orr Earth Moving number 5. They want to try and seal off the front of that car as much as they can to stop all the air getting in underneath and perhaps tearing up the bonnet or guards. With these cars topping speeds around 250 kilometres an hour. He's just going to get back on the track maybe, while the field headed by the rookie Brock Payne. Can he do this on his first weekend? Well, let's find out. 15.5 minutes, hopefully that's settled the nerves of this TA2 Muscle Car Series field. Is down to turn number 1. The Chevy Camaro leads from another Chevy Camaro. Then it's Diesel Thomas. Whoa, sideways in the front too. Cold tyres catching the both front guys out on the way up to turn number 1 on this restart lap.
Let's see how many people are going to really put those tyres to the test under brakes at the moment. Payne did a nice job. Brooks slid the car out. Diesel Thomas, well, he would have upset older brother, you think. Josh Thomas didn't know what was happening in our car slowing in the background. Gomersole pulls to the left in the unit entry.
There was more damage on the front of that car. The bonnet, the hood's been crunched on that car, so maybe he can't see from the 35, and this is not going to help his series campaign. Remember, Tim Brook is in the 118, the second car in this shot, but his points will go towards Jared Hughes' point score this year. So Gomersole dropping down the field. He's in 14th position, while Gartner has got back on the track, leaving us with 16 cars. Payne leads from Brook. The two Thomases, Diesel ahead of Josh. Then Josh Webster. There's Collier 6th. Cameron Laws in 7th. Michael Coulter inside the top 10 and 8th with Lee Stibbs. And Hayden Action Jackson is now in P10.
Brock Payne, they're just trying to negotiate out past Danny Reedy. Obviously just come out of that pit lane, and he'll be very gingerly getting that car around, just making sure it's all okay before he starts to push the limits of that. Probably going to let this pack go past him. We don't want to see any more incidents in this race. Already down under 15 minutes of a 25-minute race. It really slows it down and brings the laps down. Diesel Thomas, imagine him getting on the podium. His brother's got a couple this weekend. Can he do it now?
Big speed differential between the leader and second place, some 5 k's an hour. And that's why Tim Brook is lining up to the back of the Chevy Camaro. Good to see the Chevys back at the front. It's been top heavy with Mustangs over the last couple of seasons. And Brock Payne has taken to this series like a duck to water. So riding car with Diesel Thomas. Remember, 2 new tyres for the 18 earlier tonight. Made the best of that new tyre advantage by driving up from 20th into 7th. And a big benefactor after that first lap skirmish to put himself in the top 3.
One of the great attributes of Brock Payne will be that he knows how to make that car even wider than it already is. I know he hasn't had the experience in TA2, but I've seen him do it in the RX-8 last season. So if he can bring some of that racecraft into this, as we see TFH higher car come in, that's Ben Gomersole, and looks like the team are going to be eagerly working. There's that Webster in the background as well, who's gone in.
I think that was Danny Reedy
going back in. That's going to be unfortunate for them.
What they need is someone like me now to jump up and down on that bonnet to get it back down nice and flat.
They've got enough crew down there. I'm sure they can team up together.
Hopefully get that car back out and get some points. You don't want a DNF. That is 0 points next to your name. You can't afford that in this year's TFH High and TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. The leader comes out of turn number 11 at the end of another lap. What a scene setter this will be for the upcoming rounds in Queensland before we head to South Australia and Malala in September and finishing at Winton Motor Raceway at the end of October and the first weekend of November. A lot of racing to play out with this Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. This is lap number 6 with just under 12 minutes of racing remaining.
How defensive do you think Diesel's going to go on bigger brother? Josh Thomas there just had a little look down the inside. Diesel Thomas, he just stayed on line. You know, the car is fast when you're in your natural driving line. Once you go defensive, you start to just wash off a little bit of speed. You see Tim Brook, he's very patient. He's experienced in all forms of racing. Like you say, a former Toyota 86 champion. And he knows Brock Payne is a novice when it comes to TA2 racing. You know, he doesn't have a lot of experience with these cars driving around with the power and the weight. So being patient at the moment, I would assume, because Brock Payne, he's got a few laps to get through. Still 11 minutes remaining in this one. And Is that Cheney being pushed back? They've obviously taken that back into pit lane, and now the crew taking that down to the pits. I don't know if that's going to rejoin us in this race, or whether Graham and Mark Crutcher will just be upstairs having a drink watching this one.
Yeah, bit of a nightcap maybe before heading west. Not taking too much haste to get that car back into the garage. So fastest lap of the race, 1:37.89 for our race leader and the rookie who qualifies superbly today for this second night of racing at Sydney Motorsport Park. The two TFH twins running in third and fourth position. Then it's Webster, Collier, Laws, Coulter, Stibbs and Jackson. With Davies in 11th position, Steve Wilson has come up in a 12th spot. With Domain Ramsey, Brad Gartner now 14th, and on the lead lap still with Warren Wadley in 15th position.
That's the important part, still on the lead lap. So Gartner will go around and try and accumulate a few points. We know, obviously, already got hurt by not competing at Bathurst there, which would take him out of the championship a little bit there, but probably hoping to get a swag of points this time round as Hayden Jackson in the 81, the lone Dodge Challenger out there in 10th position. He's just got past, or he's just in front of Davies there in the 42 machine. Stibbs just in front, but Davies has been quick this weekend, potentially. Just a few little errors there you see, especially as the race goes on. Gone wide a few times, and a couple of drivers got up the inside. Wasn't the start he wanted, turned around early. Saw Mark Crutcher make that contact with him on the right-hand rear. Brock Payne still being dominant down here at the moment. Let's get down to pit lane, though, with Mel.
Yet another casualty of the lap 1 incident. Danny Reedy, what's your take on it?
From what I've been told, it happened very quick and it was very solid hit from what I could feel. I just closed my eyes in the end because I started facing backwards. But I believe Gomesel's done a bit of a crazy move and got the young girl at the back there, and she's come across, T-boned me and then turned me around, and it was a chain reaction from there. It got a few people.
So obviously the car just didn't feel right after that.
Yeah, like the front guard was hanging off. I've got a flat tyre, but I've got the bottom trailing arms bent like a banana at the moment, so just trying to pull me off the track, and my steering's about halfway out of degrees.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, thank you.
But apart from that, the car's okay.
Yeah.
Poor Danny Reedy.
Oh, who was that? Was that something going off in the background? No, it wasn't. Just saw something up on our screen.
I don't think we can afford to have any more cars going off the track here today. With Reedy, Crutcher, Cheney and Zabatakis all out of today's affair. It's going to be hard for our management crew to work out who's going to be our Willwood big breaker and our Hypercoil hard charger of this weekend's round. Spare a thought, who's going to get our AC Delco Field the Love Award, $5,000 worth of tools. Thanks to AC Delco for the driver. It's had the toughest weekend. There might be a few candidates for that one at the end of tonight's race.
I feel like at the moment our top 4 or 5 are probably what we can lock in at the end of this race, but I feel further down the field we might see some provisional results as we go in late into the night.
Tend to agree.
There's going to be a couple of them out there, and Davey's got the move done on Hayden Jackson, takes on 10th position now, and Hayden Jackson just dropping off a little bit in the 81 and going really wide on the exit of turn 5. Brock Payne, how dominant is this from him? He took the risk, they went down the inside, a bit like what we saw from Brett Gartner last night, taking the wall on, ran down the inside, got a great start on Tim Brook. Getting his first podium in TA2 muscle car racing in race number 3 just earlier tonight, and now potentially being on the top step of the podium as Diesel Thomas slides the car out onto the main straight. His brother Josh will be behind him. I know he'll be cheering him on because he wants his brother to get on his first podium in TA2 racing. At the same time, he'll be going, not at my expense.
Yeah, exactly right. At the moment, we would see Brook win the weekend from Josh Thomas, and Tom Davies, Brock Payne would finish in 3rd position at this point, but a lot to play out. 60 points for a win in our TA2 muscle car series.
Was that a little bit of brake smoke there? Tyre smoke there, a little bit of a brake lock-up potentially from one of the front 2 cars in front of Diesel.
Well, it's enough for Brock Payne just to inch away a bit from our 2nd place man, and may just get denied for the 2nd round in succession. Remember, Jared Hughes almost clean swept the round at Winton at the start of the year and had dramas late in the race which allowed Ben Gomersall to steal victory in the final couple of laps on a very hot day at Winton Motor Raceway. But here tonight at Sydney Motorsport Park, we're watching a new name that joined us yesterday morning. after winning last year's Formula RX8 Championship, steps into the big leagues and a lot more horsepower in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Down the inside, again it's Diesel Thomas. And a bit of sibling rivalry is coming to the fore here in the final race of the weekend. Play nicely, boys.
Yeah, they're starting to move around a little bit now. Diesel Thomas's car getting a little bit loose there, and Josh had a go. Didn't play off for him. Have a look at him down the inside now. Going to look for a run down the main straight. Big brother doesn't like it when younger brother tries to teach him a lesson, that's for sure. Thomas doing a fantastic job though. Brock Payne leading this after what was a treacherous start there where Webster's tail shaft came out and unfortunately debris cut the tyre on him in race number 1, and they had that guard ripped open by a deflating tyre that was flapping around, and unfortunately for him that probably brought a bit of a sour taste into his mouth yesterday. But what a day he's had on day number 2. Race 3 and 4 of his TA2 career, as we look at Todd Hazelwood sitting down in the pits watching these two, and imagine what he's got to say to him down the radio now, boys.
Yeah, I was going to say, he looks a bit stressed down there, does Scotty? A lot of experience, and what a season he had last year, didn't he? Winning the Trans Am Championship and then going on to win Bathurst. Yes, he's a Bathurst champion now after winning at Mount Panorama with Brody Kostecki for Erebus last year. On the radio to the two TFH drivers. But up front, it's starting to heat up. In fact, 3rd and 4th are starting to close in. We've got a 4-car scrap building for the lead in the final race of TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars. Down through turn number 7. And a long way to play out, still 4.5 minutes and change. And this final race.
Run down our Ringers Western leaderboard. Payne leading us over Brook. The two Thomas brothers there in 3rd and 4th, and it's Webster, Collier, Laws. Coulter up into the top 10. That'll be a good comeback from him. Davies in 9th and Jackson in 10th with Stips just behind. Tell you what, Michael Coulter doing a fantastic job this weekend to bring that car back after what's been probably not a great start on Friday night, but Saturday's gone a bit better for him. His dad Steve over in Canada will be watching the racing at the moment, missing out on the home race while he's off there having a holiday.
Hasn't missed a race since 2019. In fact, Michael's quite experienced. He's approaching 100 races in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Father Steve was amazing in that little Isuzu truck back in the Super Truck Nationals days. A nice family-run team that just enjoy going car racing. Up at the top of turn number 3, Josh Thomas is back ahead. Is that 15 all or 30-15 between the two?
We're going to have to go down and ask them, I think. You can see how animated is he?
Ahead, though. There's a change at the front. We've just seen the lead change, and Tim Brook goes back to the lead of the race.
It's just the experience, isn't it, Tim? He's raced many different cars. He's getting the opportunity to do a round in TA2 at the moment. He's stepped in as a co-driver in the last couple of years in the endurance rounds that we've had as part of the TA2, but he hasn't done a full-time season in them. We saw him in a Trans Am a couple of weeks ago as well, so he's had some recent experience. He'll only get one opportunity to do it this season in TA2, though. Another one, his home track, as we'll check out a replay of this move that's made. Coming out of turn number 2, just comes down the inside. Payne goes very wide there.
He's mowing the grass, and that would have taken some speed out of the 33. It was enough for the Road Active Suspensions car to take the lead, and now Josh Thomas lines up for a piece of the Chevy Camaro just ahead. We haven't had a clean sweep since Josh Haynes won all 4 races at one raceway at the end of 2024. And 2.5 minutes are Domain Ramsey returning to the track of the C&H trucking car. It's been a frustrating weekend for the Victorian driver. Feels like this car has not connected with the track at all. Feels like he's been aquaplaning without the water on the track here. They've just made so many setup changes, but he says, I don't know what I'm changing. He needs more laps out there. The sprint car racer that's trying to adapt to running to circuit racing. He's got one of the greats of Speedway, in sprint cars in particular, and Ian Vale helping him, who was instrumental in Max Dumsley's success for many years in sprint car competition. But they're both loving their time on the blacktop here in TA2 muscle cars. Well, it looks like Brock Payne has lost touch with our leader and now has his hands full with the TFH Mustang behind of Josh Thomas.
He's only going to have to do this for another lap or 2. The car is moving around. It's very excitable in the rear end. You can see it sliding as he goes a little bit wide on that approach down to turn 8. He's going to have to defend here hard. Down the inside, it's going to hurt his drive off of this corner. And have a look. Josh Thomas, the car gets a little bit crossed up there, the 69, and doesn't quite get the speed he needs out of this one as Brock Payne launches the 33 now. The Hutchinson Builders entry. What an opening round for him. It's not going to be in terms of points after yesterday's racing, but today he'd have to be really happy. We caught up with him earlier in the weekend. He said, I just want a top 10 finish. That is all I want this weekend.
Take that.
I think he's exceeded that.
Yeah. I need to reset that for the next round. So we'll get at least another lap in here. The gap out to 2.1 seconds. Tim Brook back to Brock Payne. Josh Thomas, Diesel Thomas. Josh Webster in 5th. It's up towards turn number 2 we go with Cameron Laws behind Des Collier in 7th. Michael Coulter in 8th. Tom Davies 9th. Hayden Jackson still 10th. Lee Stibbs ahead of teammate Brad Gartner, who's got back up in a 12th position. And that'll be maybe as far as he'll get, some 2.5 seconds behind his teammate. Jermaine Ramsey, Steve Wilson, Warren Wadley, and Ben Gomersall still classified in 16th position. Here is Michael Coulter. The Terps Tippers Ford Mustang with Tom Davies, who had that spin at the top of turn 2. There might be more to that as well, because I felt there was contact in the middle of turn 2 and the largely unsponsored white Chevy Camaro.
Just remembering all these cars have an onboard camera inside, so there is going to be a lot for the team behind TA2 to go through, and of course our driver standards observer is going to have to try and dissect everything that happened, the opening exchanges of this race. I feel like there's going to be a couple of computers very busy after this one.
And some teams hoping the file might be corrupt as well when they take them out of these judicial cameras that we have. What a weekend it's been for Tim Brook as he powers out of this last turn. The car, the team that prepared it, the IES Motorsports team, been helping Jared Hughes in his exploits of climbing the ladder. But it's Tim Brook's weekend as he sweeps the weekend. And at the end of the race, we see Diesel Thomas get Josh Thomas. There's something went down there at the last moment. It was only half a second, but got him at the line. While Coulter will hold down 8th position just from Tom Davies at the finish line. So well done to the Terps Tippers team. Gets a top 10 result with Hayden Jackson coming home for 10th. Tim Brook wins the final race and wins the weekend here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Brock Payne 2nd. Diesel Thomas in 3rd spot. With Josh Thomas, he should collect 2nd place and will in the outright at the end of 4 really high pressure motor races over the weekend. The Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Tim Brook 2.1 seconds ahead of Brock Payne. Diesel Thomas nipping him by half a second at the line, with Josh Thomas, Josh Webster, Des Collier, Cameron Laws in 7th, Michael Coulter, Tom Davies and Hayden Jackson, the Dodge Challenger, home for 10th. In the final race, Brad Gartner got ahead of Lee Stibbs in the end to get 11th position, and right in the wrong of a tough one. Lee Stibbs in 12th with Jermaine Ramsey, Wilson and Wadley completing the field. Well done to Tim Brook. We'll squeeze in a quick break. Plenty more still to come. You're watching the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series under lights here in Sydney. for Tim Brook as he clean sweeps the weekend. But IES Motorsports, Brock Payne will be stoked with that effort. And Diesel Thomas will be pumped about that too. To look above their Sydney Motorsport Park. It's time to head down and hear from our round winner as he climbs out of car number 118. What an effort for Tim Brook, and maximum points added towards Jared Hughes' effort. He'll return to the series when we head to Queensland Raceway in a couple of weeks' time. But the Super Sub delivers under the lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Thoroughly enjoyed all 4 races. Let's go down to Melinda Price in pit lane.
Brooksy, you absolute legend. 4 for 4.
Yeah, thanks, Pricey. What a weekend. Yeah, super stoked. That was a good one then. I got the worst start out of the 4 for the weekend. Just buzzed their ears, and Brock was on the inside and Josh was on the outside, and kind of all hell broke loose there at turn 1. But ripper race. Brock drove well, same with Diesel as well. I don't know if it's his first podium, but I'm sure it's early on in his career to get on the podium there. So good to see some young talent getting up there and giving us a bit of a hustle, making me work harder than I needed to. But big thanks to my crew, Gra and Hads. IES Motorsport for letting me have a steer this weekend, and yeah, really enjoyed it. It's good to go racing again.
Well, fantastic to see you here, and here's your trophy. Fantastic effort.
Thank you.
Yeah, big smile there from Tim Brook as he's got the big white teeth out. I tell you what, another race win from him and a perfect round. Let's get started though with the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. We're going to get right into this race, Timmy, we're not going to muck around either as we get them out there. Aiden Williams going to start off the front with Dylan Thomas, and it's going to be Tate and Sendel, Bernard and Pring, Craig and Kamenawari, Goodridge and Tippett to round out your top 10. Time to let them unleash in here. We know how wide they're going to go. Jared McLean joins me back in the commentary box. J-Mac, it's time. The Legend Cars Australia, we've built to this final race. We know what we've seen in TA2 where they don't leave any panels on it in the final race. Will the Legend Cars go down the same path, or are we going to see a fast, clean race out of this one?
It has been a stunning weekend of racing, and this is the final hurrah for these pint-sized pocket rockets as we get set for the red lights to go out. And away we go. A great launch there from Thomas. It's on the outside.
Have a look at Asker Sendel as well in the 55 around. Him and Aiden Williams have gone wheel to wheel all weekend. And Ryan Pring, the Aussie number 1, Shane Taney got himself a race win in race number 3. Also in the mix here in the budget car rentals entry as you look at Williams just cuts off Ryan Pring at the moment in the green and gold machine.
Kamenawari picked up 4 positions there on the launch, sees himself up into 5th spot, and will look to try and hold that down to the neons underneath as they're going 2 and 3 wide through the right-hander, down the hill, over the tunnel here at Sydney Motorsport Park. That's where that elevation comes from. Back down the order. Tate, we haven't seen him back as far as 6 for some time, falling back down after that start.
Craig coming through the second of the CXC machines, actually the new car in the fleet, getting the keys to that this weekend as Dylan Thomas out in front in what was the original Legend car that was purchased by the team. Asker Sendel right behind, who's been very fast this weekend, including getting his first ever Legend Cars Australia race win, just starting to hone those skills and getting a lot of support from Lockie Ward, who's now racing over in the States and doing a lot over there, and Asker Sendel will join him later in the year as he goes and negotiates a few rounds of the World Legends racing in the United States. The young gun, he's got a lot to prove here, I think, in Legend Cars in the coming years. Straight out of go-karting, only got 1 season under his belt, whereas Dylan Thomas a few more. Oh, there we go, the 255 machine has gone into the dirt, and that's unfortunate to see him go off.
Yeah, Kamenawari finds himself victim to Sydney Motorsport Park's very deep, bottomless even, gravel traps as we make the headlong tilt towards the start-finish line at the front. Dylan Thomas leads out Asker Sendel with Aiden Williams in 3rd. Pring and Tate, number 4 and 5 on the road with Ben Ode on the outside of the top 5 looking in.
I think that Dylan Thomas might have got away just enough to break that draft as Aiden Williams has a look down the inside of Asker Sendel. We'll have to let him through at this stage. How will Asker fight back from this one? Will he try and come back on the inside? Looks like Williams will cover that off in the green and gold 95. Just in the background, we can see the green LEDs on from the number 1, Ryan Pring, out of the ACT as Asker Sendel just kicks up a bit of dirt on the exit of 3.
Pring under fire now. He's copping heat from the 147 of Tate, the budget rent cars machine. Have a look at this. Your Aussie number 1 with the bright green wheels is having to find every inch of track, but Tate just seems to be able to go that little bit further, that little bit faster.
He's a little bit smoother, I think, through that section, whereas Pring is really having to drive that car at the moment. Interesting to see how the tyres have gone this weekend for the Legends, knowing a lot of them run the second-hand tyres on. They get a few races or a few rounds out of each set. There's a big lock-up from Asker Sandel. Time to rattle those fillings out. Hopefully that hasn't put too much of a mark on the tyre. We'll notice if he keeps locking it up as Bernard goes very quick in sector number 1. Fastest so far, a flat 32.
He goes quick in sector 1, but falls a position to Craig into the 6th spot. We watch on this battle between Pring and Tate. Rages on. They're on to the home straight now. We have just on 11.5 minutes left. Let's check out the run here. The toe in the Legend car is incredibly powerful. You see the wind buffeting the bodywork around as Tate jumps to the inside, looks to fade out wide and close off any avenue of attack. Pring drops in behind the budget Rent-A-Cars machine and backs it into turn 1.
I tell you what, there'd be a couple of the Hi-Tec drift guys who would like to see what Pring was doing there at the moment, wouldn't he? As they threw that car into turn number 1 and just held on.
Just quickly before he gets too much further, Pring into turn 1 sideways at 187 kilometres an hour.
That's a good entry speed. That I will actually, that's a lot of respect for him right there.
My goodness.
He'll be looking for something, I reckon, to clean himself up after this one.
Thomas streaking away. He's got himself a second head start over Williams and Sendel in 2 and 3 on the road.
Still plenty on going down the back. Chris Spicer there in the 33 machine. Needs to watch out in 12th place because Scotty Melville right behind. You can see, is that Morgan and the 16s in the background as well. There's a whole bunch of them here fighting it out. And it looks like Melville might get through in the 81. Takes over 12th position over Spicer. Back to DeBonneton, Predo, Hogan and Morgan in the red machine, number 16.
Your man leading the charge. Problems there for the 26 machine. Having a look down the order, trying to work out who that was.
That's Seth Morgan, Scotty Morgan's son, the young gun. He's actually been slowly improving in the Legend cars as well. Not bad to have your dad here. He's been very stout across the Legend car championships over the years.
A fast mover in the 6th spot. Craig has gone purple in sectors 1 and 2. Currently holds the quick time with a 1 minute 16.73 in position 6, just behind Ryan Pring.
And here we go, Asker Sandel with a big move down the inside. There's going to be a big speed difference here. Look at that, 5 kilometres an hour. Asker Sandel gets a nice run. Have a look at Aidan Williams, fights back down the inside. Asker's going to close that door. Can he close it enough? No. Aidan Williams puts his foot in there, says, you're not closing this one on me, and I'm coming through. The green and gold stays in number 2 position. Thomas, though, has that 1.3 second lead, which is enough to break the toe. And have a look at the armband. I don't know if he's saying come by and have a go, or he's saying that was fantastic racing.
Here we go, 2 by 2 through the right-hander. Having a look back down the order now. This is
Spicer, De Boynton, Melville. Melville just coming up in the 81 over De Boynton. They're battling that out for 13th. Spicer's got a bit of a reprieve at the moment. It's not going to be for long though. It goes back to Hogan, Predo and Morgan in the background.
3.5 minutes left and time is ticking. We'll see maybe the completion of 2 laps as the battle rages. The number 11 car of McCluskey back in 24th position.
34 cars started this weekend in the Legend Cars Australia, sponsored by Simpson Tarache.
Not a bad attrition rate. 31 still in the game out here on track after 5 hard and long races.
Hourigan, the most noticeable car missing after that big incident last time in race number 4. Have a look at this. Pring now back in front of Tate. He's going to try and break the aero on this car. The toe, have a look at it. The move, Tate with the speed of the 147. Sends the higher car down the inside. And the 147 gets by. Aidan Williams still leading over Asker Sandel, and that battle continues. And then it's Craig and Bernard. We've got 3 battles in 6 positions.
Absolutely wild, no matter where you look here in TFH High Legend Cars. Up they come. And Pring trying desperately to latch on to the back of Tate. The gap, 0.15 of a second. And Thomas just keeps finding purple.
Only a couple of laps left in this race. They're going to run out of time if they don't do something about it now. You can't wait to pounce. You need to try and make the move on every corner. Tate goes really wide. Pring looked a lot cleaner through that one. What is it like going into turn number 6? Aidan Williams still leading over Asker Sendel for that battle for second position. Dylan Thomas has checked out at this point. Now it's extended out to 1.9 seconds and looks like he might get himself another win. He won race number 2 this weekend, Dylan Thomas. He's been up on the podium as well.
Sendel just drawing up onto the back of Williams in the green and gold. That's the battle for second that you see from our drone here over Sydney Motorsport Park. We're clean and green. And Sendel just trying to dial in that rotation in the 55 machine.
Here we go, they reset down the main straight. Asker Sendel. Can he put it down the inside? He does, but last time he didn't cover it off, and Aidan Williams came back down, cut him off, did the crisscross. Asker Sendel this time, is he going to try and hug that turn number 1 and keep the car on the inside? He'd be smart to do so. There you go. Closes that gap down. He'll stay on the inside in the run to turn number 2. It's all about braking down here and controlling the car.
You can see these things maxing out their suspension travel under brakes. Watch the front of the car dip down on the heavy application through 2 and 3. They get the cars moving.
Well, this looks like it'll probably be the final lap for the Legend cars. And it might not be where Asker Sendel wants to be at the front. You know the toe they're going to get down. It's going to go right down to the wire. We'll wait and see how that unfolds. Dylan Thomas just needs to get the car home clean halfway through this final lap.
Hasn't he skipped out? 2.8 seconds between Thomas and Sendel. It's a handy amount of breathing room, but the battle rages for second and third. Sendel and Williams, and then back to 4th and 5th between Tate and Pring. Only less than 0.2 of a second between those two.
What is Asker Sendel going to do to try and break away? Pring now needs to watch out for Craig, who's right on the back in the number 26. C-Machine behind him, Bernard in 7th. Craig down the inside. Can he get a run on Pring? I don't think he's close enough to Tate for Pring to have a look at that one. Tate's going to scoot away in 4th position and likely to be out there on his own as they come up to the final couple of corners. Sendel might have enough of a lead here. He cuts down the inside line, tries to drive the 55 off as fast as possible. Can he keep it on the concrete? He does. But our winner, Dylan Thomas, gets a second win in the Legend Cars Australia here at round number 3 of their championship. Checkered flag out. Sendel, can he hold on? This one's going to be close. They go across the finish line, and it's 24 hundredths of a second.
Tate managed to pull out a last hurrah and secure 4th place. Gets the move done on Pring by 0.03 of a second. And here we go, a last-ditch attempt. This is back in the order.
Yes, Spicer in 13th position with Morgan, and that's down to 62 thousandths of a second across the line. You barely got one of those bumpers in there. Might be a front guard as they go across at about 150 kilometres an hour. What a race. Dylan Thomas dominant in this one. Oh no, the number 5 car, unfortunately.
Gibson back in 30th, unfortunately not able to finish this race, Matt.
Oh, and they're still coming across the finish line with 31 cars still remaining in this race. As they come across the line, I'm just having a look. Is that going to be Bond in the 17 car in the green, number 17, Dick Johnson livery? Let's have a look at the results here for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia, sponsored by Simpson Tarace. Dylan Thomas, your number 1, was Sendel, Williams, Tate, Pring to round out your top 5, followed by Craig, Bernard, Skinner, Goodridge, and Timothy Reed. It was a great finish there, wasn't it, from those? We really had 3 races going on in the top, well, 4 races in the top 10.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild. We saw everyone separate into their sparring pairs, as it were. Surprising to see Pring come home just inside that top 5. The Aussie number 1 only has a tenuous lead in the points, but still, the season is long.
Well, we've still got a few rounds to go when it comes to the Legend Cars Australian. They always bring exciting racing wherever they go. We can't wait to have them at the next round of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series up in Queensland with big numbers as well. It's going to be interesting to watch that go around the paperclip. It'll be great to see him come back to Winton Motor Raceway too. That's a real favourite for me. Let's head down to Victory Lane though with Mel.
Dylan Thomas, it's not very often you get the track to yourself in a Legends race. Well done.
Yeah, no, that was... The car was mint. We actually got a bit of sky action in the last one, and we actually broke all the engine mounts, the shifter. We had 6 hours in between races, so thank God we did, because we've had to basically rebuild the whole front of the car. I was actually not even sure if it was going to work great, but boys did a great job. CXC Racing got the wheel alignment good. Big congratulations to Asker Sendall. He's won the round, semi-pro, beating all the pro guys. So always cool to see a young bloke do
fantastic weekend with the Legends. Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks. Cheers.
Well, thanks very much for watching us here as part of round 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. You just watched our Legend cars, some fantastic races as we've been through. Make sure you recap it all on our socials at Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We'll catch you next time at the end of June up at Queensland Raceway.
It hurts to know I'm not the one you care for. I'm pretty sure you're right into the core. Sharing after work, the kind I have right now, so hold on tight, it will be just
Well, a couple of races left to run here at round number 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. The lights have been on now for about 4 hours out there. Lighting up this fantastic track here. 3.93 kilometres, 11 corners to get around. The Replica Tourers have one final race, followed by Innovation Race Cars as part 2 of their endurance series. Dan McCarthy joins me back in the commentary box, and Replica Tourers, there might be a little bit of attrition here because we've seen a few of them go off. They've been doing some extra duties in our Australian production cars as well, a few of them.
Yes, they certainly have. The cars have just stopped. They've gone out onto the circuit, but a brief stoppage as there's a bit of a track clean-up just commencing. So the cars were sent out, but then it was realised that there was a bit of debris still on the racetrack. So a bit of a clean-up, and then we'll get things back underway. We do have to say big thanks to our volunteer marshals and officials for everything that they do. Of course, without them, we can't go racing. And just like us, just like the cameramen, just like everybody here around the circuit, big, long days well into the night. We have to thank them for all the work that they've done here this weekend.
All right, have a look at the skid pans well and truly underway in the middle of there, and you're not often you see the good old weekend four-wheel drive out there practicing sliding around on a skid pan. So much to do here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's a mecca of motorsport, really, isn't it? We've got the figure 8 over there, which gets used a little bit as well. And we're going to have our 5th race now for the Replica Tourers here this weekend. Race number 4, won by that man up there in the Coca-Cola Commodore. Jason Grimm and Shane Stewart in the 476 Watercraft BMW was just behind. And then you can see Ridley and Rex Scholes there as well. Oh, sorry, Daniel Ross was there actually in the Mazda RX-8. Now that's got a little bit of race tape holding that car together. Seems to be very quick once that tyre temperature gets into the 18. We'll wait to see how the start goes. Always watch for that little escort in the background that manages to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see all of the cars coming out of the first corner, and around the final corner they will go.
All right, here we go. We're just waiting for the safety car to let them go. Have a look at the figure 8. That's well and truly underway there. We've seen this used in a lot of different competitions driving, but it looks like the drift guys are out there tonight honing their skills in. Bit of a wet version out there, though, as we see a lot of people put through their paces. It's made some exciting drifting there in the past. Let's go and have a look, though. We caught up with a couple of the legends earlier this weekend. We've come down here into the Legend Cars Australia pits to catch up with Nathan Prieto, who's been doing this for a couple of seasons now. What is it about Legend Cars?
Well, Matty, I first came to it because my brother was racing these things, and so it was a bit of a family feud, I guess. We'd sorted out on the track, and being the younger brother, I always wanted to beat him. But it sort of went on from there, you know. As you know, I've raced a few different things over the years, and these things are just absolutely, you know, you just have a smile on your face the whole time you're out there. So, and then as the years have progressed, the racing's just got better and better and better. We've got a lot of young kids coming through these days, and out of go-karts and things, so they're pretty experienced when they hit the bitumen, and they've been hard to keep up with at the moment. So it's like the old versus the young. So it's and the fact is you can bring your family and you can run these cars on your own. So
a lot of exciting things happening though when it comes to legend cars. Now let's talk about something. You're going to venture overseas later in the year.
Correct. Yeah, I've had an opportunity come to me to spend my 40th birthday racing at the World Titles in Charlotte, or Virginia. So. Yeah, looking forward to that. It'll be my second time to America, but first time racing legend cars over there. And yeah, against the world's best. So we'll have to see if we can cut the mustard.
Just coming into your second season of legend cars here in Australia, Asker Sendler. It's been a bit of a trip. You've had some amazing moments. Tell us about your journey in legend cars.
Started off not too bad here. Had a couple incidents here, which was unfortunate, but it's my first race, I can't expect too much. And then this year started off okay. Winton was good.
On to Sydney, bigger and better things. Now, you've come out of a karting background where you did a lot of racing. What does someone who's in karting that wants to get into legend cars, what would you tell them?
Very good category. It's very similar to go-karting, very clean racing, very close racing, very competitive, and good for people who are trying to step up.
Now, we talked about the opportunities with legend cars. You yourself are going to take an overseas trip later in the year. Now, I believe you're going over the United States for 6 or 7 weeks.
It's a very good opportunity that I've been given by Tony and all the legend cars. It should help a lot with my confidence, improve my racecraft, and improve just me in general.
What is it about America, though? What draws you over there to go racing?
There are different kind of types of racing that they do. Very aggressive, but it should be good. Hopefully help me a lot, improve with my driving and everything in general. But then also just the opportunity, improve me, see how they race over there, see how legend cars is over there, see how big everything is over there, and just should be a good trip.
Well, it's going to be an interesting. We're going to get through this weekend first, though. Sydney Motorsport Park, good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Certainly were lots of talking points in the Legend Cars Australia Series this weekend. Pretty cool opportunity for several youngsters that will be heading over to America later on in the year. He's not the only one. There are others as well. As we can see out there on the circuit, the Replica tourists have got moving. The cleanup has been completed. So we're not too far away now from a race start with the Coke Commodore up the front of the field, led by Grimmond alongside the little nimble Mazda RX-8. Should be a ripper race, this one. Their 5th encounter of the weekend. They've been busy throughout this one on their first trip down to New South Wales.
Yeah, dominated by Queensland cars, isn't it, Dan? There's not much of a state of origin, but there are a couple of them from New South Wales, including Ridley, who's coming out of 4th position out there on track. And the VK Commodore, he's one of the New South Welshmen, son of the locals. Before we go a little bit further back for Rick Christie into 15th position. So dominated by Queensland cars. We know how strong they are up there. Jason Grimmon's going to lead us out on this one. That one's going to be very interesting. Couple of mentions there. Woodward, who you see, Graham Woodward down there in the AIM Laser Toowoomba Ford Mustang. We might see him move through the pack just a little bit as the race goes on. And look how many we've got, over 30 cars competing there here this weekend. Craig Lyon, who's very intricate in running this category as well, as here this weekend, and we saw him do a little bit of an invitational in the Australian production cars. Some beautiful things like the Escort, things like that from Gillespie, who's come down from the race products in Queensland.
Before we get started, Stewart in the 85 BMW meant to start from 2nd position. He took part in the Australian production cars as an invited car earlier on today. Sadly, his engine let go, and me and Matt Nolte, who were calling that at the time, said, you know, it's all well and good doing that, but unfortunately it's sacrificed his actual championship weekend here with the Replica Tourists. So doing the Invitational has not benefited him at all. So a non-starter in this final race. Not surprised by that at all. It was quite a big let go. So that's a shame for Stewart. But the second row will have the Mazda RX-8 alongside the old school Commodore as they come around the final couple of corners. But that's a big talking point ahead of this one.
And the race within the race is going to come down to these categories. Of course, the under 2 litre class, the over 2 litre class and up to 3.5 litre. Then we've got the up to 5 litre class, the over 5 litre class, the 6.2, and of course the open class where they really get some cubic capacity in some of these cars. As we've spoken about earlier, just about every Commodore in the fleet, no matter what era it's from, has the LS conversion done on it. Looking for that cheap horsepower where they can throw the cam and valve springs in it and jump them up to at least 400 or 500 horsepower. So they've got plenty to go on. It looks like the Coke Commodore about to get in the way. The red lights are up. They need to condense this field for those down the back if they want to try and stay with these leaders. Have a look at Ross. I can't even read the number plate. I don't think he's that close to the Coke Commodore as the red lights go out. Let the red mist descend and let's get into turn number 1. Look how fast the V8 powered Commodores are going to go. And that's Stephen Hay, who had a big off last night. He's finally worked his way back through the field. And the 25, from memory, that's like a 400 cube stroked LS in that thing. He's got plenty of power, but Ross with that nimble RX-8, let's see what he can do.
Turn away if you're a Blue Oval fan. It's a Holden 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. The rotary Mazda, the only non-generals machine up there at the pointy end at this point in time, and it's being joined just a little bit further back by a couple of other machines, but it is Holdens galore at the front of the field early doors in this, the 5th and final Replica Tourist race of the weekend. Through they go around turn number 4. The top 2 have broken away from this field, but look at this up the inside, fresh off a victory in the Australian Improved Production Series. Rice is carving through the field like a knife through butter. The number 34 car already up inside the top 10.
Just trying to grab who's locked the brake in the background there. Might have been the Pulsar potentially. I don't know if it was actually. Wilson was there in the BMW as well, that black BMW with the throwback livery. Of course, Replica Tourers, basically if it's been in a touring car before, it doesn't have to be the actual touring car, but obviously a car that has been raced in touring cars in some sort of pedigree around Australia, and some of them overseas, they're allowed to be invited into this category. It does mean, though, they can do the engine combination upgrades and things like that. They'll let them put a lot of horsepower into them. You see there, Steve Hayes is one of those.
Sorry.
Got a little bit of damage on the front of that car too, where he went off at the moment. Let's have a listen to some of these cars. They head around the track here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
How cool is that? Through turn number 1 they go. The glorious sounds of Replica Tourists here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Down in towards turn 2, a big lock up there from the little Pulsar, but the 2 ahead of him actually ran in even deeper than he did. For a brief moment, the door opened. The door was firmly ajar, but he couldn't quite slot his foot up the inside and open the door through turn number 2. I was going to make the point of how much this series has grown in Queensland over the last few years. About 3 years ago, they had just 20 members, 20 cars racing at various different rounds. That's grown in 3 years out to over 80 members. In Queensland, they have grids quite often of over 40 cars, at their record 45, and it's just going from strength to strength, and a huge host of them have come over the border this weekend.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we go up there in late June. I think the 27th to the 29th, we head up to Queensland Raceway for round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Get a line if you want to check out details for that one. Oh, you see him taking on Goliath, the little Pulsar there, as he has a big brake lock up for Braden Mooney in the Safe Fabrication car. Not turbocharged, just naturally aspirated there, but we've seen how nimble some of these Pulsars can be, especially with the Pulsar racing they used to have around Australia. It was a fantastic category, and slotted straight into this Replica Tourers. Oh, the back wheel off the ground. We set it off with the little Pulsars, with the Escorts, should say with the XLs as well. Once we get the roll cage in, stiffen them right up, but have a look down the main straight though, the big V8s starting to wind up the RPM, and you can see the 74 there of Ridley just in front of Scholes.
Ridley's been 2nd, 3rd and 4th all weekend long. He's desperate to get a race victory here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but unfortunately in just 2 laps. Grimmond has pulled out a lead of 3.3 seconds. So, yeah, right, he might now be in second position. But, man, he's got a lot of work to do with 11 minutes left on the clock if he wants to take a victory here under the floodlights at SMP. He's going to have to do it the hard way. That is for certain. We look back at some old-school Commodores. Glorious to see them going through the little flip-flop section of the circuit, through the left and through the right. And then we've got a bit of Ford display there, a Ford Falcon followed by an old-school 90s Ford Mustang. And then we got a bit more for the German fans and the Japanese fans as well.
It's a bit of a delight. It's like a buffet, isn't it?
Yes.
When you go to a buffet, it's not one particular type of food or car or category that you like. We like to express all sorts of makes and models of cars that have been part of the touring cars. I think it was one of the Falcons went off in the background there. Was that Rice? Or
no, that was Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer that's gone off there. Slow there coming out of turn 6. Hopefully that's not carrying any damage. Might have just been a moment for the car. Just try and rejoin into the line, the succession of cars that are about to come through here as our top 10 all lined up one after the other. A couple of little groups fighting it out. Have a look at Ross and the Mazda RX-8 just behind these two and down the main straight. It looks like the cylinders are going to get away from the rotary. Scholes now takes the lead over Ridley into second position. Grimmond now out in front by 4.5 seconds. He has opened up a gap in the Coca-Cola Commodore.
Ross is coming now on these two. Fastest lap of the motor race in the little RX-8 behind. So he is coming like a train at the moment. He was last time by 1.6 seconds faster than the car ahead and 1.1 seconds faster than Scholes, who just took second position. So the Mazda has certainly got some pace here at the moment. Of course, around goes Hatton. Around goes Hatton in a big way on the exit of turn number 2. The 991 machine, I think there might have been a bit of assistance there. There's certainly cars in and around him, and that has plummeted him well outside the top 10 from a top 5 position. Here is the answer. Was there a little bit of a touch? There certainly was. Hay just touching the tail of the 991. Only a light touch, but certainly enough to spin it around.
Yeah, the front right of that car will be off to rest spares, I reckon, after this weekend to try and grab a new front bar and potentially a tail. Oh no, Gillespie is that in the Escort. That's not a great way to finish your weekend down here at Sydney. That little Escort had a few dramas in race number 3 from memory and managed to make that out last race. But not going to finish off tonight in race number 5 as Hay will wait to see a bit later on whether he's going to cop a little bit of a penalty for that assistance that he gave to Hatton to turn him around.
Certainly not that aerodynamic on the front, is it? It's got so much race tape all over it. It's battered, it's bruised, but it's still performing pretty well out there at the moment. But that is not state of the art. That's more like state of the art.
Have a look at Woodward in the position number 7. I said he would come through the field in this Budweiser Mustang. Just coming onto the back of Rice now, and they might make this a 3-way train as they head down the main straight. Hayes horsepower though. That starts to open up a gap. I love the aerial still floating around there for Woodward. See it flopping around on the roof as they reach speeds over 200 kilometres an hour down the main straight. And they'll launch it into turn number 2, hard under brakes. The front bar of Hay almost scraping on the ground. But Rice needs to try and close this gap down, and the Triple R Commodore out there.
Ross has really closed in just ahead on the 2 ahead of him, Scholes and Ridley. So that's a fight to keep an eye on as well. But Hay there just going a little bit defensive down towards turn 4, just showing, I'm sorry mate, you'll have to think of another way through. And he certainly did there. Rice immediately backed out of it. But he's coming on strong in this race, isn't he? As the race goes on, he's moving forward through this field at a vast rate of knots. He's on the tail of the 5th place man. But look for Woodward in the Mustang. He's not too far away, and if these two fight too hard, he will vie into this battle here with just 6 minutes left on the clock. Here comes Rice up the inside. Clinical move. No issues there at all. Nice on the power, leaving a couple of licorice straps on the way out. But that was a really nice pass. Hay leaving him racing room. Good fair play from both parties there, which is what you want to see in this Replica tourist race. They want to go home with some nice, clean cars at the end of this weekend.
He's already got enough repairs to do, I think.
Correct.
He's not going to want to do any more. There's a little bit to do on the car before the next round. It's not too long, obviously, as it's only about 4 weeks away before we head up to Queensland Raceway for the next round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. And like you say, strong fields of Replica Tour and Trophy Series up there, and expect to see even bigger numbers, probably into the 40s. We hope to see. They love coming out of the Super Series in the last couple of years as well. So wait and see if Grimmon's going to be challenged up there. It took him a couple of races to really find his spot, didn't he? He was sort of caught up in that top 5, and for the last couple of races where the Coca-Cola Commodore has gone to the front and been dominant from the lead, always seems to get a good start in the race. We've seen some of our other cars who have been very fast in racing, just not getting those race starts correct, maybe not selecting the correct gear, or the gearing in the car might be a little bit tall to get the speed off the line. Just running his own race at the moment, having a look up there. Hasn't been the fastest lap of the race, though. He's about 4 tenths behind Ross, who's getting around at the moment in the RX-8. So Ross makes a lot of times with that sectors 2 and 3, where we see the corners, the fast-flowing sections of this track. It's the main straight where Grimmon seems to have a little bit of an advantage over the RX-8. He's working its way back through. And have a look at it up on our screens now. A little bit of a brake lock up. You can see a puff of smoke off the tyres right on the rear bar. Ross is chasing Ridley in the Commodore.
Notably, Rice, fastest first sector of the race, and now he's got clear air. He's overtaken Hay. He is absolutely flying. He's now gone purple in sector number 2 as well on this lap. Problem is, he's nearly 9 seconds, 10 seconds really behind this group here that we're looking at on the screen. So, okay, he's gaining half a second in each sector at the moment. That's 1.5 seconds a lap at least, but is that going to be enough by the end of the race? It's going to be tight. I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough, but there's no doubt about it. He is the fast man in this race. He's left it late, maybe a little bit too late. As we look at the Suncoast 69 machine, another sort of tribute-looking livery. There's the number 991 of Hatton, recovering after that tangle at turn 2. A couple of laps to go, so the 991 is back on the fringes of the top 10, just outside at the moment in position number 12, which is not too bad. It could have been a bit worse, that, but a quick spin around, a quick flick spin through the muddy and sodden grass to get back onto the circuit, and he hasn't lost out too much time, but it's a recovery drive from him. But this car, I think, you've got to say, is the car above all else that is punching above its weight. The little Nissan Pulsar, it's down on power, it's down on grip really on most cars as well. It's
That's because it's always on 3 wheels. You've got to have 4 wheels on the ground, Mooney. That is what you've got to do.
Well, it's got an advantage then on tyre wear, hasn't it?
That's exactly right, yeah, I suppose. And there is a lot of resistance when you have 4 wheels on the ground. So 3 is less resistance. How, maybe that makes a difference there. You've got to watch out for Pfeiffer in the Falcon. We just saw him behind. Obviously, there was a moment earlier on turn 6, about 5 or 6 laps ago, where he slowed down. A lot of cars went by. Let's get back to this little fight going on, though. This is the rejoin car of Hatton, who's got Everett behind him, and Davidson now joining on the back of this pack. And it's 3 Commodores, but look at the late model VE starting to come and close that gap on Everett. It's down to less than a second at the moment, just under 3 tenths, and a big dive down the inside here into turn number 8. Those very bright lights of the VE Commodore making it known that it's coming down the inside, and you look at the number 50 of Everett, will not challenge that too much. Have a look at the speed here, though, as they head down to this last little sector into turn 9 and 10. Just drives away from him on the straight. Surprising there, actually. I would have thought the horsepower to weight ratio, maybe the VE, if it's still got all of the onboard electronics, maybe a little bit heavier.
Oh, no, it's struggling out the corner again. It's something not quite right with the old spec Commodore. The old VE there, just not accelerating out the corners very well at the moment in the Group 1 concrete and civil sponsored machine. It's just not getting the drive out the corners, and that's what enabled the VE to draw into contention in the first place, as we are now on the final lap of the race. Grimmon's lead has come down in the last couple of laps. Scholes has got it down to under 2 seconds. There's PB laps coming in from Scholes, left, right and centre. Look at him now. That margin has come down even in the last couple of corners since I first mentioned it, down to 1.5 seconds. But Matt, I think it's going to be a little too late.
Running out of corners to get it done. We're on the final lap, the last couple of corners as they round these two left-handers. Have a look at Scholes. He's throwing absolutely everything at it in the 69. Commodore, can he get it done? Grimmon's got a nice little lead, 1.2 seconds. Scholes breaking that down, but he's way too far back and the checkered flag is out. Grimmon will get another race win here. It's his second in the Coca-Cola Commodore. Next up, we'll see Scholes. Ridley across the finish line. Ross, unfortunately, not a great start. Didn't make an impact in the end, ended up in fourth. Then it's back to Rice crossing the line. Hay in the Commodore, somewhere in between what we've got in our screen and the cars that have already crossed the line. Hayes just cemented in sixth position there. You can just see up on our screen. Coming down next, Woodward will come through. And the Budweiser car, around the outside, the big Falcon, is it? Goes past and Pfeiffer will get Wilson just before the finish line. It's down to 0.3 of a second.
Pinched it at the line, rides at the death. Oh, a lot of smoke. The guard rubbing on the right rear tyre of the Commodore coming out of the final corner. You don't want to see that. That's the number 66 of Davidson, who finishes behind Hatton in the end, who came home in position number 12. But here's the results then from that one. Jason Grimmett taking yet another victory in the Replica Tourist Trophy Series. Rex Scholes just came home a little bit too late to finish 1 second shy. Daniel Ridley and Daniel Ross third and fourth, ahead of Mitch Rice, the fast man late on. Steve Hay in sixth, Graham Woodward seventh, Roger Pfeiffer in eighth. And then beyond that, outside the top 10, Adrian Burgess, Bo Hatton, John Davison, Harry Everett, Dave Minton and Craig Line rounding out the 16 there. That was a really good action-packed race, and the Replica Tourist Series, from everyone I spoke to in the category, thoroughly enjoyed their trip down south.
Yeah, something a little bit different. Obviously, you're very used to Queensland Raceway and Morecambe Park Raceway up there in Queensland. Lakeside as well seems to be where they go around those three tracks. To come to a fast-flowing Sydney Motorsport Park will really suit some of these cars out there. I'm sure they've had a fantastic time, and a few new names in that winner's circle as well. It's a very busy Sydney Motorsport Park on a Saturday night in prime time as we start to head into the winter months. Down to only 11 degrees at the moment. It's cooled right down. It was a little bit cooler last night. We're not seeing those single digits just yet. And, of course, our next round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series will be up in Queensland the 27th to the 29th of June, which for us that live in the southern states, that's absolutely fantastic because I know they'll have the jumpers on at 15 degrees. We'll think it's shorts weather and it's nice and summery up there. And we'll be having a great time as we get our winners down here for the Replica Tours. Let's head down to J-Mac in Victory Lane.
Let's turn Daniel Ridley around. Come and join me here at the back of the car. Congratulations, a podium to finish off the night. It's a tough weekend, but it's made even better by racing under lights.
Oh, look, absolutely. It's a great place, great venue at night. I had to do the meeting just purely for that. So that was a good race. We've had the good track. The first couple of races were a little bit slick, couple of oil slicks. That was a lovely track, so I managed to get some good drive, get some good momentum, and the old girl came home.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say happy anniversary to my wife, Jane, and thank you for letting me race today.
And P2, Rex Scholes, you've got smoke pouring off your front wheels there, front brakes. Yeah, there wasn't much in it at the end.
No, it was flat as fast as I could go, and the car's going really well. Thanks to Suncoast Mechanical for looking after me, Shane and Jason, and a couple of sponsors, Surge at Port Electrical and Knights Fitness, and a couple of other ones.
Beautiful looking car.
It was a good weekend. Had a great time.
Fantastic, well done.
All right, thank you.
Jay Scrimman, congratulations. Any weekend where you finish on the top step is a great weekend, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, 100%. Yep, couldn't be happier.
How was the car out there in that final race?
Yeah, it was a lot greasier than I thought initially. I thought we would have been a bit quicker, but, we just got a bit of a buffer there and, be able to hold Rex off, so it was good.
He was bringing the fight. Congratulations, mate. Job well done.
Excellent. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, great to see our top three here for the Replica Tours in their final race. We'll see them again up at our next round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, Queensland Raceway, in 4 weeks' time, the 27th to the 29th of June. And Daniel Ridley doing the right thing there. Allowed to race on his anniversary. You can't miss out saying thank you to the wife.
Absolutely. Made sure he got that mention in, didn't he?
Yeah, I've learned that lesson. Never forget the wife.
Oh dear me. As we can see, the Innovation race cars are on the circuit. And they are going to head out for what is their endurance race to finish off proceedings here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's going to be a cracker race. This one, there's lots of talking points in the race earlier on today. Most notably, a tyre delamination for Jeff Emery, who dominated the weekend up to that point. But I noticed, Matty, that we have a fifth car back at the tail of the field. Leithhead, they've worked some wonders with that car, worked for the last few hours. Yes, it did miss a sprint race earlier on, but it's back for the all-important endurance race to finish things off here for round 2 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Sydney Sundown has very much delivered. That is for certain. Throughout the 9 categories, a record 9 categories, just a smidge under 200 cars in total across those categories. And innovation race cars, I think I've just put the commentator's curse on it, actually, as Leithhead comes into the lane.
Seems to be some electronic gremlins in that one, doesn't it? Missing the ABS, the traction control as well. So going in there, hopefully they can get that mark car sorted and get that Focus back out on track at the moment. Danny started, though, will lead this race out over John Hollinger, who was closing that gap, wasn't he, in the final moments of that race. That got down to nearly under 1 second. It was like 1.2 seconds over the finish line there, and we thought there was a big gap at one point because it was out to 12 or 13 seconds. Managed to really close that down. But again, like you say, John Crossing ended up going across the line. Jeff Emery with that cut tyre. We're still going to debate exactly what happened with that one, but we'll leave that up to them now as I go away and research that. In the meantime, he's got a new tyre on the car, and they are set to go for this endurance race here. 50 minutes. Let's see if we can keep the cars out there for that. As we get ready, safety car's not too far away.
The time has already started ticking at the start of this warm-up lap, so we're already technically underway in terms of times, but we haven't yet gone green on this race. So Danny Studdard will lead them away. He got his first victory in the series a little bit earlier on today. Can he make it 2 from 2? The fast man, though, at the tail of the quartet is Jeff Emery. He's took both poles here this weekend. He's took the first 2 race victories. However, that tyre delamination means he'll start this one from the very tail of the field. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. We'll talk about the different cars, the different makes. We've got innovation race cars and a few older spec marked cars. We'll come on to that as the race goes on. There'll be a few different talking points. Compulsory pit stops must be completed in this motor race as well. Again, we'll come on to that as the race progresses. John Hollinger takes his position in the number 23 machine, the Hollinger racing car, the Victorian. It's got a couple of onboard cameras on us, not just from the front, but also looking rearward as well. You don't want to be looking rearward too much, though. You want to be looking forward at the targets ahead, not behind.
Yeah, he'll be watching Emery, I reckon, coming from behind. We know how fast that car's been. He's going to start behind him on the second row of the grid. Waiting for the lights to go out. They'll set their pace side by side as the grid is formed here in Innovation Race Cars. The final race of the weekend of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series Round 2. It's Sydney Motorsport Park under lights and the red go down, and we are underway with racing turn number 1. Have a look at John Hollinger around the outside of the Mustang. Will he hold on to this one? You stop breathing for just a second because you know how fast they go into turn number 1, these cars. Under brake, Studdard's going to pull the car up. Hollinger forced to the outside. Will he come back on the crisscross? They're on cold tyres. They haven't had much of an opportunity to warm them up. And with 50 minutes, they probably don't want to get too much degradation in there either. Studdard goes a little bit wide, the understeer, and kicks up a bit of dirt. He's managed to save it, though, as they go over the bridge.
I thought he was going off there for all money. That was a huge armful of understeer for Danny Studdard through turn number 3. Just about kept it on the racetrack, but he was out in the dirty stuff on the outside of the circuit. Not where you want to be at all, and he's in a little bit deep there as well at the 90-degree left-hander, but he does keep it on the track. Jeff Emery's dropped back a little bit. I thought by this point in time he'd have got ahead of John Crossing and would be on the tail of these 2 innovation race cars. Another slight error there from Studdard. He's pushing hard on this opening lap, isn't he? He lost the lead at turn 1 Hollinger took it, got the better start. However, Studdard just fully committed up the inside into turn 2. He's taking no for an answer.
Well, I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and I think Studdard, he's selling a lot of these cars now. They're starting to get orders in from not just in Australia, but around the world. But in Australia, a lot of these GT drivers and things getting behind the wheel of these cars, liking the format of the Innovation Race car. I do believe that Studdard car has been sold, and he's got a new one on the way.
There you go. I had not heard that, but yeah, they're selling them. Left, right and centre. They can't stop selling them at the moment, which is good news for that man because he is the owner of Innovation Race Cars. But coming under pressure from John Hollinger as he did for much of the sprint race earlier on today. They did a great job, these two. Just really joisted it out between the two of them. Studdard was faster for a period. Then John Hollinger would come on strong. They were trading laps, lap on lap, whoever was faster. And Hollinger really closed in late on it. Looked like Studdard had all the answers, but Hollinger really closed in late in the race, but it was just too little too late. As Studdard went through the lap traffic on the final lap, he just buttoned off the throttle a bit and was able to cruise to victory. He's not buttoning off the throttle now, though. He's Studdard. He was wide again at turn 6 and slightly wide at turn number 8 as well. As we jump on board with John Hollinger up through the gearbox on the flappy paddles. Modern machine, ABS traction control. It's got all what you would expect from a modern day sports car. On the throttle as soon as he possibly can, let the electronics do the work as he roars down pit straight in the huge 6.2 litre V8 engine, the LS3 powered car, down into turn 1. Just a little bit of a feathering of the throttle, a bit of a brake application, and immediately, as soon as they turn into the corner, they're back on the power to get a good drive out of the corner towards the turn 2 hairpin. And as we saw in the last race, Matty, they are already trading purple sectors out there on the circuit.
It is a sweet sound, isn't it? Oh, Emery coming into pit lane. We'll have to get the crew in pit lane to find out what's going on with this car. Has it had another issue with tyres, or is there something else going on? Potentially, before that tyre going around could have created some damage, like we say. They've had a fair bit of time to go over it between races. I'd also like to know what happened to Lathead's car, whether that's an ongoing issue. They just took it out of there to see if it got repaired and it hasn't, or potentially whether they've come up with another gremlin here this weekend. Hopefully we can get our crew down there to find out what is going on here for Innovation Race Cars. Still 40 minutes to go in this race, and you can see a lot of crew jumping out there. They've got the laptop ready to go so they can do some diagnostics if they have to. Does anyone have a torch anymore, or are we just operating on phones?
That's a really good question.
All weekend I've watched pit crew with phones. I don't see anybody now have a torch.
The concern for me is if I was doing that, I'd be concerned I'd drop my phone through the engine, but there we go. I know a lot of tradies still use phones, but clearly mechanics have moved.
They're a trade.
Yes.
They are a trade.
That's true, yes.
Less tools to carry with them. They can also take a photo of the problem if they're down there at the same time. Look how eager they are to try and fix it or resolve the drama on this car. Having a look around, looks like they have to plug the laptop in. You can see that up on the roof already. The cord's gone in. They've let go on the wireless module on that one. We see a lot more late model ECUs starting to go to the wireless module style.
We saw in yesterday's race, the Enduro race yesterday, the 50-minute affair, that Studdard came in early and did a bit of an undercut to overtake a couple of cars. I was hoping it would be the same for Emery, but no, it's a lot worse than that. He dropped 18 seconds behind John Crossing, and the team are hard at work down there trying to work out what exactly is wrong with that machine. A lot like Winton Motor Raceway for Jeff Emery. The weekend started so strongly. Pole position, race victory, but it quickly unravelled there. He had a couple of issues off the start grid, or the rolling start, on a couple of occasions, and then found himself in a collision as well with Danny Studdard. Quite a spectacular incident, actually. This weekend, again, showing so much pace on the Saturday, took pole position on the Sunday. It was looking all good. However, the tyre delamination from the race lead earlier on today, and now mechanical dramas in this one. It's just not. Sunday's not the day for Jeff Emery.
Have you got a speculator, Dan, on what's going on with that car? Just a simple one, do you reckon?
what we're going to do, we're going to crank it up for a lap and enjoy the action here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Sit back, relax and enjoy. That a lap of the 3.9 kilometre Sydney Motorsport Park. 11 corners completed in 1 minute and 34.1 seconds. And notably, you rode on board with the fastest lap of the race so far. Hollinger purple in the final sector as well. So yeah, Hollinger is closing in. We saw a mistake there on that lap with Danny Studdard running a little bit wide at the turn 8 hairpin, so the margin is down to under a second. However, just as I say it, Studdard responds in sector number 1, and he pulls out a couple more tenths to move that margin back out to over a second. You raised a question with me about Jeff Emery. I actually think he's in a different car to the first round. That's my understanding. He's purchased a car, and that is his car that he's running this weekend, not the loan car. That's one of the great things about this series as well. Danny Studdard does have a loan car that is on offer for somebody who's interested but not certain that they want to join the series. That's what happened with Jeff Emery. He drove in the series in round 1 at Winton, thoroughly enjoyed the category, thoroughly enjoyed the racing car, went out, bought his own, so the lease car is still there around this weekend that is on offer for other drivers to lease for the weekend and see if they want to get involved as a full-time driver.
Yeah, fantastic opportunity for anyone thinking about innovation race cars, and it is a growing category. We'll wait to see the numbers start to improve throughout the season, especially like you say, they had a day up in Queensland a couple of weeks ago where they took some of these cars up there and got some of the, I suppose, people racing Porsches, GT cars, other vehicles like that are very similar to this in terms of the sports car categories, and a lot of interest coming out of Queensland as well at the moment. So the cars are being built, purchased, and we'll see them on the racetrack very, very shortly. As Studdard still holding on to this. I'd like to know whether they're just trying to go to a lap time at the moment. We can see the slow improvements. So we go back to crossing. We'll go back to Lathead is back out there. Sorry, the 67 car. So obviously, I don't know what's happened down in pit lane. It'd be interesting to find out. But obviously they've done some repairs on that car to try and get it back out on track.
Good spots from you there. We can see pretty tired down there in the pit lane. A couple of people enjoying the comfort of a cold floor.
Cold concrete floor.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
not my idea.
It's a bit early to be sleeping there, I think, at this time of night. It has been a big day here at the racetrack. We know racing has been going on since 8:30 this morning. It's a big day. Racing under lights here at the Sydney Sundown, our final race. We're already 15 minutes in, 35 minutes remain. This 50-lap endurance race. We do have a pit stop coming up very shortly. We don't have two drivers in this one. That's crossing. That's looking a little bit faster. Lathead, I'm just waiting to see if that goes back in the pits. Hopefully that doesn't. It continues to circulate around the track. Well, that means we've got another car fixed and out there and operating. Emery's still in pit lane, though. They are still trying to diagnose whatever issue that is, and hopefully we can get some information for you on that one as you have a look at that. The bonnet's gone back on. Control-Alt-Delete. Let's see if we can reset something in the computer potentially.
Fingers
Was
crossed.
that Emery out of the car, though?
It is.
That's unfortunate.
They're clearly trying to work away with it, though. You can see Jeff gesturing away there, signalling something to his team. But I've been watching that lead battle. The previous lap, not the last lap, they just completed the one before. Studdard was 0.06 of a second faster than Hollinger. Last lap by Hollinger was 0.06 of a second faster than Studdard. So these two are so equally matched at the moment. 0.8 of a second between them. Although Studdard has just pulled out a little bit of a margin through the fast-flowing section of the lap. A bit of a mistake there by Studdard. You could hear the tyres protesting. He ran in a bit deep and got a bit squirrely as well on the exit of the corner, trying to recover from the mistake at the 90-degree left-hander. That corner has been reprofiled since Sydney Motorsport Park relaunched, I should say. Back when it was Eastern Creek, it really did swing left and then back to the right before it went hard left once again. It was a real chicane into the 90-degree left-hander. However, what they've done now is straight line this corner and make it just a simple left-hander, and that's created a lot more overtaking opportunities.
As they spread out a little bit now, it's the two at the front, Studdard and Hollinger, with less than 0.7 between them, crossing, bridging it out to 38 seconds. Then Lathead, who's a number of laps down. It's Emery, though. We want to know if that car will be able to get back on track as part of this endurance race here. To mean he can put some fuel in and call that a pit stop as well, potentially. Not that it's going to make up the number of laps. As John Hollinger right on the tail now. Danny Studdard. They're fast through this section too. 3, 4 and 5. Pedal to the metal and hold onto the steering wheel. Let's see what you've got. Just feathers off the throttle for a moment. Rolls on. Didn't sound like wheel spin. Let's have a look as they go up the hill. Have a listen. All over the bumps, you just hear it. The tyres start to turn just a fraction. And you can hear the RPM chord as it goes over those bumps. Comes back down just a little bit.
Through they go, through Corporate Hill, one of the fastest corners on this circuit. The Australian Drivers' Championship cars, the Hyper X1s, remarkably take that fast left-hander flat out. I can't quite comprehend that. In a lot of cars, it's a down change, a brake application through there, but in those things, with their ground effect aero package, are able to take that flat. To be fair, these machines, they're pretty aerodynamic as well, not quite as much as those cars as they come out of the final corner. What's the margin going to be at the end of this lap? It was just a smidge over a second as they come across the line. Has it increased or decreased? Decreased by a couple of hundredths of a second. So Hollinger back inside a second, and that was due to a personal best final sector that time by for him. So a good end to the lap enables him to just close up a little bit on Danny Studdard out there on the racetrack. These guys separated by 0.8. John Crossing is 46 seconds behind, but don't let that make you think that he's a poor driver. John Crossing is in a Mark 1 car, not built to the same specifications as these innovation race cars. So the original Mark car, a bit less horsepower, a bit more weight. So it's only got a 5-litre V8 Coyote engine, and it was fitted to a Ford Focus body shell, Mazda 3 body shell, or even a couple of BMW 235i sedan body shells as well. You don't see any of those kicking around anymore, but in the first couple of years there were a couple of those made. The Focuses and the Mark cars proved to be a lot more popular, and they are still with us at the moment. But yeah, that's got the old school sequential gearbox. He's doing it the hard way in there, and you can see the flames spitting out the side as he comes onto the pit straight. But yeah, not quite built to the same specifications. It's about a decade old now. The original Mark car came out in 2014. Of course, the Mark II car, that was the second iteration. That had the Mustang body shell. We saw a few of those at the opening round of the season at Winton Motor Raceway, and I'm sure we'll see them come back for round number 3. A few drivers not here this weekend. They've got clashes up in Queensland, so unfortunately couldn't make it, but we expect them to be back, and we'll be at around 10 cars at least for round number 3. But go back to the Mark II cars, as I say, that's a bit more powerful. 615 brake horsepower from 5.2 litre quad cam V8. And that was the first with the sequential gearbox, the flappy paddle, the Albin 6-speed transaxle gearbox, and the aerodynamics also made a significant step as well, moving a lot closer to what these innovation race cars are as well. And look, they're catching one of these Mark cars. They're about 5 seconds a lap faster than the older spec machine. So they've caught one out there on the racetrack, and it looks to me like it's Leithhead who is about to go a third lap down. It says we're approaching the halfway stage of this race. Through goes Danny Studdard. Great heads-up driving there by Leithhead. Just pulls off the racing line onto the dirty side of the circuit and lets those cars go through. The margin, biggest it's been for quite some time, actually. Studdard has put in a PB in sector number 1, but so did Hollinger, actually. But the margin has increased in that middle sector out to 1.5 seconds as they come across the line to complete lap number 11. Yes, Studdard's putting the hammer down at the moment. Purple in the final sector as well. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the fastest lap of the race. A 33.69. Still, though, only a quarter of a second faster than John Hollinger out there on the racetrack. So they are pretty evenly matched still. I tell you what, Matty, I think this race will be won in the pit stop sequence because you can't split them at the moment. That is where the time is going to be won and lost.
I think it's going to be a little bit of the fuel load coming off these cars too as they lighten up throughout the race. Big fuel tanks to start this race off. How much fuel do they want to put in as well? Are they going to take that and put a heavy load in? Or is the car liking this, getting nice and light tyres, getting plenty of temperature in, and the brakes are glowing around certain parts of the track, depending on how much brake usage they require? John Hollinger's got some choices to make. I'm sure the crew are sitting there doing the calculations to when they're going to bring this in. As that's a sad sight to see Emery's car now being pushed back into the garage and potentially a defeated crew. You think they're going to go on with this battle, or they might just decide this is enough? As we get on board now with John Hollinger, it looks like he just had a little bit of a moment there. We saw the opposite lock as the car just tried to overcorrect itself. There's a lot to see when these guys are going to come in for their pit stops. Will they follow each other in as well? Is he just going to stay in the same pit stop strategy? That's not Lathan. That's great. That's crossing going in. Hopefully nothing wrong with the car. He might be taking that pit stop right now. Lathan, good to see that car back out there. We did miss it a lot. It did a couple of out laps, I suppose. We know he struggled in qualifying yesterday. No ABS and also no traction control. So he's working very, very hard to make that happen.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, Hollinger all locked up in the rears. You can hear him going down through the gearbox very quickly late in the braking zone. Locked the rears as a result. Good catch for him midway through the corner, but he lost a lot of ground as a result of that through the first sector, and a few sparks underneath there as he loads up the car through turn 4. The bottom end, the front nose there bottoming out, and they're getting a few sparks up in the air. We saw that in Formula Ford. Oh, Studdard. These two are pushing really hard out there. They really are. Studdard now with an error at turn 6. But, oh no, this isn't good. The bonnet's up again on another innovation race car, or the Mark car in this case. John crossing the number 34 machine. What heartbreak.
Yeah, that's devastating. From hoping that's something very simple too. We don't see him go down the Emery path. Looks like he's out for this race. It's going to be a 3-car field if that happens. Started. Still leading this, opens the gap out to 2 seconds as Hollinger starting to slide that car around. I really think the tyre tech might be something coming on here for Hollinger. Car just loosening up a fraction. Maybe those air pressures have gone a little bit too high as it goes on. As we continue on this race, it's all we've got time for here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We approach 10 p.m. tonight. We're going to let the Innovation Race Cars run their race. Thanks for watching. Make sure you join us for all the action of round 3 on the 27th and 29th of June. from Queensland Raceway.